throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the Endless War destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in a mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Mythic Showdown presented to you by IGC Indian Gaming Corps. And today we are gonna kick off the quarterfinals of the Swiss stage, right? And this is gonna be Team IGN taking on, yes, of course, the lower brackets, right? The lower brackets quarterfinals for the Swiss stage, and of course, it's gonna be Team IGN taking on against Team Tartarus. So we will have a really amazing match. And before that, I gotta introduce you to the talented casters I have alongside me. Of course, my name is Shinryu. I'm gonna be a host for tonight, and I'm joined by the one and only, the handsome Ray, and alongside you can see another handsome hunk all the way from my lovely friend place. It's gonna be Mikey. So why don't you guys say hello? Ray, go first.
Of course, hello, Shinryu. It's all fine, man. I understand you're caught in a pickle, man. It's actually knockout stages. When you said Swiss, it took me out. You went back a little bit, but hey, your PC booted up, right? You know how PCs usually have the time way back in the past when you do it. Maybe that's what happened. I'm just joking, but yeah, I'm just joking. It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, this is a knockout lower bracket quarterfinals, and tonight we also have the semifinals. So we are getting closer to get the finalists from the lower brackets, the one who will redeem themselves. After all, every lower bracket team is basically someone who was one day on upper brackets. So all of them are looking for redemption, but only one can make it back, of course. So let's see. Anyways, what do you think, Mikey?
Absolutely. This is their chance to go for the semifinals today. Whichever team actually wins the first match, which is going to be between IGN and Tartarus, will have a spot in the semifinals and get a chance to redeem themselves. And they'll be facing off against Zohunt, and they've shown us amazing performance throughout the whole tournament. So I think all of these teams are going to be showing us some amazing matches for sure. I am not expecting a one-sided match like yesterday, but maybe a toe-to-toe fight for sure. You do.
Yeah, I mean, Tartarus, the number one team currently at the Mythic Leaderboards, and IGN are going to be the number one team at the Light Board, if I'm not mistaken, right, Ray? So it's going to be two number one teams actually battling it out each other. Let's see, what have they prepared for each other. And I think Tartarus, after getting their loss from the upper brackets, getting down to the lower one in the knockout stage, facing off against LCF, they are really looking for a redemption. And IGN, they're doing a pretty good job themselves, trying to get back to their old forms, trying to get back and, also try to have
Yeah.
some chance to get back into this tournaments in the upper brackets. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. But again, it's going to be Kyle versus Aaron the Creator, something we are not haven't. I mean, something we haven't seen for too long. So what do you think about that matchup, Ray?
Aaron is actually and the only India sub goal laner that is out of Sikkim. So a proud moment for his home state, of course. Out of that, so that is a very big achievement. On the other hand, though, I feel like he's a little bit 50-50 when it comes to it, because it obviously a goal laner's performance heavily relies on how good his teammates can give him them the space to farm. But Kyle is a little bit different. Even when his team is struggling, he does not budge at all. If you give him a marksman that he's comfortable, especially the Moscow, I would say count your days, because even if you're dominating Kimi as well as 27, as well as Joseph, Eden, everyone, if Kyle is not kept in check, you're gone. He's basically a one-man army. And that is what LCR prioritized in shutting down Kyle so badly that he was not able to do anything on those three games. And because of it, LCR is still in the upper brackets, waiting for other teams to climb back up, right? So I think if IGN wants to do it, they have to recreate the formula. But at the same time, I just wanted to say one thing, is that Tartarus, the Mythic Leaderboard 1 team, right? They are kind of fallen off from the grace, because right now they are in the lower brackets, something that we were not expecting. Tartarus is supposed to be in the upper brackets, right? The best of the best,
Yeah.
but right now they are not. They're kicked down from the thrones by the Lakshmi Chit 1. So that's the story right there. And the other thing is, I would definitely say IGN is feeling a little bit more, what do you say, encouraged, because one of their old comrades is definitely back into the scene, and they would be happy, especially Witch, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if that a little bit of encouragement will help IGN to kick things off. But yeah, that's about it from me. Farhan, what's your opinion on all of this?
But before we go to Farhan, I want to say one thing. I have to ask Farhan one thing. Is it just me, or do you think Joseph is really angry in that picture? Like, what is happening to him?
He's here to fight for
Go on.
sure.
Yeah.
And since we are in the lower bracket, the both of the teams do have a chance to still, redeem themselves. Go against, they do have a ladder to go up against, and there's still a chance to go to the finals, and they're fighting for it. And let's see what both of them they can do. But the main thing about this match is one of them will have to leave this tournament, since we're in the lower brackets. There's no second chances in the best of five. Let's see if any of the teams actually shows something amazing today. But whichever team wins will go against Zohunt. They'll have a chance to go to the grand finals, and whichever team is in the top two will have the possibility to get two slots for the regional tournaments, which is something big. And till now they are fighting for the slots for sure. The tournament, being the champions of this one, is credibility to give them for sure, but also getting a possibility to get two slots in a regional tournament. Unfortunately, we can't disclose informations of it, but yeah, I believe that's something big for sure. Already from the side of IGN, we can see Parsa getting banned out. From the side of Tartarus, we can see they banned out the Uranus, which is pretty bulky and annoying right now because of his region capability. Right now, IGN will go for the next ban. I believe they can focus on the EXPs right now, because the EXPs have great possibilities in the current meta. What do you think, Shinro?
Yeah, absolutely, and that too in the hands of Mirio, I think is pretty much of a heroes that you want to ban. Definitely, the Lapu Lapu is one of those heroes that you do not want to give him for free. And the Farsa ban, I think, it has been a very standard ban when you go against Tartarus, given the fact Eden can really carry the matches by himself, given his good positioning as well as the way he can rotate around the map. I think that's a must ban. But the EXP is definitely going to be something these teams would want to consider banning out here. The Uranus first ban was pretty important from the side of Team Tartarus, and I think they might want to add a few more. And the bugs, yeah, definitely another threat to a lot of teams. So nothing too surprising yet. But again, Ray, once upon a time, Kimi was actually the part of Team IGN, right? So we had that debate long back, but again, Kimi going up against IGN. Do you think he still knows his old comrades pretty good, so he might have an easier time going against them, or will it be the other way around?
I think it's a 60-40. Kimi is still obviously well aware of his members, but at the same time, I would definitely say he's it's just I've been noticing something that a lot of players don't notice, is as well as I think it's a psychological thing. Matches test your endurance, especially BO7, BO5s, as well as the fact that you have to do your research. And that's the whole reason you have a coach for it, right? You have managers and coach for those kind of things. But when you're in the game, I feel like I don't think they have the coach in the call right now. Maybe they do, maybe they don't have. And obviously, we do see their effects on it. Sometimes they make the bad decisions, even if they are well aware of their opponents, everything. You don't exactly have to be, you need to have history with them, right? But because Tartarus have played against LCF numerous times, but even then, they struggled. They struggled because in some moments, they flipped up, they slipped away and gave away some power picks to the hands of LCF. And I feel that can happen again. So they need to make sure they are much more, I would say, at least a little bit reserved and calm down, because I have been noticing there have been a little bit of miscommunications, at least in the draft, which ultimately screws them up later on, no matter how much they try to salvage it. So that is something they need to improve upon. And I feel like it should improve right now, because if not, today's the last day, because this is lower brackets. This is the second chance you're getting. After that, there's no third chances anymore. It's not the Swiss, it's the knockouts, double elimination. It's 0-0 at this point, right, Farhan? Mikey.
Absolutely. This is the only chance they're gonna get to go ahead in the tournament, and they'll have to give their all for sure. If we look at the banning phase, IGN went for Farsa, Baksha, and Fredrin. Tartarus went for Uranus, Kimi, and Phobius. Phobius is pretty good in the EXP, I believe. So, and also Kimi in the mid lane or in the gold. She can do amazing in both lanes. But the first pick is for the side of IGN. I can see that Matilda is still open. I believe she can be a pretty good utility, but they directly went for the Wan over there. That would be a very I'd say that's quite aggressive from their side. They're showing off their marksman pretty early on. What do you think, Shinru?
Definitely. I think the Lapu Lapu could still have been a safer choice. Even the Badang, right? Both of them could have been a really good start. But the 1-1 really early up, revealing a lot of cards for sure. But out here, Tartarus definitely have the chance to pick two good heroes. And, Respect is a jungler who can play the assassins really well. So, he does not rely too much on the utility. So, both him as well as Joseph are really good on Fanny. So, there might be a Fanny that can come through, but there are other heroes too that they like to go for. And I feel it's going to be an assassin versus assassin battle. And that is something we would really like to look forward, given the utility meta is kind of taking the more of a showdown right now, not the spotlight right now, what I meant. And
Yeah.
at this point, Tartarus, they have two options, so they go for the Lapid as well as the counter for that 1-1 here, Ray.
Yeah, two things I just wanted to say out is the fact that we are moving towards the utility jungle, but obviously IGN is well aware. They just ban it out completely. The second thing is the fact that both of these teams have one of the youngest members in the community right now. Aaron, the creator, and Joseph. Both of them are barely just cross 18, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, there's still young boys over here, and I think the youngest is Kaizen from Peak Deployment. But yeah, that's one topic. Second thing, obviously, I can never unnotice Mirio's Wakanda Forever pose, man. Bro is aura farming. But yeah, anything other than that, would love to see an assassin versus assassin matchup. And yep, it's on the table for Tartarus as they pick it up for the Yishin Shin. But what's really going to matter is IGN response, of course. Respect, just like you mentioned, a Fanny could come in, but the Fanny lately, I've been noticing it's a little bit too vulnerable. If you do not get your little snowball, you're cooked, and in the later phase, you're just basically as side gridded Zilong, because Zilong has crit damage, so he can do a 1 versus 1. But Fanny, she cannot. She has to retreat. Her mobility is the main crucial thing, but even then, she kind of loses at it because her wave clear is not the strongest. So she gets side gridded to a lane clear, and once the enemy starts taking the Lord, because you obviously cannot come in for a Lord fight as a Fanny, you need to eliminate, you basically get screwed over a lot. So Fanny is an extremely risky option. Tartarus have tried it and failed, and if I'm not wrong, there was another team who tried it, I forgot, but yeah, they also failed. So Fanny, very risky thing. Do they go or not? I would vote against it. What do you think, Mikey?
I think Fanny won't be a viable pick over here, but if they're quite confident with it, they can go for that. But for the banning phase, we can see that from the side of IGN, they went for the Lilia ban, and from the side of Tartarus, they continuously banned two junglers, which is Hayabusa and Suyo. And I believe Sui would have been a pretty good pick for the side of IGN, but they won't get that chance over here. Last ban coming out from IGN. They might focus on the mage right now for the side of Tartarus. I believe for the side of Tartarus, they have a very good setup possibility because they have a Gatotkacha, Kadita, and Wanwan. If the Gatotkacha goes in with the Avedor the Guardian correctly, and Kadita can go in along with the Wanwan. She can just go along with the crossbow tank. So that can be a good combination if the initiation is good from the side of Gatotkacha. But for the side of starters, they haven't gone for a particular roam yet, so we cannot say what kind of combinations they can go. They have good damage dealing capabilities. The Irithel will be good against Wanwan. Lapu Lapu will be able to hold on the lane, and also in team fight he can dive in with the bravest fighter. And Yi Shin is quite broken right now because the damage output he can give is extreme. From the side of Tartarus, they just went for the Kufra, and I believe that is going to be a very good initiator because the
It's a
overall
signature.
engagement he can. Yeah, because if Kufra dives in with his Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Rage, then Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Wrath, then overall he can create upsets, and that can give possibilities for Tartarus to, create sets. But overall, still, I believe IGN has better radius to cover up compared to Tartarus. They have a little bit lackings when it comes to the range. IGN has the upper hand in that, but at the end of the day, it's all about the utilizations of the heroes. Shinjo.
Yeah, I mean, they need something with a fast clear in the jungle because the use the Ishinshin can really farm first, right? And the scaling from those two heroes that's going to be two marksmen from the side of Tartarus is really good. Even the fact the 1-1 kind of struggles or is kind of have a target, like a counter towards that
Okay.
hero. So that Irithel I was going to say, but still, despite the Kufra goes for assassin, it's going to be Ling. So yes, the farming is pretty good. It's a fast rotation as well, but again another hero which relies on the purple buff right here, Ray. So can they pull it off will be the question, because if Tartarus won, they can really invade hard in this game.
I'm just kind of happy that at least the Kufra was picked up because it's been a while since I've seen Kimi's Kufra. It was one of his signatures back in the day, but of course, with against the Kufra, it's going to be hefty, right? The invasion, just like you mentioned, it's going to be on the table, but the Jawhead is a good countermeasure. The Kufra comes in, he throws him away like a volleyball, right? And I feel like that's the idea at least, but let's see how good the utilization obviously comes in. And oh my god, they close up the draft with something really nice. Eden, I love you, man. Keep doing this forever. My goat.
Wow.
Thank you for picking up the Zushin again and again. I mean, it's his comfort
Yeah.
pick at this point. I mean, who wouldn't be comfortable with Zushin? I am extra comfortable. But yeah, I will glaze her later on as much as possible. But with the draft being closed off and everything, Zushin has two issues. First of all, Kadita is CC immune, and so is 1-1 has 1 Purify. So she will have difficulty picking up these two. Ling is also immune. The only thing she can do is bother Mirio and Sojin. So what about it? Like, is it going to be enough? She needs to be careful. And of course, I feel like she will be relying on Kimi as well as 27 a lot more, Mikey.
I believe Zushin can be quite useful, but she's going to have some problems for sure. For the side of IGN, they have some early damage dealers, but I was quite amazed by seeing the Ling even after the Kufra getting picked up, and I believe Ling's going to have some problems for sure today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shinryu, thank you for hosting for us, even during our exam seasons, man. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the game, and this is going to be Mythic Showdown knockout stages. As you can see on the screen, best of 5 series, lower brackets, no more second chances, because this is the second chance between IGN and Tartarus. Intercasting, that's myself, Ray, and of course, I'm joined by a great analyst with me, Mikey, over here. But yeah, already a little bit of poke left and right. Let's see how good everything turns around. Of course, the mid lane, I feel like Eden will win it out most of the time. But team fight, I think it's going to be a different scenario. What do you think, Mikey?
I believe for the side of IGN, oh my god, already an amazing initiation coming up from IGN. First blood secured by Zojin over there. The throw was unexpected. The flicker and the throw was just at point, and Kadita was there to give out the crowd controls. And yeah, the first blood goes to the side of IGN, and they are off to a very amazing start. If we talk about the overall heroes right now, Ray, First of all, IGN. I said before that Kazukacha, if he is a good initiator, then things can be really good. But right now we're seeing that it's Jawhead who's going to be the Roma, and he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage from the early on because of his passive. And I believe he's going to go around and poke as much as possible, and that's what we're seeing. Already a bit of an engage in the top lane. Driva, Mirio taking up a lot of damage. I don't think they should take up a fight over here, but already Link went in. Zushin continuously poking around, but they eventually retreated. The turtle spawned in the top lane. Rivare. Let's see who gets this one.
Yeah, of course, because Ling with those Tempest of Blades has a little bit of a better chance, but look at the damage that's coming in. Kimi also dives in, lazy by Myosef will be the first one to be falling. Respect secures it with the Tempest of Blades and the Retribution. AOG came in a little bit late, but does it gonna matter? Respect trying to regain some energy, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, the Petrify comes in, and Witch secures the double kill. Having skilled in the mid lane for many years, it's really paying it off against, of course, the side of Tartarus. 4-0 score and a goal lead of 2,000 only under 2 minutes. That is a massive advantage they have just gained over. And I love the fact that this Dino map has that, crimson aura that matches the, overlay of our tournament. But oh, what's happening in the top lane? Looks like Mirio and 27 wanted some dust, but ultimately 27 doesn't have enough damage to dive in. Joseph probably wants some of it, but wants to go in. Can he find it? No, Mirio decides it's a good thing to just go back, but there's a Lancel coming in. He uses up the Retribution already to initiate. Joseph better watch out. He's trying to dodge it out, and he does so, but Witch comes in with the ultimate as well, tries to do some damage, but Joseph with the sidestep as much as possible. He's dodging everything, and he actually survives. That is extremely good, Micro.
Absolutely. If we look at the side of IGN early on, Kazukacha went along the turtle, and over there they was quite focused on it, but right now we can see an initiation on Vivitch, but he managed to survive that. Kadita is immune to everything right now, guys, so it's quite tough to hold on to her. But as I was saying, Kazukacha locked onto the turtle so that it was easier for the side of IGN to go for it. And right now, the very beginning start of the fight in the top lane river was that IGN locked onto Yisenshin because he's pretty weak in the early game. He still needs his farm, and Ling is using his mobility as much as possible. And I believe in the top lane, from side of Tartarus, Yisenshin went a little bit aggressive. There was a high risk and high gain possibility, but it could have, been a negative thing for them. But already Rafa is being used, Flicker being used by Eden over there, which will retreat for sure. Kufra being knocked up over here, will be taken down for sure. Killing spree for Vivitch. Another amazing engage by IGN. The goal lead for this side, it's still not that much if we look at the kill difference. Ray, the overall micro coming out from Tartarus is extremely good, I must say.
That is really impressive that they have not let the gold just snowball just yet, despite the fact that they're gonna be most likely lose out the turtle as well. But there's another possible engage coming in. 27 will get knocked up immediately twice, uses some CC immunity just to get out of it. But right now, can they do anything because the jungler is on the opposite side? Oh, he is on the opposite side, so I feel like that was kind of an unnecessary engage to go. So, but yeah, they're gonna be getting the second turtle as well on the table. Gets 1,000 gold lead still on the. Oh, what's happening at the bot base? Sojin getting melted out here a little bit. Kyle looking for the target to do so, and he will take the kill. And Kadita comes in with the burst as well. Lazy boy Myosef is the target, which gets the mega kill for his team. And right now, 1-1 is trying to get the crossbow of Tang. Is he able to do so? Looks like he's gonna be dishing out the damage enough to just take down without even the ultimate. Link comes in at the last scene, takes down Kimi as well. Kyle just maneuvering around left and right, trying to find a target, but IGN still do not lose much mod. It's only one casualty with 8 kills on the board.
Absolutely, the initiation from Kazukacha was just on point. He just locked onto Kufra, saw that he was low, and Ling went in to secure the kill over there. The overall initiations coming out from IGN is spectacular, I must say. They are doing a very good combinations in the whole match till now. The kill difference is still a lot. It's 8-1. If you look at the goal difference, it's not that much. The snowballing has started for the side of IGN, but still Tartarus is trying their best to keep it as minimal as possible. And right now we cannot say what's going to happen afterwards, because when we go to the mid game, I believe Tartarus will have a bigger opportunities, because they'll have a lot of damage coming out from them. It's going to be Zushin, it's going to be Irithel and YSS as well. Just imagine going against two marksmen at the end game. The overall damage output they can provide is going to be extreme. So IGN should pile up the gold as much as possible in the early game. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a trouble for sure.
They do have the Ling, you know, but yeah, he did receive some nerfs, which will be a little bit hard to obviously recoup with. But 1-1, I'm interested about the 1-1. She does get disabled by Kimi a lot, but the Zohunt on the Jawhead is obviously doing an amazing job shutting him down every time. So look at him, they immediately initiate again onto Kimi, but this time it might be negative because the Zohunt coming in with the Lantern Flare tries to pull in, but look at the knock-up that's coming in double, make it with the Mirio coming in with the AOG, and Lapu Lapu coming in with the CC immunity, but the 1-1 does the crossbow tank, not enough damage to just take down 27. And on the other hand, the Respect will take down the Zohunt. 27 tries to buy out some time, but he will fall. Double kill for Respect, and with it, it might just be a triple. Joseph does get the third for himself, a little bit of macro control, but he also needs to go back. But okay, uses the Mountain Shocker, probably just wants to take down the Zohunt as well. Kyle comes into the scene but gets knocked up. That is a bad decision and a little misposition. He will ultimately fall, not taking down Zohunt as well. IGN still comes out on top, 12-1.
Amazing initiations from both of the sides. They're continuously fighting over here, but I must say it's IGN who's holding the upper hand right now. The goal difference is visible right now. It's about 4,000 goals, and it is hitting hard on Tartarus right now. The recent fight we saw, the overall combination they did with the Kadita and the Kazukacha, and afterwards that crossbow of tank coming in, and also Jawhead being a Jawhead, continuously just ejecting whoever is in front of him. I believe IGN is doing really good. If they're able to maintain it, they'll have a better chance to go for the first round. But still, we have a total of 5 rounds today, Ray. It's a best of 5, so we can't say anything yet. But what we're seeing right now is IGN is in the lead, and they're doing really great. And if they're able to hold on to it, they can win this round. But for the side of Tartarus, I'd suggest not going for team fights right now, but rather than trying ambushes, and they should focus on avoiding any kind of combinations that IGN comes in. Every single time a fight breaks out, you can see the Gazutkacha and Kadita diving in together, and that is quite problematic for Tartarus right now.
Oh, the bottom lane door. The Kufra comes in with the Tyrant's Revenge, which will get taken down. The Revenge is on the table. 27 on the other hand will most likely fall, but onto the bottom lane, so much is happening left and right. And the Crater does secure kill onto 27, but Eden will get the shutdown onto Respect. A heavy bounty to be paid just for that bottom turret. Not looking good because Tartarus might not have the kills on the board, but you can notice, despite the score difference, the goal lead has shifted back. Only 1,000 difference on 10 minutes. Tartarus can clap back any moment now. Mikey.
Absolutely. Tartarus has amazing micro. I'm saying this again and again because even after having this much difference in the kills, it's 14/4. There are a total of 10 kills difference. So overall, still the goal difference is not that much visible. It just spiked up a bit a few minutes ago where they were able to maintain a 4,000 goals lead, but it didn't stay long. And right now we can already see that the Lord responded to top lane. Reaver fight is broken down. Ejector might get used, but Zushin was able to evade from that. She still she just had to waste her ultimate over there just to survive, and I think that was a good decision. Tempest of Blade being used up over here. Yisan Shin is trying to retreat, but he's going to be cornered out, and Wan is diving in, gets the kill, and again in the top lane a bit of a fight bringing up. We can see that Kyle is taking a lot of damage. Gato's Kacha to secure the kill is taunting Kimi a bit over there. We can see Jawhead diving in again, the ejector being used up. Kimi is taking up some damage, but I don't think they will focus on him. Going for the Lord is what IGN will do, and with this Lord they can go for the tier 2s, I believe, Ray.
I think they will right now, because with the lot on the table, tier 2s will most likely eventually fall, because we can clearly notice the wave management is a little bit off for the hands of Tartarus. Minions already pouring in. That's not a good thing. They obviously have to adjust it. Each lane right now, or the tier 2s are going to be falling. They can sacrifice one turret on the lane that's the Lord's going to be coming in, but the rest two need to be defended at any cost. But let's see how good the coordination is going to be. Kimi on to the Kufra, obviously looking for possible engages with the Tyrant's Revenge, but just is not able to find it. There was one good engage into the bottom lane, shutting down Witch, but let's see what's it going to be. Bottom lane, the Lord's coming in. This is what I was talking about. Lane management is pretty bad for Tartarus right now. I think they're getting pushed into a little bit of a corner. They lose out the bottom turret before the Lord even comes in. And look at that. The Sojan also comes in with Flicker, throws in Eden, but the Purify is going to be on the table. Sojan will pay the price, but the burst coming in. Kyle and Edel will get taken out of the map immediately. Disintegrated as Respect as well will take a double kill. Kimi solo defending. It's not going to be possible. The tier 2s are going to be falling. The holy defense will stop them. The IGN for a little bit longer, but for how long, as the base will most likely fall with only the tank defending. It's not going to be possible. All men coming in, and he's also going to get taken down, and ultimately it's a full men wipeout, 22-5. IGN gets the first game with okay, what just happened? My
I thought they were going to be able to go for the base, but there were no minions. Just look at the HP of the base that's left. The initiation from IGN was spectacular. The dive, Kadita, the rough waves on all three of Tartarus. And, they wiped out everyone, but at the very last moment, they didn't have the minions. Till now, Tartarus holds a chance to do a comeback over here, but... and for the side of Tartarus, it's a second chance, and I just hope they do something different to cover it up. The goal difference is a lot right now. It's 8,000 goals lead for the side of IGN. They hold the advantage. They have the damage. They have the durability. Tartarus will have to somehow manage the gold. They have to evade fights right now, because if they go into fights, it's not gonna work out for sure. Already another initiative coming out over here. Fury Hive being used up by Eden, but already Respect was taken out by Eden in the process. With C27 is trying to retreat, but will be taken out by Miri over here. Lazy Boy is trying to retreat as well. Eden isn't pretty low, but will survive the situation. Mirio is retreating. Along with that, it was a 1-4-1 trade, but still now, I believe IGN is going to go crazy right now. They're going to go super aggressive, because the overall goal lead they have, they will try to utilize it as much as possible. Ray.
Yeah, and the fact that the base is regenerating, but just one wave, they can end it. 2 inhibitors already down. Base is almost naked with 1 left defending. It's gonna be pretty easy for the hands of course, IGN and Tartarus. If they want to win, they have to flip the table, like break the table even. If not, the game 1 is a goner. But luck was on their side. The base wasn't gone at the last second. Let's see what's gonna happen. They have tried to start the Lord Dance themselves, but of course they have to. Okay, the Winter Crown comes in for a table of 27, and the Mountain Shock are also being used up. Let's see what's gonna happen. They do have the vision, they do have the equipment. It's for almost 15 minutes into the game. Lord getting chunned down to almost 60% of HP, but Sojan over here most likely will throw someone, but Kimi already going in on to Aaron the Creator, looking for a target. A lot of chaoticness is going into the Land of Dawn, because look at the damages coming in. Tempest of Blades as well as the crossbow of and Kimi will ultimately fall, but Aaron the Creator still going in. Winter Crown will initiate it, but double kill into the hands of Aaron the Creator. Kyle leasing out the damage as much as possible. Mirio on the back line. Can he do so? Eden with the Lantern Flare looking for the target. Sojan will also fall as well. Lazy Boy Joseph, he's such a bad positioning. Will get also fall down with only 2 people left defending. IGN have a group of 4. It's a numbers game, and with the minion wave coming in on both lanes, looks like this time it might be the end. Can they do it? Can they? Looks like they will. They will take the safe route, go for the Lord. Mike.
I think that was the good decision for the side of IGN, because already Kupra was reviving over here. But I think Tartarus shouldn't have initiated for the Lord at that point, because they were quite behind in gold. They should have tried to, wait up a bit, let IGN go for the Lord and initiate in a manner, because IGN has Gadot Kacha over here, Kadita, and also the Jawhead. They have good initiators, really strong initiators. For so if Tartarus went for the Lord, there was a high possibility of an combined engage by IGN. Already Eden is trying to survive over here. Ultimate was wasted by Eden, but already Link tries to go in, but Eden is still surviving. Kimi won't be, and Godlike for the side of Wan Wan. I can see that Kufra was cornered out a bit. If Zushin wasn't, that upfront, then things would have been a bit different. Why Shin was taken out by Aaron again. One man is being aggressive. Kyle is trying to retreat to the base over here. Respect tried to go for him, but yeah, he'll retreat for sure. We can see that Zushin was taken out as in the process. Lapu Lapu was taken out as well. All wiped out for the side of Tartarus. The base being locked up. An amazing game for IGN. They've been aggressive from the very beginning, but from the mid game, things were completely on their favor for sure. From the early to mid game, I believe the goal difference was not that much. Tartarus was still holding on to stuff, but after a few fights, things took a turn where Tartarus wasn't able to do anything. Bray.
Absolutely. And our host Shinryu, are you back with us, homie? Because this was a very, a very sweating game. Because 16 minutes in, it's just game one of best of five, but it felt like it was the last series with both of the teams really pushing it to the wits. But yep, IGN came out on top.
Yeah, this game almost had me at the edge of my seat, and at this time, this was pretty uncharacteristic from the side of team Tartarus, I would say. Yes, they did have a pretty late game draft, two heroes which kind of need a lot of items, but IGN, they seem so in control in this game. Like Mikey mentioned, the initiation from the three members was so on point, right? They could anytime go in and engage on the target they want, pick them off, and just go for the kill, right? And overall, I think the synergy had been working so well. They were able to layer the skills perfectly, and it just paid the price, right? It paid the dividends for them for doing it perfectly. And Tartarus, they kind of seemed pretty scrambled around the map. They were like trying to go for the proper, counter engages, but it did not go the way they planned. So overall, I think Tartarus, they were kind of not really warmed up, let's just say, because this is a best of five, right? So the first game, they were kind of taken aback because of the surprise engages or the how aggressive Team IGN are from the very first game. I think they were not really expecting this strong IGN from the first match itself. So I think that kind of got into their side. But this time, if they make some changes, if they just be, just try a different approach to it, to their draft, maybe they can actually get a better game of Team IGN. So what do you think, Ray? Was it the first game problem, or is it just Team IGN being better out here?
I would definitely say IGN was playing so much better, and I feel like they haven't even revealed all their cards yet, because I know the Kadita is meta, but which has a wide hero pool, so that's something that Eden is struggling a lot with, because it's pretty clear that he's comfortable with Zushin, but Zushin is situational right now. And with the initial nerfs as well, you can only pick up targets once. After that, you're vulnerable for the next 2 seconds when your mana is regenerating, and you have to reposition yourself. In those scenarios, obviously, Zushin is the strongest against tanky fighters and jungle. But with 3 immune heroes, who's she going to pick up? The only target she had was Sojourn. Sojourn is a roamer. They lost him a few times, but it doesn't matter, right? So ultimately, Eden will have to step up and pick up a hero that can utilize with the burst, or at least pick up the Kadita for themselves, because of course Kadita's advantage over the stationary mages is extremely evident. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, IGN leads with 1 pointer. Mikey, what's your thoughts on with the game 1?
I believe the first round that we saw, IGN had better initiators, and I've been saying that from the very beginning. They can do combos, and they did it. They utilized the heroes perfectly, accurately, as good as they could, because every single fight we saw, they locked on to the key damage dealers in the fights. Like Gadot Kacha was going against on either Irithel or Zushin or Ascension, because they are squishy targets, and afterwards you can see the overall damage output a Katita can do right now. The burst damage comes out too hard right now. She's meta, that's how it is. So that's why we're going to be seeing Khadija getting banned in this one. But I believe it was the draft that had the most impact in the first round. If the drafts are different this time, then things can be different. But the overall aggressiveness that came out from IGN from the early on, I wasn't expecting that. They secured the first blood quite soon in the mid game early on. And Jawhead has been annoying from the very beginning. So I think Tartarus was pressurized from the start of the match. So that actually was a big impactful thing, I believe. Chindu.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the instant Karita ban being the respect they put for Witch right in this match. And I feel that was necessary because the Karita can really disrupt your gameplay in a bit because, suddenly the Ocean Ode as well as the Rough Wave just comes in out of nowhere and you're just good as dead because the burst is really so high from that single target hero. We say that is a single target hero, but given the fact it gets a good set, you can just wipe out the entire team at some point. So I think the Karita definitely making things hard for Team Tartarus. However, this time they have the first pick. They did not ban one hero, so there are a lot of heroes open, especially the Uranus for the side of Team Tartarus to pick. But will they go for that pick or not? Will be the question. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the stream, and also don't forget to partake in the giveaway because we have a lot of things stored in for you. Do check out the pinned comments and from time to time whatever instructions are given down below, so you can predict the winners and give your prediction so you get your hands onto the diamond prize pool as well. But going back into this game, the Uranus first pick out here, Ray. Do you think that's a good start, or should they have gone for something else out here?
It's a little bit, what do you say, 50-50 for me. Not exactly 50, actually. It's very odd. It's like, it's like random number generator. It's very RGN. It's the fact that 27 is a weird XP later, okay? In some compositions, you want him to play the most aggressive as possible, and that's how their team wins. In some compositions, you want him to play a little bit to the sustain, where the Uranus comes in. So right now, if Tartarus drops around on that second scenario, they can have a good game for themselves. But again, the 1-1 going into the hands of IGN, that's going to be an interesting factor. But let's see. If 27 is able to soak up most of the damage from and the creator, they will have enough window to burst him out of it. So let's see. Tartarus obviously, okay. Tartarus is trying to cook something special. With the Kaja Kimi. I don't think it's gonna be a jungle jungle Kaja, but if it is, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I think it's most likely gonna be a roam, and 100% it's being picked up to make sure that the 1-1 doesn't cause any issues, right? They could have went for the Franco, but Franco is a little bit vulnerable. Kaja does serve the purpose in the sense that he has a damage reduction as well as the wave clear, much better in some tenses, and of course Franco is a gamble. You hit the hook, you're S tier. You don't hit the hook, you're D tier. But yeah, overall, they lose out a ban as well, so a few heroes going to be left out in the table. They do get the Louis, which is a little bit interesting to me because on TV, yes, Louis can reach the backlines with the yin yang combination, but let's see how it works so far with the 3 priority picks on the table. Mikey, what's your thoughts on this so far?
I believe still now for the side of Tartarus, they have an upper hand with the composition at they have. The Uranus is going to be dealing a lot of damage and being the front laner in the team fights because he's going to be quite tanky. He's going to sustain a lot. The overall region he has is a lot. And if you talk about Louis, the diversion she can use, it's pretty good for creating sets. And the Kaja with the Divine Judgment can be quite problematic for any initiators that IGN go for. So anyone who's going to hit the backlane might be stuck over there for quite some time and get taken down instead. And on the other hand, if you talk about IGN, they went for the Wan and the Kimi and the Lapu Lapu. Wan and Kimi, both of them will be pretty great from the mid game to late game, but early on, they might become a liability if they are not taken care of. If they are not surviving properly in the early game, then they'll have some issues for sure. And Lapu Lapu is pretty great right now. He's one of the best EXPs, but against Uranus, it's going to be a bit of an issue because no matter how much you hit him, he's still going to just stand around. He's just going to roam around a bit and come again with the full HP of his. We're going to see the Kufra getting picked from the side of IGN. Last 2 picks for the side of Tartarus. And they still need jungler. If Kaja is not the jungler, I believe Kaja will better be a Roma in this particular situation. But they will need a marksman, and any marksman that can go against Kimi and Wan Wan. Moscow is still open. That can be a good pick, I believe. But if they want, they can also go for, I'd say, Bruno, which is not a very common pick, I believe, a very controversial one. But they went for a more controversial pick, and that is the Clint. Shindu.
Mhm. The Clay does have the range, right? It can give a lot more burst damage. Oh, but Panda actually makes an appearance from the side of Team IG. I was not really expecting that. I was expecting an assassin to be played from Respect in this match. However, the Kai does get locked in. So it's going to be the heavy spin just to try to lock down. And I think it's a good disengage as well as the engage tool at some scenario. Even if the neutral objective takes, it kind of makes it pretty easy, right? You just go in with a heavy spin, you just zone the members out, you can just spin the jungler down, you can retreat pretty easily, get the objective towards your side, and pretty much it, right? But right now, I just feel despite having three frontliner, the damage might be lacking in the early game a little bit until their heroes get the proper item. So how do they just combat that? Because the side of Team Tartarus, they have really good damage as well as scaling out here. Ray. So with the match already going on, why don't you guys take it away?
Absolutely. We're going to be diving into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's the battle for Mythic Showdown, Season 1, the spot for the grand finals and the regional spots, of course. Let's see with the lower brackets, quarterfinals tonight, and the semis later on against Zohunt, which team will be the one going ahead. And of course, will be taking the spot in the grand final. So I don't know why I repeated that, but anyways, intercasting that's myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Mikey and Tartarus and IGN with IGN, the one pointer. Let's see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be really interesting with both of them going for a little bit different and unique approach this time around. Respect going back to the tank jungle, and on the other hand, there is the, of course, Kyle with the Clint, as well as the fact that there is a Kaja into the hands of Kimi. We do have a treat with us tonight. Anyways, Mikey, with the drafts already being settled in, what's your thoughts on this so far? Because of course we didn't get your input that much.
Yeah, absolutely. Already a bit of an engage in the bottom lane, mediating up a lot of damage, but still surviving. Kufra might dive in, but yeah, we can see that a bit of an engage was going on, but they didn't commit to it. If we talk about the overall drafts, I believe from the side of starters, they have an advantage with the Kaja and Louis at their hand, because the Louis can, use the diversion to create sets, teleport the teammates to a specific spot where they can just ambush someone. And when it comes to Kaja, the divine judgment is going to be really effective. But for the side of IGN, they have an Akai, so whenever Kaja is diving in with the divine judgment, I believe Akai can be just go Akai can dive in with the heavy spin and cancel it out. Already a little bit of an engage in the bottom lane, but I don't believe there would be any kind of kills being secured. From the side of Tartarus, they're trying to focus on the Lord right now, but already Zohan is taking up a bit of damage. Respect isn't cornered out over there, might be taken out, but let's see if Eden goes in or not. Already that was secured by Sui over there. Kimi was taken out in the process. Eden is well. 2 continuous kills secured by IGN. Again, they are leading in the kill, but let's see if the history repeats itself again like the last round or not. Ray.
Yeah. With 2 kills into the hands of IGN, but a total trade. Let's see how positive it comes around in the later phases. So far, of course, it's the early game. It's where you kind of anticipate the engages to be happening, especially with the fact that this time around, tables have been switched. Sojan is the one on the Kufra. Sojan has been widening his hero pool with more tanky jungles lately, other than the Gathot and of course the Jawhead. So I'm really willing to see how good it works around. We can clearly see the damage difference that's coming in. 27, mostly on the healing department, will sustain it, but Mirio of course wins it out with the damage. But a lot of aggression against the XP lane. Pretty interesting mid lane as well. A little bit struggle from which, of course, because there's the damage from the Louis, as well as the fact that there's Lazy Boy Musef as well. So let's see how's it go so far. 0 for 2 score still. No kills on the board. Looks like they're playing a little bit of a patient game this time around, Mikey. Not too risky and aggressive plays.
But for the side of IGN, they have 2 tanky heroes, I believe, Kufra and Akai. They have good utilities up their sleeves. So I think in team fights they'll have an upper hand. But for the side of Tartarus, they can set up in team fights. The Louis and the Kaja can be a good combination if they're utilized properly. But I don't think IGN will let Tartarus have that opportunity. Already the Divine Judgment being used up, so your dice in Zohunt is trying to retreat from that. I don't think it was viable to use the skills on the tank like that, because they don't have the damage output right now, so it kind of went to a waste over there. Already Kufra might dive in again on 27, taking up a bit of damage, but Zohunt will retreat from that situation as well. Let's see who gets the turtle, Ray.
Yeah, another turtle fight comes in. Last time around, though, it was into the hands of course, Joseph with... Oh, look at the engage that's coming in. 27 will get the kill on Witch this time around, but I think he'll also most likely get bursted out. He's maneuvering really well, but Eden, with the damage, is able to take down Sojan, but he's still trying to chase off the respect, but he will get out of it with just 1 HP left on himself. Mirio still on the table. Will... Oh, okay, there is a great diversion coming onto the top lane, and they are able to take down Respect, catching him off guard into that red buff. But let's see, they're still trying to go after someone, but I would honestly prefer to... Oh, but Kimi does have the conceal, has a flicker as well. Most likely wanted to go for the Divine Judgment, but seeing the presence of Zohunt, looks like they're going to be halting for a little bit, Mikey.
For the side of Tartarus, they are utilizing the Louis as much as they can. The yin and yang combination and the diversion is being put up into good use. Already the crossbow tank might be used up, but Clint was taken out in the process. Wan didn't even have to use the crossbow tank, but yeah, Kufra did use up his revenge over them. But in top lane, we can see a bit of an engage might be started up against the diversion being used up for the top lane. If IGN engages in the top lane, they can be a disaster, but already they are retreating from that situation. The kill score is in an equalizing situation. It's 3-3. The goal lead is on the side of Tartarus right now. They are snowballing, they are holding on to it, and they are doing it pretty good. Already about 3,000 goals lead is really effective in 6 minutes of the match. 27 is roaming around as usual, as he should be, since he's the Uranus in the match, and yeah, he likes to take up damage as much as he can, because it triggers his passive and helps him survive. But yeah, I believe things are going quite passive right now. The next fight might break out around the turtle, since it's going to be spawning in about 15 seconds or so. But before that, very little possibility of a committed fight, Ray.
Yeah, and so far... 27 is getting himself a little bit too much into the pickle, because that is very unnecessary just to use up the purify. But okay, he does use up the ultimate as well. He baits out the flicker, so maybe that was ultimately a positive trade. But Zohunt comes in with, of course, the Titan's Revenge, and Will ultimately is able to take down Lazy Boy Myosef over here. And with the jungler down, that is basically a easy turtle for themselves, or is it gonna be, because the 1-1 comes in with the crossbow tank, dishes up the damage, takes down Eden, and the knock up as well. Kimi will also ultimately fall, double kill into the table, and Kyle just trying to live out for a little bit, but Clint, oh, he does actually get to the kill with into Witch, and right now Zohunt will also fall. 27 double kill this time around. Looks like the tables are completely equal as the score sits at 6-6.
The initiation was from IGN was pretty good, but they continuously stayed their fight. They overstayed and extended it. That's why Tartarus got an opportunity to equalize the situation. Otherwise things would have been better for IGN. They were able to equalize the goal at that point, but right now the goal lead is still on the side of Tartarus. They also got the turtle right now. The goal lead is about 5,000 goals, and in just about 8 minutes of the match, and that's gonna be too much to take for the side of IGN. After a few minutes, they won't be able to take up the damage if this continues, Ray. And for the side of Tartarus, they're utilizing the Clint and the Louis as much as they can. The Clint is dealing a lot of damage from behind, and the passive of his is doing a lot of penetrating damage. Already the mid-lane's tier 2 was taken by the side of Tartarus, and they're going aggressive. They should go aggressive, and already Respect is taking a bit of damage. Divine Judgment being used up, melted down Respect. The damage from Kyle is extreme. Already Mirio goes in, but that is a bad decision. Kyle gets double kill over there. An amazing initiation from the Kufra, but nobody to do any follow-ups over here. Unfortunately, he was taken down as well. He just he was able to catch on to 3 of Tartarus, but there wasn't any damage dealers, unfortunately, Ray.
Damage from Kyle is insane right now with the level difference and 11. And 27 is coming in clutch with the Uranus this time around. Oh, a Divine Judgment coming in. That was just for a little bit of distraction, was it? But yeah, what do you say again? The fact that Uranus was able to tank the whole ultimate from the 1-1, that's a full positive. But look at that, there's a heavy spin coming in as well as the ultimate from the Kime. And they will be able to take down Joseph over here. And they are right now looking for the next target. That's going to be 27. They ultimately shut him down. But Kyle comes in with a flicker play, makes it a clutch, double kill in this table, make it a 1-1. But the Maniac will not be in his hands because Eden is the one capturing it. But ultimately, 4 members down, which is the only one left standing because he retreated early on, or else it was going to be a full wipeout. And this time around, Tartarus is not up for fun. They are here for blood, and they are doing a great job. Kyle is farmed with 3 core of his items, with the Blade of Despair being the most expensive one with 8.9, basically 9,000 farm against 6k. That is massive. One all light for Kyle, but the flicker play comes in with the time of it as well. The Labu all dives in and will shut him down ultimately. A little bit too aggressive perhaps, because they were extending it and they paid the price. The revenge is sweet and done, but the Lord is up. What's gonna happen, Mikey?
I believe there's a high possibility for IGN to go for the Lord, but even if they do, the damage output from Tartarus is extreme. But they don't have their marksman right now, so they can take the chance. So it's going to be a 50-50 situation for IGN. So I believe they can take out 1 or 2 before going for the Lord. Otherwise, they won't. Eden got taken out by Miri over here. Another engage coming out over there. We can see Kupra dives in on Suyo. He was taken out by Kimi in the process. The Lord will be taken by the side of IGN. I believe there's no one around to compete over it. But already Kyle dives in. The damage coming out from him is showing it's being intense over there. But Sojan was taken down in the process. Kyle was taken down by Respect. And we can see 27 is continuously poking around, but he won't be able to do much. The Lord was taken by the side of IGN. Already, the goal difference that Tartarus held, the 8,000 goals lead, is kind of equalized.
And that's ultimately not a good thing for Tartarus again, is it? Because they were leading so badly with 1 inhibitor exposed and so much damage that Kyle was able to almost take down 4 people. He had a triple kill. Last one was taken by Eden, but I would definitely consider he was the one dishing out the damage to 4 people. So much damage, but Kyle ultimately choked himself with that positioning, which ultimately right now with the Lord is against them instead of in their favor. And with that, they are going to be losing out of tier 2s. They had their tier 1 standing for so long, but right now it's going to fall as well. So the macro is slowly getting less and less. They're going to be losing out on the control. The map is going to be turning red, and with the tier 2s falling down and the inhibitor in jeopardy as well, it's not looking good for Tartarus. Again, they're pushed back against the wall once more, but hopefully it's just a minor setback and they can respawn back. But IGN, they are prepared too. They are all ready to go in. Let's see what's going to happen.
From the side of Tartarus, they were doing really great. Like, they were holding on to the goal lead. They had immense goal difference. The overall kill difference they had was really effective. They had the turret advantage as well. But right now, it's seeing that the things are quite equalized. Not about the turret, but beside that, the damage output that we're talking about, the overall initiations that might come out from IGN. I believe IGN did a really good job around the Lord fight in the last Lord spawn. But right now, the gold is equalized, so we cannot actually say that anyone has any advantage when it comes to the durability or the damage output. But when it comes to the initiations, still now, Tartarus has the possibility to go around ambushing people with the diversion of Louis. And Kyle has a lot of damage right now. The overall penetration damage he has is too much already. Van goes in. Lazy Boy might be taken down in the process. We can see the crossbow tank being used up. Suyo was taken down in the process. Vivich was taken down by Kyle. Mirio is retreating from that. Aaron, the creator, should retreat in the process for sure. Eden is dealing a lot of damage. Aaron was taken down in the process. 27 is aggressive. Divine Judgment being used up. Respect was taken down by Kyle. Already 3-man down for the side of IGN. Already they don't have an inhibitor. It's only the tank and the EXP to hold on the base. But I don't think they will be able to do so because the damage output, the minion waves, a lot. Already, Kyle is locking onto the base right now. Zohunt, it will be taken out. Maybe not. Maybe not. A lot of damage was taken up. Things have taken a turn over here. Which came around, and Kyle was taken down. 27 as well. Again, it's a similar kind of thing. Ray, in the last round, we saw the base was had very little HP. Right now, it's the same thing again, but it's for the other teams. And I think for the side of Tartarus, they went in really good, but I think they miscalculated about the base thing. It's the
Yeah.
Kufra and the Lapu Lapu. They were able to hold on to it. Even I wasn't expecting that they'll be able to do so, but yeah, they did really good. And the Kimmy, you were saying that she's gonna respawn, and she did really great over there and just dealt the damage as much as she could. And yeah, things have taken another turn. Things are pretty interesting, Ray.
Absolutely. I was counting down the seconds because one more second, if it was late, the base was a goner. Because even if Kimi came in, there's slight bit of delay when you respawn, and of course you have to walk to there. Right? There's 0.5 seconds, and in those 0.5 seconds, Kyle is full build right now. He will take down the base. But just 1 second difference was able to make everything. And right now, with the Lord coming back to the top lane, most likely trying to expose the inhibitor. Flicker play being used just out of there, but look at the Divine Judgment coming in. They take down Sojin over here, but a lot of damage coming into 27. He barely scrapes it off. The Lord will go into the turret and dish out some damage, and Respect tries to push in, but it's not going to be. Tartarus with a very successful defense, but look at that. Joseph was trying to make a sneaky play, but of course IGN smelt it from a mile away, immediately stopping him. But on the other hand, Witch is getting cornered a little bit from Kyle. Right now, the Flicker plays will most likely be in the table. Respect doesn't have the spinning anymore, but there's the Rocket Boom coming in from Kimi. What's happening in the mid phase? They need to keep on eyes on the Joseph because he's going into the base, but at the same time, crossbow tank coming in. A lot of damage. Joseph is all alone with the minion waves. They have to forcefully recall back. They need to go back, and the defense is coming in, but is it going to be enough or not? Joseph is doing his absolute best. 1 HP, but no! The minion will leave out the one basic attack, ultimately taking the game. Why each game is feeling like a finals? What's happening? Because each game is a stretch. Each game is a play of the base and Nexus. Shinryu, are you here with us? We are having great cinema here tonight.
This is what we pay our internet bills for, right? Matches like this just brings us to the edge of the table. Like last game, I say the same thing. This time, too, both the teams are so on par with one another. It was at the point where we didn't know which team will come on top, but Tartarus definitely with the better macro, actually, taking advantage of that long extended team fight and going for the base push with Joseph actually pushing it out all the way despite them trying to clear it out. But what a game we had in our hands. This time, Tartarus, they did not have the very, ideal situation to just, go for just an easy game. They had to work for it. They had to work really hard. Feels bad for Team IGN, but Tartarus, they definitely played it better this time around. So it's going to be 1-for-1 score. However, I think, we might see a full 5-game series ahead of us tonight here, right, Mikey?
That is a possibility from what we're seeing right now. I believe the whole credit goes to Suyo over here. Joseph just went for the base at the very right moment. Everyone was busy in the top lane fighting, and he just went for the base, had to just take out Lapu Lapu. And his team just backed him up and, continued the fight so that no one, was able to stop him at that point. Even though he was taken down, the minions just went for the base. And as Ray was saying, it's absolute cinema going on today because the overall fights it took turns. Once we were seeing that from the early on, it was Tartarus who were holding on to the better position. They had the upper hand. Afterwards, it was IGN. But right now, at the late game, we were quite, in a position where we couldn't predict what's gonna happen. And at least I wasn't predicting a backdoor from Suyo in that moment.
Yeah. Definitely not, right? And Ray, what do you think about that backdoor? Like it was like such a clutch moment, right?
I would say minion MVP, bro. The base survived at 1 HP, okay? Legit
Uh-huh.
1 HP, maybe even 0.1. We saw that, right? Joseph died when
Uh-huh.
the base was basically a micrometer, basically a hair's strand left. But the minion, that tiny little pawn minion, was alive and he hit the base and gave them the win, or else the game would have dragged on a little bit more and we would have seen a different outcome maybe, because on the top lane we were seeing a lot of skirmish happening, but I feel like ultimately Tartarus did get the win for themselves. But you know one thing, 1-1 did get a crossbow of Tang on the top lane, and
Yeah.
if that happened, Tartarus would have lost their members, and ultimately the game would have flipped again and again. And ultimately, I don't know how long we could have had this show, but we are having a great show tonight because we are not seeing a clean sweep. We're already with 1-1. 1-1 ultimately could not always lead the sword to 1-1. And right now we're gonna be seeing at least a game number 4. I want to say game number 5, of course, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what about you, but me for sure. And of course, I have got my homie Mikey and Shinru here, and let's see what's gonna happen. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting not just spicy but entertaining. You don't need popcorn. This match is enough for my belly. But yeah, let's see. Let's move in. And Mikey, of course, we've had a great series so far. Game number 3, 1-1, not on the table anymore.
Yeah, for sure, because the overall damage output she can do and the immunity she gets with the crossbow of tank is quite problematic in team fights. And from the after a couple of items, when the overall mobility of her increases because of the attack damage, attack speed, I think she is quite unstoppable in situations, and that's why they banned it off. We're not going to be seeing the Uranus as well. Two consecutive bans, two continuous bans, I'd say, with the Farsa and the Fredin. We're not seeing them being open at all. And in the last round, we saw what the Uranus can do. He was quite problematic and aggressive. The Bakshia getting banned as well. We're seeing the utility junglers getting banned from the very beginning of the match. In all 3 rounds, we're seeing them getting banned off. Shinryu. So, what do you have to say about that? So, would we see any assassins? Though we're not say we saw what the Link could do in the first round, but in the
Yeah.
second round, it wasn't any assassins. So, will there be any assassins in this one?
I was expecting assassin from the hands of respect for, if I be honest. However, in the last game, I think in the early game they definitely struggled, right? The heroes they need kind of itemizations, like they needed some gold in the early game. It was not really possible for them to dish out the damage that was necessary, and you could see how annoying 27 had been during the entirety of the zone objective take, zoning them out, just completely negating all that CC as well as damage was always able to just heal it back up because that was what Uranus does. Like you given the damage, he will just heal it back up. So I think that was a problem, and they already had two frontliners. Adding another one was not really necessary, but overall, I think this time around, IGN should go for an assassin if they are already picking two frontliners. So I would definitely like to see that. And however, this time around, IGN actually going for the Phobius first pick. So what are your thoughts about that, Yuri? Well,
Well, I believe from both of the sides, they are banning off pretty good heroes. Farsa, Fredrin, Bakshia from IGN, and from the side of Tartarus, they banned Wan Wan, Kimi, and Uranus, which we saw in the last round. I believe from the side of IGN, they'll be quite focused on the minions in this round after what happened in the last one. But if you talk about the picks for the side of IGN, they went with the Phobius first. Even though Lapu Lapu was open, I believe that would have been a more versatile of a hero because of the engages he could do. But still, Phobius is pretty good as well. We're seeing Nathan and Katukacha getting picked by the side of Tartarus. Next two picks are for the side of IGN, Ray. So what do you think they're going to go for?
With IGN still having the heroes like Kadita on the table, I feel like this time around they can go for it, especially considering that Nathan can only reposition himself one time. So that could be a possible, pick onto their hands. But let's see what's going to be they're picking. I think there should be a Kadita. They do have the Phobius, so they can combo with it. They don't have the Gatot Kacha anymore. So, and Nathan on the table, It's interesting because most marksmen struggle a little bit with the recent patch note update with Nathan, right? So let's just see. Let's just see what do they have on table, of course. And Shinryu, don't worry, you can stay with us till the game finishes. Sorry, the draft finishes, of course, because we still have you, man. Yo, man, Shinryu.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm here. I was just taking a moment's free to just analyze the draft because I'm seeing some new things happening from both the side, and finally, the Grandeur makes an appearance despite being open in the last two games. They were really prioritizing on that 1-1, and that being banned this time, Adam the Creator would revert back to his old hero. That's gonna be the Grandeur, and so far, once again, which gets his hands onto the Kadita, which was a really tough hero to crack in the last game. So, what do you think about that pick for the side of Team Imagine again here, Mikey?
I think from the side of IGN, they have decent damage, but when it comes to crowd controls, it's only the Kadita. Phobius can be problematic. Even the Granger can do a lot of damage. Getting Kadita was one of the best decisions you can go for right now because she's one of the best
My prediction.
mages. For the side of Tartarus, I believe Gacha is one of the best initiators in the current patch because of the overall radius he can cover up with the AOG.
Yep.
And we can see they have got CC as well. So CC has good mobility, so she can just continuously deal a bit of amount of damage and also jump around and go to the back end, deal a bit of damage. So the mobility is going to be a good distraction in team fights. Like she can jump in fights, create a distraction, whereas the other players can lock onto the damage dealers. That can happen. And when it comes to Nathan, he can be pretty good with the entropy and all, but uh,
Hmm.
when we talk about the bans for the side of Tartarus, they went for Choi and Hayabusa. They're banning of the junglers, and for the side of IGN, they banned the Louis, and right now they have banned the Kai Shindu.
Mhm. Yeah, the Akai kind of caught me by surprise. However, the Assassins does make sense, right? They have a hero that wants to scale that relies on the positioning that's going to be Nathan, so they really require uh, this dive-based heroes to be banned off. But again, that does open the lane. The Fanny, both of them will be up for the take. Even the Suyo too. I think while the Ling and the Fanny might rely on the blue buff, the purple buff, it's going to be the Suyo can actually do really well, but still, will they get that hero on their hands? Would be the question because Tartarus they still have the bio pick right now. If they want, they can steal it away, but will they? Would be the question. What do you think, Ray?
So far with how okay, immediately they come in with something new. They immediately come in with something new, don't they? Because they come in with the X-Borg on the third game, and it's going to be interesting how they're going to be maneuvering. Because right now, okay, Matilda is open, but will they go for Matilda? I think so, because
Mhm.
I feel like
It will be
Matilda
a good
would be a
steal,
little
though.
bit too vulnerable.
It will be a good steal, right? You don't want to give an X plus, but okay.
Hmm.
But they already have a roamer, though. That's
Yeah.
different.
I
They need
mean,
a middle.
oh, my bad, my bad. For a second,
Yeah.
I forgot. I forget CC is EXP lane so many times because she doesn't scream as an EXP lane to me. She looks like a hero that you would
Oh.
see most likely in the mid
Mhm.
lane. But IGN is recreating what they did in the game number one with the Kadita Jawhead lane combination, with the addition of course, the Granger. It's gonna be really interesting how it's gonna go. And last pick on the table. Let's see what it's gonna be.
It should be a good mid laner. Is Yoshi still up for the take? But I don't know, Mikey, will they go for that? Is question.
I don't think they should go for the Zushin because in the first round they did it, but afterwards, it didn't actually work out as they predicted. So I think they won't. Against Kadita, it's going to be a bit problematic. They can go for Louis again, I believe, because the Louis can be a bit of a good utility. The diversion, as I said, is a great utility for ambushes or creating sets. So that can be a viable pick. But what am I
Oh,
saying? I'm saying that Zaz getting picked. Shindu.
wait.
What is
I'm,
going on?
I'm flabbergasted. Guys, I'm flabbergasted. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the draft from both the sides. And believe me or not, it's going to be Zax making an appearance from the side of Team Tartarus. So It's gonna be a really exciting match. New things are coming up, so keep your eyes for that. But again, don't forget to make
Mhm.
your prediction down in the comment section for this game. But this is gonna be the third game. Long night still. This best of five out here race. So,
Mhm.
quick question: which draft do you think is out for hand out here?
I was gonna say IGN, but I feel like Zask is gonna be a catalyst because the only reason I know why Zask is on the table. Okay, most mages will struggle against obviously Khadita. They get bursted out. Zask, he will just go retreat inside obviously his huge dominator, right? Galaxy dominator or something. I forgot. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're kicking things in. Shinryu, of course, you can pass the mic to right now our caster Sarah. Okay, Shinryu is having some trouble, but
Oh,
anyways.
wait. I'll do that. I'll do.
Go ahead,
I
go
was
ahead.
just waiting for the cue, man. Anyway, guys, it's gonna be Sarah actually taking over, and all the best to you guys. And have fun. Focus this game. Have a blast and watch this game, guys.
Good luck in exams, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, anyways,
Alright.
Sarah, yay!
Thank you so much, everyone, for the throw. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the Land of Dawn. And this is going to be game number 3, the tiebreaker and the match point settler all at the same time. And TRT, they decide to pull up on a very, very interesting duff. And as a Granger player myself, though, I would have to say, Jask actually counters the Granger because of that small minion right in front of him.
You know, Sarah, first two series have been absolute cinema with the minions being the MVP on both. So, I mean, Mikey right now has switched to host, so he will definitely tell you what happened. I mean, I can tell you as well, but of course, let's focus on what's on the table right now. And both the score being 1-1. 1-1 is the one who did this, by the way. So 1-1 being banned out is also poetic. So far, both of the members, of course, have great. I would say the XP lane matchup, obviously CC wins it out 80% of the time, but in the later phases, and especially in the team fights, Phovis is the one taking the win. But on the other hand, Roamer table, that is interesting because Jawhead, Sojin, has proved himself so dangerous in the first game, and he's looking to do the same thing with Witch, who also picked it up into the game number 1. So there's a lot of repicks happening into this game number 3 on the table. So let's see what's going to be happening. And the turtle's gonna be spawning in pretty soon, Sarah. Spawned, yeah.
So we can see, look at that. We see the early skirmish coming in. There comes the ejector right onto Kimmy and Khadita with the waves right away, getting the first blood before the turtle fight has even begun. But he will also lose his life at the same time as Eden secures a double kill while Respect will be securing the retribution battle at the turtle. There comes another ejector though right onto Eden, who does not have the alien form right now. But Lazy Boy Miosef with the blast coming in does secure a kill onto Chosen. Fair trades everywhere. However, Tartarus, they managed to secure the goal lead right in their favor.
Just remember, it's Dominator's Descent, it's double D. The Zaska's ultimate. I just suddenly remembered because, I used to watch a guide about Zask where he was meta, but yeah, jokes aside, the score sits at 1-3, of course, and the turtle will not make that much difference in the early game. Of course, not much gold, just a little bit of momentum. But clearly, let's see what's going to be happening. It is shifted again into the hands of Tartarus again. They do have been maintaining the early lead from the game number 2, but oh, look at the AOG.
Oh, there comes Kimmy's AOG. It was right on point though, but there's no backup coming in from his team, and Aigen should be able to find his kill pretty easily. Struggles a bit, but does find it. There comes the curtain call from the side of 27, but Respect with the Tempest of Blaze will find the kill on 27 from Aaron, and Witch takes down Kyle right away with the Petrify play coming in absolutely perfectly on time. Whatever goal lead TRT had, it is now in the favor of IGN. These teams just blowing fists at each other and actually capitalizing from whatever lead they have.
And right now, with the score sitting at 4-3, it's obviously a pendulum. It's going to go back and forth a little bit. Aaron, you should watch out. He does have the flicker, but better make sure you don't get in trouble.
Oh, we can see he has to run away. Oh, he dashed forward instead of backward. That's a mistake. But Kyle, he is also quite forward. He has to use up his flicker and will try to escape as much as possible. Kimmy's taunt comes in right on, trying triple kill, secured by Kyle right away, but Respect secures the shutdown. Will have to run away. Kimmy with the AOG misses the target, but Respect will live to see another day. Not the best of plays coming in by the side of IG, and I think that was just a panic moment. What do you say, Ray?
Absolutely. Panic, panic button pressing and everything. It happens. It always happens. But of course, the score is going back and forth a little bit, right? And it's going to be interesting if this game is going to be even more neck to neck than the previous ones. But look at that. Mirio probably wants to go in. Sarah?
Oh, there comes the ejector play one more time. Mirio trying to jump and up and down, trying to just zone them away. Kimi27 already caught out very low, but so is Respect. These teams, they're not giving up. But look at Mirio going in and right onto Kyle, but Kyle has the Starlium skid. The damage is gonna be hitting them quite well enough. Chosen looking for a flicker play here, but will not try anything too risky. He does not have an escape mechanism. But look at Vejon to the backside, trying to mark down 27, who manages to escape with one slither of HP. But there comes the AOG, but it won't work out. Link's Tempest of Blade has been used up. They need to back out. They need to come back. Which, trying to save Sojan right on target, will manage to survive, but is the mid lane tier 1 going to stand alive? Kimi trying to face tank all of it, Mirio trying to protect it, but the curtain call, it lands on a Witch and Mirio accidentally cancels Witch recall, which isn't a good thing, but TRT, they definitely find their lead back right on track.
This game is so close because, you know, right away from the minutes, Sarah, we saw 2-3, then 4-3, then we saw a 5-6 and right now 6-7. It's going back and forth, very neck-to-neck competition, but let's look at the statistics, right? Because with the goal lead being pretty equal, that means it is anybody's game. But the second thing we need to notice, what's happening in the mid lane? Dominator's Descent, baited out. That is a resource wasted for Eden in the next team fight, which still has the Petrify as well as, of course, the Rough Waves. He needs to watch his positioning. He does have the Flicker, but Flicker is not going to be saving you from a Petrify combination. So that's something to keep in mind. Bottom lane turret has been taken down by Respect. So that is 1 point into the macro for the hands of course, IGN. But Tartarus, Joseph is trying to equalize it. But what's happening there, Sarah?
Oh, there comes the ejector once again. 27 gets knocked out one more time, and all the 3 times have been the same. The 2 times have been the same. But wow, Chosen just outperforming 27 on that one. But there comes the ultimate from Jawhead. Another ejector on the Kimi this time. Aaron has to position a bit safer. He has to move back. He's taking the damage. Switch on towards the backside, trying to mark down Eden, who does not have the ultimate at the moment. But on towards the mid side though, Respect definitely catches the mid tier 1. And now on towards the top side, we can see IGN just safely retreating back to their safe havens on the right. But it's not over. There comes the lasting insanity. They are all low. Are they going to be fighting? Tempest of Blade comes in right on time. Respect trying to catch all the blades right in place. 27 zoning them out. But Mirio will be taken out by Kyle right away. Perfect rotation. 5 men. All members of Tartarus of the Turtle. Easily secured by them.
This game is, you know, much more decision maker because whoever is going to be winning will get the 2-1, right, Sarah? But clearly, it's going very interesting. The turtle being shifted. Oh, Aaron? Burst.
Mistake. He has been taken down. That was like even before Aaron the dash. He dashed forward instead of backward. But look at that Witch trying to get the play, but will not succeed this time. Eden does not have the ultimate. A Link trying to get the Tempest of Blaze right on place and will find the killing spree. But Kyle, is he gonna find it? Chosen does use the ultimate, does not have the ejector this time around and will be taken down. Misplay coming in by IGN right there, but even Mirio gets caught. The vengeance isn't enough to save him. He is trying his best, but Kyle secures the mega kill right away. On towards the bot side, we can see Joseph trying to split push onto the towers. Quite the smart move coming in because he...
Sorry, you cut it for a little bit there, but of course, hopefully you can fix it as soon as possible. And don't worry about interrupting me. Just do your mic test, all right? But till then, I'll be covering you, of course. And okay, you're back.
Yeah, it's just the network, but then...
Yeah, the network is paying a hefty price, is it? It's okay.
And it's okay. Witch manages to survive that, I think. Yep, he does. And look at Respect, though. He does not have the ultimate and he does not have the blue. What is IGN really going to do this time around?
Which that game was playing like a menace, but this time around he's not getting the opportunity to do so. With the fact that Joseph this time around has picked up a tanky option, he needs to wait for the Firaga armor to go down, but they're not obviously able to do that. Oh, Eden with it. What's happening on the bottom lane though? Kyle better watch out.
We have to see how this turns out, but Respect does not have the blue, and he cannot really make the play he wanted to make it there. Which, though, in a very good position onto the mid side. If he finds Kyle or Eden and uses of the Petrified right on time, things could look really risky for the side of Tartarus. The Lord is up, and a main damage dealer going down at this moment. That's the worst thing possible. They aren't aware, though. No one's aware. Look at Kyle. He's gonna survive. He manages to survive. He predicts it with the spidey senses. Well done right there, but on towards the mid side, we can see Tartarus trying to dive in, getting the tower shield. IGN doing their best to try and protect that, and they managed to do it this time around. Ling going in for the split because he knows that without the buff, can't do much. Now he will have to come back to base as Tartarus, they secure a very easy Lord.
With the easy Lord into their hands in 10 minutes into the game and score obviously 8-12 and goal lead of 6,000. Tartarus this time around is leading a very safe play. Oh, the flicker play under the middle lane. I also noticed that. So far, this feels a little bit has been shifting towards, it's going downhill for IGN basically. Tartarus this time more into the control, but AOG pops in. Sarah?
Oh, we can see Joseph securing the kill onto Witch right away along with Kimi's AOG. That just shows that how much in sync TRT are today, performing much better than what we saw yesterday, and it is very much needed because they should not be backing down. They should want that spot back in the upper bracket finals and maybe even the grand finals. Oh, but look at that on towards the top side. We can see TRT trying to look in for the engage. There comes the ejector right outside the turret. But Kimi will be taken down though. There's only 3 people at base, which gets marked out right away. Kyle marking down the base. Lasting Insanity comes in onto Aaron, and he has been taken down. The base open, and it is Tartarus. Takes away the victory.
It honestly felt a little bit less neck to neck this time around. It was much different. It felt a little bit one-sided, and Tartarus was more in the play. But we are back this time around. Mikey, you're the host. You witnessed the game. This time around, Tartarus just took it on to the one-sided. Are we seeing IGN running out of strategies? Because they did pick the same picks as game number 1.
I believe they thought that it's gonna work out this time, but unfortunately it didn't. But
Yeah.
Overall, it was a pretty short match, to be honest, and the overall aggression coming out from Tartarus was too much. And we can see the MVP is for the side of Nathan. Kyle got the MVP with a KD of 9-2, and yeah, with the rating of 10. He did really good. The overall damage output he was able to provide with the help of the team was amazing. I believe Gadut Kacha was pretty good with taking up and soaking up the damages up front, and also the Zask was a very good utility as well, because it can be a very good diversion in team fights. But yeah, even though the picks for the side of IGN were quite similar compared to the first round, it didn't work out the second time, and already the strategy for the side of Tartarus, they understood the strategy and they already were able to overcome that and successfully won the round.
Yeah, and I think obviously maybe it was a reason they became a little bit predictable. Maybe they were expecting the Khadija to be coming in, but this time around they were prepared. They were all in to make sure that just in case they did pick up it again, they are going to be coming up with a response, and they did. The Zask just came in clutch, as well as the fact that Xborg was such a good pick this time around, because I don't think the side of IGN was basically prepared to deal with it at all. They had burst, but you need DPS to shred the armor, then you can burst the Xborg, but they did not have it on the table this time around. So they have to change up their strategies, and they have to prepare for Joseph to pick up something like a pocket pick this time around. If not, it might just be because the score is 2-1. If they don't make it a 2-4-2, we're not going to be seeing a game number 5, and it will ultimately, despite such great performances, game number 1 and game number 2, they did lose game number 2 due to the minions, but if they lose right now, they're out of the competition, so much so. But yeah, both of the teams, of course, definitely deserve to play against Zohunt on the semifinals, but let's see, it's the lower brackets. what we do have in our hands. But of course, Sarah, so glad to have you, of course, into game number 3. And right now it's game number 4. What's your thoughts on this? Of course, you missed out on first 2 games, but it's all right. I hopefully this short recap can help you.
Of course, I did watch it though. Behind the scenes, I was there, I was present. And
Such a good
honestly,
thought
the
there.
first game, yes, honestly, the first game, IGN, they did so well. It was unexpected, and that is why they stole the hearts so much more, and that is why our expectations increased. On towards the second side, very equal game, but Minions being the MVP, of course, secured the game for Tartarus. And in the third game onwards, Tartarus definitely showing why they came here and why they are called the top squad of India, and that is exactly what they will be looking to carry over on towards the fourth game as well, unless and until IGN cooks something up in their minds and comes back like they did in the first game, which is very required for them if they want to take this to a fifth game and fight for a slot in the lower bracket finals alongside the other teams. While Tartarus, they will be looking for the same thing as well.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And with the draft, of course, the same heroes getting banned out, the 1-1 not going to be seeing the light of the day, and as well as the fact the Uranus and the Farsa will obviously going to get banned out. Farsa, when they're playing against Tartarus, Eden's signature Farsa will never see the light of the day, that's for sure. But Kalia will get banned out. Baksha is open though. Mikey, what's your thoughts on that? Pick or no?
I was actually thinking the same thing that the last 2 bans, maybe they'll be banning off both of the junglers because they are one of the best utility junglers right now. Baksha can be a good pick, but let's see if they're actually going to go for that or not. And yeah, they did. And the best utility about Baksha is that he can be a good anti-heal utility, and also the mobility he has, he can rotate around the map quite easily. For the side of IGN, they can go for a few heroes, and Kadita is one of them, and she is still open. But I believe Kadita can be a good utility for sure. But besides that, Matilda would be a good option, but no, they didn't go for any of them. They went for the Xborg, and that is good against any tanky heroes because of the true damage output he can give. And Kim is pretty good in the mid lane. I believe she can be utilized in the gold lane as well, but I prefer her in the mid lane, to be honest. Next
Yeah,
two
of
picks for the
course.
side of Tartarus, Sarah. What are your predictions on that?
Honestly, for the side of Tartarus, I can see the Kadita pick might be picked up by Eden right away since the Farsa has been banned out and the Kimi has been picked up. They could also be trying to get the Lilia in their hands or just simply lock in on the CC on towards the EXP since 27 has been performing quite well on that. They might try to get the joy early on, or maybe give Kyle one of his comfort picks just so that it does not get banned out on towards the second banning phase.
Eden might just go for the maybe this time around the Zushin can be a good option because it is a comfort pick, but they go with the Nathan. This time around, Tartarus is the one picking it up for themselves into the hands of Kyle, as well as the fact that they get an assassin. Joseph finally will get a comfort into his hands. So which obviously needs to watch out at any cost. But Xborg, onto the other hand, it's a little bit 50-50 because if, of course, Firaga armor gone, Hayabusa will execute him. But if the Firaga armor stays, Hayabusa will have a lot of trouble to figure it around. But ultimately, Nathan's damage is obviously the crucial factor over here because he's going to be the one melting the frontliners, Mirio, as well as, of course, Respect. So let's see what's going to be happening onto the table. But of course, they did not pick up the Kadita. They have not picked up the Zushin either. There's 2 comfort picks. And if IGN decides to ban it out right now, Eden will get a little bit, struggling with the hero pool of his because Farsa is not on the table. Kimi is gone. Just like I said, Jushin is gone. What is he going to be picking up? Because Mikey, those are his options. And just like I predicted, IGN is committing to it, taking out his hero pool one by one.
I'm amazed to see that you are happy that Zushin is gone, but from the side of Tartarus, we're seeing Gatot Kacha being banned off. Lilia is still a very good option. They can go for that, but not anymore. Lilia got banned from the side of IGN.
Yeah,
For
that's
the,
the pick.
for the side of Tartarus, they can focus on the EXP. Arlot is still a very good pick, I'd say, but I don't know if they'll go for that. Because in this particular draft, I think Arlot would have been good as a roamer, but he's not picked as a roamer that often. But yeah, if we talk about the rumors, Matilda is still open. They can go for that from the side of IGN. But other than that, maybe the Florin, if they're going for any kind of healing based heroes, Minotaur is an option as well. But from the side of Tartarus, they didn't ban off any of the heroes. For the side of IGN, they'll go for the next pick. They need a Roma on their hand, also a marksman or a mage. It depends whether Kim is going in the mid or in the gold. So
Most
let's
likely
see
mid,
what
yeah.
they go for. What do you
I
think,
think,
Sarah?
yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with that, Mikey, because honestly, the thing is that the Kimmy is going to be very vulnerable here, especially because of Nathan's burst once he gets 2 items. And then there is obviously going to be the Hayabusa constantly marking her down. IGN here needs to think of something, one to stop the Hayabusa from jumping around too much. Maybe a Kufra could work out somewhat. But on the hands of Tartarus, though, they have quite a lot of options open except for Eden. I think majority of his hero pool is banned out. He really has to look forward to picking up that Kadita. It would work wonders. But if not, is it going to be the Jask once again? A flex pick maybe? Or maybe the Luoi? But then again, the Luoi is also going to be very vulnerable, especially to the Lapu Lapu and the Export combo.
Exactly. Eden last time around with that's why we were so shocked. I think everyone was shocked to see Disask, right? Because that's not exactly Eden's hero pool, not is something that he has picked up. It was a pocket surprise pick. Okay, he did have the Novaria into the table, but I'm gonna be honest, he has extremely low win rate on the tournament with Novaria. I feel like it's close to like 20%. He has won like only one game, I think. So not sure what her purpose is gonna be because her main skit is vision. They don't exactly need vision on this because there's not many assassins or someone who can ambush, and also of course there's a lot of disruptors because you have the Hilda who's going to be troubling them a lot. There's also Lapu Lapu, there's also Exborg. Everyone will be after her. I know she can go into the walls and outside of the map as well, but how much is going to that affect? Mikey, the draft has been finalized. Before we head into the game, what's your thoughts on this Novaria pick particularly?
I think Novaria can be a good scout, but it's not going to be that much viable in
Yeah,
this particular draft. IGN has a lot of tank heroes over here, so it's going to be quite of
exactly.
chaotic scenario. Tata is going to end it in this one because it's the best of 5 series, and if they win this one, then they win the match as well, and then they go face off with Zohunt in the semifinals. But IGN, they have to do their best right now to be in an equalizing situation. And in this particular draft, I believe IGN has a slightly better chance with because of
Yeah.
the durability. But for the side of Tartarus, they have a lot of utilities at their hand that they can utilize. But with that being said, we are gonna be jumping onto the land of dawn. Tartarus is gonna end it over here. IGN is gonna try to be, in an equalizing situation. But for now, it's gonna be our casters Ray and Sarah. So guys, just take it away.
Thank you, Sarah.
You, Mikey. Yes, sir. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be it's begun. Both the teams looking to stay alive. It's a battle of the fittest, survival of the fittest in this competition. And look at the early invade coming in from Hill right away. Red, and he does not have the retribution, so obviously he is going to have a little bit harder time trying to steal away the small camp from the IGN's side of the river. And here Kenny already getting poked out so badly by both Rich and Chosen. Good work right there by both of them. But then again, on towards the goal side, we'll really have to see if Kyle he can perform as well as he did in the previous game, or is this time around Aaron going to not make the mistakes he made and actually turn out to be the key to winning this game for IGN.
Absolutely, because of course he has the Granger, one of the strong picks. Because you hand it to, of course, into the hands of LCFs. Starkties, he will just decimate. You hand it into the hands of Skyzen, he will decimate. Granger is just one of those picks that is very prime, very strong. But of course, last game a few mistakes were made, and ultimately the Granger did not win the lane and obviously lost the game as well. So let's see this time around, though, they do have he needs to look around for one thing though. There is 27 on the Arlott, who's with the final slash can reach the backline much easier. But the turtle is up for the grabs. It's on the table. Mirio is level 4, and so is Witch. Let's see. The engage is already up, Sarah.
Oh, look at Witch getting marked, but Respect definitely wins the retribution right there. They are gonna be getting caught, but he manages to survive with 1 HP as Shozen secures the first blood onto Baxia right away. Hayabusa, he had the retribution, but he missed it by just slither of an age. But look at Hilda, though, almost getting him down, but successfully manages to recall. At least this time around, IGN, they seem to be winning out the early engage. Things are looking quite well for them, and even on towards the gold side, the lane freeze, it's working out well for Aaron right here. Kyle seems to be missing out those minions quite a lot. He has already missed 2 minions in the previous wave and now this one. So definitely here, IGN is looking quite strong.
Yeah, Jin is doing a little bit better. Oh, look at the Mirio though. Can they do it? Nah, the flicker play was there. But 1 resource wasted. Lapu Lapu cooldown is around 30 seconds, so he'll get it back. But Novaria, 120 seconds. That's a hefty resource gone from their hands in the mid laner. So Novaria, Eden better watch out his moves onto the next steps. Bottom lane, we can see some pressure building up. Tartarus is trying to maneuver towards it. Let's see if the rotations is going to be to engage in the bot lane or not. Because, of course, bot lane should be their priority. But looking at how the lane freeze is going, I feel like they're also trying to ignore it. But let's look at that. Astral Recall in the mid lane. Sarah?
We can see Mirio in a little bit of danger, but he is going to survive. But Kimmy is going to be taking down Shozen. 3 members jumping onto 1 Hilda. That's risky, but okay. It's alright, it's acceptable. That it's a tank after all, and whatever pick off you get, it's free gold for your team. And that's exactly what Tartarus is doing here. But look at that, they're already trying to mark down the mid lane tier 1, trying to take the gold away. Kind of following yesterday's rotation. I'm not going to take names, but obviously it's alright. But here, Tartarus, they are doing okay. They just need to farm up and make space for Kyle to do what he really needs to do in the team fights. And as the turtle is beginning, we can see the jungler from the side of IGN already in position. Hayabusa though, far away. So obviously this is going to be another uncontested turtle. Only the Astral Recall for the vision, but that's it.
Yeah, and despite that, they still have good amount of gold, I would say. They have not went down yet, but oh, Kimi getting a little bit of a pressure here. Will force to use up his spell. IGN has been doing a really great job at baiting out the spells from the hands of Tartarus. Right now, they are building the pressure into the bottom lane jungle area. And looks like 27 wanted to go, but not yet. Is that a bad step? Nah, he just goes back.
Yep, just a little bit of a bait gameplay coming in by them. But if you look at Kimi, he is too far ahead of his team and manages to jump back to safety at least this time, while Kyle was trying to chunk down the tier 1 on towards the bottom lane. That's a bit of a smart move to provide the vision which Kyle really needs, you know.
Yeah, I think this game is a lot more slower paced compared to the last 3. Last one, yeah, it was a little bit slow as well. But oh, what is Joseph's positioning? He doesn't have the shadows anymore. He's stuck there onto the bottom lane as well. There's a pressure into the gold lane. Looks like everything is a little bit scattered. What's happening into the map, Sarah? What's going on?
They are just completely on to like they are giving everything to Kyle. It's like spoon feeding. Like, here, take this kill, you get the goal, you carry the game. That's it. That's completely it. Look at Kimi rolling around being a Baxia right into their faces inside their jungle area. Oh, Novaria, good damage right there onto Aaron though. Poor thing, he can't even come out of the turret because he's getting poked so much because of that one pick. Things I just started off well, okay? But now Kyle, he is fed. He has the item, he has the Stallium skip, he's onto the Feather of Heaven. And obviously from here, it's just going to be a snowball after snowball.
Yeah, he also gets the Ceruleum set, just like you mentioned, right? But on the other hand, Glowing One, just only Glowing One. Okay, both of the mages get the Glowing One, so the anti-heal is going to be on the table. The lifesteal from, of course, Kyle will be affected a little bit, as well as the regeneration from 27, but looks like a possible engage coming in into Turtle Pit, Tara.
We can see just this time around, Joseph steals away the turtle while Kyle gets a solo kill onto Shozen. Kimi trying to survive the revitalize. should be enough to save him, but not this time.
Nah.
Lasting Infinity with the perfect amount of stacks, but Respect vulnerable after Firagar was down. 27 finds 2. Kyle finds the 3rd. Killing spree for him right there. Tartarus showing who's the real boss. Even though IGN won the first game, they took it to their ego. They said no more losses. We are winning this shit, and that is exactly what they're doing right here. But look at Hayabusa. Oh, Hayabusa. Hello? Hello, Joseph?
What was that?
Okay. It's alright, Joseph. We get it. You're hyped up. It's alright, man. Don't make those mistakes again.
Yeah. At the heat of the moment, stuff happens, right? But anyways, the score sits at 6-4-2. That clutch from 27 though was amazing, as he has pushed the scoreboard to a 6-4-2 right now, putting IGN at a kill deficit of 4. So goal deficit of 3000 as well, under 8 minutes. That is pretty good. They are climbing back a little bit, and they are creating the presence in the macro as well, because look at that, they take all the tier 1s down. Only the tier 2s are left. Even the bottom lane tier 2 is down, which better watch out, might get taken here. Flicker gets wasted.
Oh, we did sniped him to death right away. But look at Miria though. Oh, there comes the bravest fighter. Takes down the Hayabusa, but he's caught out alone. Kyle is fed. Obviously gets the mega kill right away. Easy stuff for TRT right there. I do not know how, but I think Shozen has been getting melted a little too easily right from the first minute of the game, and that's something, and that just changed something. That changed the pace for IGN right there. They had been winning the turtle fight early, but once Kyle got that first kill onto the bot side, once his team said that it's all yours, boy, just take it all for you, TRT just came right back on track, and things have been looking so good for them ever since.
Yeah, can we see the itemization? I know Hilda is squishy, but Miriel possibly wanted to go for some beef, but nah, he did not. I mean, Hilda is squishy, I know. Look, let's look at it. Okay, only recipe items, not exactly that defensive just yet. Need to get it full itemization to not be so melted out, because I mean, compared to 8,000 farm, 3,000 is 5,000 deficit is just too much, and that's the whole reason. EXP gap is there because he's level 9. Here Kyle with level 12. That's basically 3 difference. Trisects the damage. Oh, look at Kimmy. He possibly wants to go in for a possible engage. They have the Lord in their hands as well, which is going to be coming from the bottom lane, which does have the holy defense. So a possible good defense is on the table. But tier 2s are falling down. What's the response? Mid lane?
We can see Hayabusa using up the quad shadow right on target, but he went inside the base. Wrong shadow, man. But it's alright. He does not have the Furag armor. The Respect again getting melted right away by Kyle. The damage had reached onto Miria and Aaron on the backside as well, but they managed to survive because they were so far out of the range. They had to go all the way back to base just to defend their inhibitor under 10 minutes. That says something about Tartarus, about how well they are coordinating this time around and pushing down the major neutral objectives, the turrets, and it has been going so well for them.
Absolutely, and how can they make a possible comeback, because the burst is too much for Shozen, but Kyle, bad mistake.
Taken down. Wow. Just why would he go in alone after he has been backed up by his team the entire game? Why do you want to go in alone? In the middle of 4 people, that too when there's a Granger who is looking to farm up Skypierce's stats. Just a rookie mistake, I would believe, and just he couldn't predict that he would have 4 people jumping on him. I guess so.
I mean, he should have known, because at this crucial moment making mistakes is kind of bad, because of course you have the lead, of course you have, but it just went down. You from 3,000 to 2.8k, and it will gradually go even down, because one thing is that Kyle will stop farming at one point, full build. Granger does not. He will keep getting stacked. That's one of the things about the Granger, and the fact that he's not exactly the most late game marksman either, that's something that they need to keep in mind. But Hayabusa with the Ugi Shadow kill. Oh my god, Sarah! What was that?
The damage is too much at this point, and I think he managed to stack up completely, and which got taken down, and so now so does Josen. This is just amazing stuff coming in this match, because the main damage dealers, they aren't being able to come forward. Look at that. Look at the Novaria snipe coming in so well. It just forces Aaron to go back to base every now and then, and he is unable to keep up as many stacks as he would like to have. And that's changing a lot for the... look at that, another early shadow kill right on to Muriel, and he gets sniped down by Eden right away.
That sniper was amazing from the hands of Eden, but oh, engage.
Oh, the lasting insanity comes in, but 27 manages to flicker away from danger. Joseph, though, flexing at this point right onto IGN's faces. He is just simply shadowing in, shadowing out, getting the wrong shadow and still surviving, but it's alright. Kimmy goes in a little too aggressive inside the base when the Lord is up. Bit of a mistake, but okay, I think it shouldn't be much considering how much goal lead TRT have as of now. And they should be able to take the Lord pretty easily. And Kyle should be able to take it alone, in fact.
Yeah, he will, most likely. But of course, IGN definitely want to stop it. Let's see. Zohunt gone.
Why? Joseph, why? Oh my god. Joseph is 1 HP, but he still gets the retribution even inside his ult. But Kyle with the triple
Kyle
kill.
online.
He's going for
It's
the maniac. He is going for the maniac.
27 said no.
Says, nah, bro, it's mine. You go away. You have had enough. Bye bye. Joseph, though, on his way to die inside the turret with an immortality and a winter flex, and he manages to actually survive that. So good stuff.
That minion. That minion could have been his end. That minion
could have literally hit him. Al Chosen trying his best though to pull the minions to the side, but there's already a huge wave right at the base. And TRT 3-1. The lower bracket semis is theirs.
Victory!
What a journey it has been, but ultimately Tartarus takes the win. Game number 4 with 3-1. Unfortunately, no game number 5. I would have loved game number 5 to have more Sara, but yeah, jokes aside, it feels bad a little bit. I wanted to see a game number 5. It would have been really good, but Tartarus doesn't want to push it. They had this game on their hands, and the damage from Kyle. Damn. Anyways, host Mikey, how are you doing, man? How was the game?
The game was pretty spectacular, to be honest. I did see that from side of Tartarus, they were completely just throwing every kind of opportunities they had to Kyle to get the kills or the assists, and he was just piling up the gold as much as he can. The Bakshia rotated around, created the scenarios. Novaria poked around with the Astral Recall to either secure kills or deal some damage. And Arlord had pretty good sets up with the Final Slash and also the Final Slash and Flicker combinations. And Kyle was being himself, dealing as much damage as he could. And for the side of IGN, even though we were in the 10 minutes mark, the goal difference wasn't that much, but the overall initiation, the rotation that came around by Tartarus was too good, because the overall turret difference that they created from the early on, the goal difference wasn't much, but the kill difference was quite visible, and they were completely locked onto the objectives, whether it was the turtle, the lord, or the turrets instead, and they were doing really great. And finally they locked onto it. The third round was theirs of the best of 5 series. They've won this match, and they're gonna go face off with Zohunt in the next one.
Yeah, and they obviously have to take a rest. Half an hour they'll get it, because this has been a long series, 4 games. It will definitely take a mark on their endurance for sure, because right now they have to play another best of 5 series. It's a little tough, but just like we've discussed, lower brackets, you get pushed down to the lower brackets, you will obviously struggle a little bit. And of course, thank you, Mikey, for breaking down the game. And I love the way you are so right, Sarah. Like spoon feeding, that is such a right term, and they did it. And Kyle got it ultimately. So before we obviously head on to the break, Sarah, anything you want to say?
Oh no, just good job, TRT. Keep up the good work. We want to see you back right up into the upper bracket. Everyone's waiting for your redemption this time.
Okay, Mikey, of course, do the honors.
Absolutely, guys, this was the first match of the day, but we still have another one. That is going to be the lower bracket semifinals, and we'll be back after a very short break where we're going to be seeing Zohunt versus Tartarus.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zhujian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone. No, it's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals. day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone! No! It's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कद देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zhujian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone! No! It's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone!
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
sorry.
Leave me alone. No, it's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm.
What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone. No, it's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone. No! It's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
Hello, good evening, and welcome back, everyone, to the Mythic Showdown Season 1 brought to you by Indian Gaming Corp. So, we are back with the second game, and this is going to be a best of 5 series, the lower bracket semi-finals between the team. It is going to be Team Zohunt going up against Team Tartarus, who just beat IGN on to that exciting best of 5 series earlier on. So, they have progressed on further. Still, Tartarus are the one who have survived, but still it is going to be a do or die match for both of the teams. It is the lower brackets, and whichever team today will be losing out onto this BO5, they will be eliminated. Meanwhile, which whoever will be winning out, they will be progressing on to the lower bracket finals. For this game, I'll be your host once again, Hostami, bringing you two amazing casters with me, and it is going to be Asuya onto the left and Debbie onto my right. So I'll start with Asuya. How excited are you for this best of 5 series?
I am really excited, Itami, because two good teams facing up against each other, it's really gonna be a match of delight. So I'm, really interested to see how Team Zohan as well as Team Tartarus are gonna play especially against in the draft, how they're gonna whom are they gonna actually choke down? Like we did see so many, if Joseph from the side of Team Tartarus, if he gets choked down, a lot of his options taken away, the performance might dwindle. Same goes for the side of Team Zohunt. Although I would like to say that they, in the previous matches, they used to pick up the late game heroes. But just yesterday, we did see them picking up a very, very good early game comp. Especially with Win on that hill, that was absolutely monstrous. So if Tartarus has seen those matches, so what will they go for? What will they ban? Will it be the same meta bans or will they be specifically targeting someone? This is what I really want to know. This is what I really want to see in this draft.
I do agree with you. And the fact yesterday Zohunt won against Armageddon Esports in such a dominant fashion is one of the things that could be recorded as well onto this best of 5. Because, we mostly see Zohan's lineup and we are kind of aware of the picks. But last night it was family problem who was going out with the maze room as well. It was Valentina Kadita roam coming up from him. So that is something unusual. Like we don't usually see the mage getting prioritized onto the roam. The Valentina worked out because there was a lot of utilizable ultimates for the side of Team Armageddon before, so it worked out. But onto this series, Tartarus is definitely going to be a bigger threat compared to Team Armageddon Esports. And once again, it is a do or die kind of a situation. So Debbie, are we going to see same experimental kind of picks? And it did work out yesterday. So are we going to be seeing same kind of scenarios as well as the draft from the side of teams?
It's kind of unpredictable, man, because like we've already know, Johan is also one of the most unpredictable teams so far. When you think they will win, they lose. When you think they will lose, they will be dominant. So it kind of highly depends on what kind of opponent they are going for, and in this case they are going against Tartarus, who is who's got a lot of players who have a lot of flexibilities in their heroes picks, so you cannot outdraft them and you cannot even shut them down. And like we have seen into the previous game before Izzy, and they were consistent in banning away the Farsa, which kind of take away a little bit of the priority into the mid lane from the hands of Tartarus. So maybe this time around Johan can go into the same route, but the problem is that not the problem, but the advantage is that they are the one who also have a very very good first player into their hands. So maybe they can try to contest this hero. But looking at the pick so far, I think that Johan, now that they are into the second pick and Tartarus are in the first pick, they might try to contest onto this Farsa or ban it away.
Yeah, Farsa can actually be a priority pick for the side of Team TRT because Eden loves picking out the Farsa, and he that is one of his signature picks as well. And one of the things is the team as well as the match. If Eden has the Farsa onto his hands, the match kind of revolves around because it will be giving him the early game advantage as well as the zoning strike. It can be used out in order to dish out the damage as well as to clear the minion waves from a safe distance. So it is kind of possible. And looks like TRT, they have already progressed with the banning phases. The cutout has already been banned out. So Gatot being a flex pick, it is kind of understandable. Zohunt likes picking out a Gatot as well sometimes, so they just banned it out. And Hayabusa, I think I have explained it out, multiple times that Zohunt mostly permabans the Hayabusa. It is understandable because the mid laner apparently has some problems with the Haya. But coming back to the draft, this time TRT, what are they going to be prioritizing? Maybe the Lapu Lapu first pick, Asuya?
It is Farsa, and we've been just like Debbie mentioned, you mentioned, really great artillery in the early game. Us, really, few contenders in the mid lane, and maybe picking up a Kadeta can be a great option from side of Team Zohunt because we did see how well yesterday they love going for that Kadeta room. They love going for,
Yeah.
yeah. Just look at it. Kadeta already up for the pick, and once again win in the Hilda. This is what I mentioned right from the beginning. These two picks from the side of Team Zohunt are absolute menace, I would say. So Tartarus now, Joseph, if he goes for some kind of assassin, I don't think so. He will be having a great time right there because Win will be after him, and of course that everything from the side, the support which will be coming through will also be really hard to chop down. But we see Esmeralda. I mean, I do understand that how good Akalia can be, even though after the nerf, she does force people, especially the mage and the marksman, to pick up that purified just to escape from that tsunami snap. But yes, Ma, what do you think? What thoughts about the Esmeralda here, just to contend against the Hilda?
Mm, you know, I think this is like a very, very early Esmeralda again into the hands of 27. But then again, it's kind of, stopping out a lot of heroes to be appearing right now. But you know what? Started, you have a lot of names for this pick coming through into the hands of Zohan right there. Then the tons a pick away for Mr. Prime Aura there. But yeah, again, picking out the Kalea for Kimi means that they are forcing Zohan to go for heroes that literally have to bring Purify into the goal lane, and they could have been expecting the Harris, they could have been expecting the Granger, but I don't think they were expecting the Nathan right here, right now. But the problem though is that Tartarus have a very, very good assassin jungler onto their hands, and assassin are much, much needed hero when you see a Nathan being picked away. So I think Tartarus can utilize this. No ban coming from the side of Johan, but the Fanny has to be banned away so as to give a little bit of a leeway for this Nathan right now, because they really want to go for the late game. It was a little bit of a contradiction to their usual gameplay where they went for the mid game into that previous games that they played. But this time around, so yeah, they are going for the late game kind of composition here. Very, very likely that they wanna have a utility jungle onto their side too. But the Badang ban away for Tartarus. What do you think, Itami?
Padang, they are kind of denying the setup kind of composition that would have been coming up from the side of Team Zohan. The Badang
Yeah.
would definitely not be picked onto the EXP, considering the fact that Vin has already like flexed out the Hilda, and we have already seen him quite being dominant. So, one thing from the side of Team TRT is they left out the ban onto the Akai, and the Akai dominance
Oh,
yesterday was quite menacing.
yeah.
I still remember Dusty Mizo just waiting on onto the bush. There were people who were trying to turtle. He was just waiting there, and he just went in with the S1, and he secured that retribution. So, in terms of retribution, Dusty Mizo person, even if Tartarus or any team comes up with an assassin kind of a composition, this guy still comes up. This guy still has the A game when it comes to the retry. And looks like I haven't seen the Roger quite often
Oh,
onto the bracket
cool.
scene, onto the playoffs, and Roger has been picked out onto the gold lane. But to answer that, a Franco pick coming up, if he
Oh,
gets
poor.
the early game snowball, this guy is going to be a
Uh-huh.
nuisance.
I was thinking that Win would be on the rope with that Hilda, but I think Zohan just predicted, like we all know, Joseph just loves playing those assassins. So maybe just
Uh-huh.
save up, maybe just bait away, and then save the room for the last. And Franco being one of the best options with the suppress. So Joseph needs to make sure that he's not getting caught up with that bloody hunt. Of course, Lancelot needs to dive in, but talking about that more, Itami just send this away.
Yeah, this is going to be the game number 1, best of 5 series, lower bracket semifinals between Team Tartarus and Zohunt. This is going to be the first game, so a lot of things are going to be onto the stake. I already see Anna, so yeah.
Thank you, Tommy. But Karitas passive being used up already in that exchange right there. And yes, continuing what I said, Debbie, that Lancelot being one of those heroes who really loves to dive in, and for you will be just cutting it down with the Franco. So Joseph needs to be extra careful because, of course, Karita will just follow up behind that. But then again, just picking up a Hilla against an Esmeralda, I don't know how good that decision was right in the EXP. But what do you think,
Yep,
Debbie?
Oh, look at that hook though coming on, Kimmy.
Kimmy really low, really low. Trying just to flicker out, but it will not be enough as Spade and grabs onto that kill with the first kill. Just one wave was all that's needed for that kill.
Oh man, that was a good first kill coming from the side of Johan and a very, very good hit for you. Again, this guy is so comfortable onto the pick-off kind of hero, but like you mentioned, the Hilda against an Esmeralda is definitely not one of the best case scenario when you want to play a Hilda that can roam all over the map because the Esmeralda is going to be out clearing you, but onto the mid side though, there's a little bit of a skirmishes we are going to be seeing, but yeah, a little bit of a normalcy into this tournament scene. Most of the time, you do not really see out the tank and the mage being away from each other because you really want to have that priority onto the mid side so that you'll be able to contest onto this turtle right now. But looking at the game style and the composition so far, even though Kimi died into the first game, into the first minute of the game, Tartarus, they do have a setup. Look at that.
Okay, this heavy spin connecting on to them once again, and 27 will be taken away from the battlefield. One member less for the side of Team Tartarus. Not a good option for them, but of course it will be a great retribution coming in from Dusty, managing to grab onto that turtle win, taking down Kimmy once again. The Bloody Hunt coming in, along with the Karita's second skill, and Farsa will not be seeing the light of the day. 4 kills in the hands of Team Zohunt with an absolutely banger start with the turtle, with the kills, with the gold, and Nathan all the way from the top lane with the help of great rotation. Oh, but they're still dashing in once again. Lancelot barely manages to go away, and 27 trying to take down that HP bar from Win. He will be pretty successful. Win cannot even heal up. That's the sad part about picking up a Hilda against an Esma.
And you really do not have the better clearance, but you know what? It was a very, very commendable turtle fight right there. And you know, one thing I was sure was that Tartarus did have the advantage into this first turtle, but actually 27 was there trying to give out the reason, and they were the one actually trying to set out and pick up a kill. But that is where the Akai is coming through. The advantage of being in Akai is that you have a disengage tool, but you also have an engager with the heavy spin as well. And them trying to decide to take away the XP laner very early on give them a leeway, and not to mention the cut steal from Dusty Misery onto that turtle was definitely giving them a great start right now. And you do not really want to give a farm to Nathan most of the time, and him getting the double farm again, this is definitely not going to be good for the Rosa here for Kyle right now, because Nathan already 2.5k gold, which means that he is definitely going to be the one having the better lead if this goes on. But commendable, one thing that's commendable is that Kyle was able to get onto the goal, which is very, very good. But the Rosa need a little bit of a snowball potential then and there again. But you know, a little bit of discipline, but bot side though.
Well, definitely they do need some goals, especially, I'm not a big fan of a Roger in the goal, that too against a Nathan. And we have seen in this tournament, whoever picks goes for a Roger in the goal lane. Like, jungle still works out, but none of the goal lane Roger has won out that any tournament, any match for now. But now the second turtle of the game already up. Kimmy going in with Tsunami Slam, but Karis already had it right there. Farsa with the ultimate, the artillery isn't enough, and Kimmy will be taken down. Third time he's getting away in this land of dawn, and with this, Zohan once again with the upper hand for the turtle will be grabbing it pretty easily. And Esmeralda might be on the exchange list, but no, they just go ahead, just farm up.
Yep, and I think there's gonna be a little bit of a prior. They could, for Tartarus, they could give a little bit of a priority from the XP side, but then again, you can't really give the kill onto the mid lane. The Roma taken down, but that is just a Roma taking 3 kills. But then again, 3 skills. But top lane. That was such a good one from Joseph right there.
Yep, definitely, and they might still go in for some exchanges. Kimmy goes in once again with the kill. The ultimate just getting baited, but will not be used up right there. Lancelot all the way dashing around. The damage isn't enough. Uses up the ultimate, and Dusty follows up behind, but nothing much will be happening for now. Esmeralda all the way from the bot lane just for some assists, and Win just silently farming up. Doesn't have much of a free build for the rotation, especially because of the Esmeralda. And they might gather up once again. Joseph gets petrified. Kadita trying to do something. Win goes in, but he manages to dash it away. Win still running in with the ultimate, and the passive from the emblem does not connect, and Win will be sacrificing his life way too greedy, way too deep. With that beautiful flicker, and the bloody hunt comes in. Another kill on to 27, and the XP for an EXP. Great exchange, but Prime facing some issues. Aura manages to run away with the ultimate, and for you once again, along with Dusty, looking for exchanges. But Parsa has already seen him on the map, so nothing much benefit staying there.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a different case scenario we can see from Zohunt. The way they were layering onto those skills. The hook was perfect for you right there, and another one maybe. Look at that.
Oh, Kimmy kidnaps them away, 2 knocks up, but Aura manages to move away barely in 1 HP with the ultimate, but gets shot down by Kyle. For you, really low HP. Eden coming in from the backlines with the ultimate does not connect with the freeze. Freeze at the perfect time. The knockup is still there, but Kyle trying to take that one hit manages to grab onto that kill, even though the hook connected, but the HP wasn't enough. And Win facing some issues. Look at that huge shield on 27. And with this, another 1 turret for the side of Team Tartarus. Well, they are doing great at the macro, and Joseph, of course, grabs onto that turtle in that beautiful exchange. Once again, Kimmy in a great location, providing the vision. And Aura might be in some situation right there between 3 people, but just to go in. Okay, the conceal comes in. The heavy spin in a pretty bad direction. Kind of a waste, if you ask me.
You know what? I think it's definitely something. 1v1 onto the bot lane though.
Win, and Joseph manages to dash it away, but in a pretty low HP. Esmeralda with the ultimate gets knocked out by the Kadita, and the vengeance isn't enough. Still trying to dish out some damage, and Faden will be grabbing onto that kill. Oh my god, that was a perfect bait, but the Lord is pretty far away, but they did manage to equalize the goal lead, but the macro still though.
They are just trying to give out a little bit of a farm for Aura right now, but entropy use, look at that.
Okay, that was a great support coming in, and 1 kill in the hands of Team Tartarus. Although Nathan did manage to grab onto the first tier from the bot lane, they might look for another exchange because everyone is just hiding around there.
That's a lot of pickoffs for both of these teams because their strategy is kind of very similar to what they are going to be going for against each other. But yeah, then again, one thing that's for sure is that the one who doesn't have the Purify is going to be more vulnerable. But then look at the bot lane though. Kyle with the trade out onto the turret again. They did lose out onto their mates too for the side of Zohunt. These things are looking actually a little bit 50-50, but Tartarus are having that mid priority as of now because of Joseph. Look at that.
Oh, Joseph manages to dance it away, and the hook doesn't really connect onto anyone. That was a bad direction. Faden using up that ultimate just to take down Kyle, but he manages to immune it away. And the first tier taken away from the hands of Team Zohunt. The map already opened up 27, as well as the Lancelot right behind the scenes trying to take down Faden. Really low HP, manages to go back. There's the team, along with Aura, also coming in. The first Lord of the game, the hook doesn't connect, and Tartarus looking for this Lord. Will Zohunt be able to contend? They might go in. The stance, Kimmy managed to get nab off, but here comes the untargetable coming in from the Winter Crown, but it will not be enough as Franco will be getting taken down with the heavy spin. Coming in from Dusty, gets taken down, but then again it will be Joseph winning that retribution battle. Dusty in between 3 people, not managing to live to see the light of the day, and Faden once again getting bullied by Kimmy again and again, has no free will, has no free space, but Joseph goes in with the dashes, connects it on to Aura, gets a beautiful kill in a really low HP, and but unfortunately it will be traded off by Faden. No dash left for him, but that was a beautiful gameplay coming in from his side.
Yeah, already endless battle under the hands of Kyle, which means that he's going to be dealing the true damage that's required for him. And that was a little bit of a survivability that he did right there, even though, For You was able to get the bloody hunt and the untargetable onto that. He wasn't able to be taken down. It took a lot of time for him to fall down as well. So it's kind of a very, very bad situation for Zohunt right there. They do not have the priority onto their top lane as well as their mid lane. Again, the Lord will have to be taken care of onto the top side, but maybe there's a damage.
Oh, Purify being used up by the far side. There was a great hook from side of For You, but no baited up. But the Lord coming in, the Holy Shields are toppling down once again. And with this, they're still trying to defend. Okay, another hook along with the body hand, connecting right there. And 27 will be paying his life. The heavy spins connect onto Eden. Another kill for Aura, doing a great job. Finally has the Holy Crystal, can start melting people down. And Tartarus needs to back off for now. At the same time, they need to be sure, especially Faden and Aura needs to be careful of the Lancelot as he dives in once again. Gets stunned right there, but manages to move away the bloody hunt onto a wrong person, trying to take down Kyle, but Winterground coming in. Meanwhile, just look at a beautiful exchange coming in as Aura will be taken down by the Lancelot, and Win takes down Kyle. They're still going in, and Joseph still remaining, still surviving with the ultimate, takes a double kill as Faden is the one who gets taken down. A triple kill for him. Will it be a maniac as he's still going in for it? And yes, it is a maniac. Oh my god, Joseph, what a gameplay coming from his side. And with this, it's an absolute victory unless they just are not able to push it because two inhibitors are down, the minions are rushing in, and the rest of the team is also back. No one to defend. Zohunt will be losing out on this, unfortunately. And a great they don't want to show any mercy, and Aura will be getting taken down once again.
No man, that was such a nasty move coming out from Joseph right there. He was able to do so much in that kind of team fight, and you would have thought that with that amount of HP he's gonna be falling down, but the passive coming out from the Kadita from not the Kadita Kalea from Kimmy was just enough to get him back into the team fight and getting the Maniac at that point. One wrong move and Johan fell down and losing out the game. What do you think about this, Itami?
The Roger curse is finally over, it looks like. And this
Oh
time
yeah,
it
yeah,
is
true.
Team TRT as well, taking the victory. Early game, Zohunt had a really good, but I guess it was the macro that Team TRT had it better onto the mid lane, like mid game, as well as the game progressed onto the late. Kyle was doing really good in terms of the position as well. The Franco was able to caught up onto him. And one time, when the fight was about to be up, Kyle almost gets caught down, but unfortunately he just escapes. And that maniac from the Lancelot from Joseph was the sealed deal coming up from the side of Team TRT. A good game and a good message coming up from the side of Team Tartarus as well. So on to the progressing games. Dusty Mizo, I guess it's not like the retribution out because he did try onto that Lord fight, but there were two people zoning him, and Joseph. But that first turtle fight is one of the clearance that you never know with Dusty Mizo. He can just go in and secure the retributions again. So on to the upcoming games. That will one thing like TRT needs to be pointing out.
Definitely, Tami. And I think the vision was right from side of Team Zohan. They picked up that Franco, but the issue was Win couldn't do anything. He couldn't rotate as fast as the Esmeralda just because he was getting melted down. So maybe pitting up the Hilda against the Esma wasn't a great option, and they couldn't protect even though they had three frontliners. They couldn't protect. Like you really want the bloody hand on to Joseph, but the way he was dashing away, oh my god, you can't catch this guy. He's as fast as lightning.
That's why, and it just took one good team fight and a spacing for of course, Joseph to do the thing he does best, dash in, dash out, take down Aura, and dash back in and take down Fate, and again, and that's what the way he was doing onto the Lancelot. And I don't think Tartarus, there are some ways that you want to deal with those kind of players that have a lot of flexibility into the heroes. An example has to be Joseph. Of course, he's so much comfortable on the utility as he is onto the assassins too. So this is the time where you really want to focus onto your own composition and try to pick out the hero that you want to play in that certain composition and not try to focus too much onto your opponent. And this is kind of a remedy for what you really want to do against a team like Tartarus. They have so many flexibility into the XP, into the jungle, and obviously into the gold too. So I think Zohunt are trying to do that at least, because the Hayabusa is going to be banned away as well as the Versa, because the Versa is always going to be taken away. They do not really want to first pick it. Faden can be using out the Kimi as well as the Kadita again, because I don't really think that picking out the Kadita wasn't really that of much of a problem. It was just a good set coming out from the side of Tartarus, which made them win that first game. So I think they are truly going to be focusing onto their own strategies right now.
Definitely. And, banning out the Farsa will be one of the key points for the side of Team Zohunt, because it was the first big priority onto the hands of Team Tartarus. And this time, Zohunt are having that first big advantage. The Lapu is open, so they can be going out with the Lapu as well, or maybe one of from the side of Team Zohunt, the pick that they actually like to flex it out. Baxia is also a good option, and there you go. The Baxia will be coming up. It will be a flex pick. It can be going on onto the jungle or maybe onto, I guess Family Problem can also use out the Baxia quite well, but knowing Dusty Mizo, he is more comfortable with the utility jungler, so going out with the Baxia as well as combining with the support can actually be a good idea as well.
Right now, the picks are in, and I think, okay, first pick Baxia get picked away by Johan here. I think they are more comfortable on going for the jungle Baxia here right now, so they're gonna be giving away a very, very, not just a, but two very, very deadly heroes, which is the Phobias and also the Kimi. But the Kimi does well, does not do that really well, but then again, we can see that's a very high pressure coming out from the side of Johan as well, still sticking for the Hilda and a comfort for the side of Prime. So, what do you think about the draft as of now, Asuya?
Pretty good draft, I would say. And this time we did not see Esmeralda, but Kimi once again, he really loves picking up the Kalea. So there is one person who will be getting kidnapped away from the land of Dawn. But this time, they already have shown their cards. Hilda most probably will be going for the roam, because it's true, the XP Hilda did not work out for them. And when even talking about the Kimi, I would say that she's going to be a really, really big problem, especially if the jungler is Boksha. He will be he will be facing issues just to reach this girl and take her down. And that's something you really wanna, because right from the early game, just with a passive up, she can melt down any existing mid laner.
Yeah, that's true. And Valentina ban is also quite valid, I would say, because Zohan likes picking out the Valentina before. Eden likes going out for the Valen as well. But yesterday we did see Family Problem going out with the Valentina as well onto the roam position. So it could have been one of the scenarios. And Zohan once again going out with the Hilda. Meanwhile, Prime will be on to his comfort heroes. I would say the Granger is coming on. And one thing onto my notice changed. Kimmy is on.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? Still, Tartarus sticking to their original plan. Just go for the pickoffs, just for go for the hero for Kimi here. It's just he did really, really well onto the Kalea into the first game. Also, he was able to pick off heroes that he needed to pick off, even though it was actually a fairly hard one. But oh, what am I seeing? What am I seeing? What am I seeing? It's the Melissa into the gold lane against a Granger. So they just want to outrange the Granger here into the lane and try to bully him as much as possible. I never seen this kind of competition really much of. I mean, it's kind of weird to see this, but as of now, I think it might actually work because you wanna bully out to the Granger into the lane most of the time. But with the bans coming through, two mages taken away, the Valentina from Family Problem instead of Faden have to be banned away as well. And for Zohunt, they have to take away the Herits too and the
Oh,
Xbox. Oh, when the Angela appears, the assassin got to appear here.
there's the puppy puppy
This
boom, and there's the cutthroat. The
this is
damage,
gonna be
Oh,
an absolute massacre. I'm telling you guys.
yeah, that's
definitely.
what.
Family problem, yeah, he can combine it with Prime. Like the Angela Heartguard will be coming up quite handy, and Novaria is there to
Mhm.
provide the visions as well. Hilda is also good of an option, but in terms of the draft, I guess Tartarus has more of an advantage when it comes to their comfort picks. They are kind of reliable and long time no see. I guess on we haven't Melissa quite much as well, and onto the playoffs. Definitely, this is the debut pick for the Melissa as well. So
Mhm.
onto the laning, I guess Melissa does has an advantage in lane clearance. She is fast, but she shines most onto the team fights when she connects with the needles and she comes up with the ultimate combined with it. The damage is definitely going to hurt. And with that, I guess this is going to be the game number two, TRT going up against Team Zohunt. It could be the match point for the side of TRT, and we might be seeing the game three going out for the side of Team Tartarus as well. But anyway, land of Asuya and Devi, take it away.
Thank you, Tommy. And we can already see Kimmy bullying the Angela, and that's what I was talking about. The passive hurts in the early, and
Mhm.
and I would like to say this that since they do have win, he might try to invade since it is a Fanny. But then again, there is a Kimmy who can just be for the help. There is also Kimmy on our healer or Kalia, so much of a scope to invade that would be pretty risky. But then again, the same thing, they have nothing to hold on to the Fanny, Debbie.
Yeah, that's kind of a very, very good last pick also, but oh, for you?
Oh my god, very bad position, and will be taken down. What can I say?
Yeah.
Already a pretty good start for the Fanny.
And it's the problem that Johan have is that they weren't anticipating that Fanny because it's been so long that Joseph hasn't been playing the Fanny and they weren't even expecting it. But that has to be what you're gonna be suffering from. You cannot just assume. You cannot just assume what your team, what your opponent is gonna be picking out. And the fact that family problem is so good on the pickup. Oh, another death into the mid lane. That's the Fanny right there. The Prior is definitely gonna be there. 2
Oh,
kills already. Going for more.
they might go in, but Baksha comes in, tries to lock down onto Kimmy, but Lily just moving away. Win coming in for the help, and Tartarus really getting the early game that they really need. But Win goes into the bush, gets stunned by 3 people, gets assaulted by 4 members, manages to flicker it
Oh,
away in a really low
not.
HP. Is still in the bush, the first turtle of the game coming up, and Zohunt still looking for that level 4. They do not have much to contend, I would say, not enough sustain unless Angela gets that hard guard up. But look at the damage coming in, and the Hilda taking up a lot of it, but Kimmy will be getting taken down in that process. Joseph manages to grab onto the retreat, pretty free space for him. But yeah, with that, a 1-for-1 exchange for now.
1-for-1 exchange, but then again, they did lose out on to the XP again with the turtle too. So, Johan, they're actually into the back foot, which is definitely something that the Fanny gives away because Tartarus right now are in their own comfort zone. And like you mentioned, Asuya, there's not really a person, not really a player or a hero that can literally lock down the Fanny. So, this is going to be a buffet for the Fanny right there for Joseph whenever he tries to go in. If he finds the Angela, it's that. If he finds the Granger, it's that. And if he finds the Novaria, also it's that. The only way that they can try to play around this is if they can get the defensive items. But in this early game, you do not really have the required goal and required amount of money to try to buy the equipment as well. But bot lane,
But then them coming in once again, the hard guard, the damage Eden in really low HP manages to move away with the ultimate. Kyle sets up for him, a wall for him, a barricade for him. Joseph goes in, tries to take down Faden as well as the Granger, but the distance is good, the positioning is good for now. They're trying to back it off. A lot of resources being wasted right there, but look at the stuns connecting in, and Hilda all the way from the top lane uses up that stun on to Kimmy, and one hit from the meteor, and Eden gets that kill. Was a great exchange. I mean, the way it was all cooking up, Aura was getting surrounded by 4 members, but Baksha just comes in. Great exchange for them. But Win, okay, they might not go in for Win because he is quite tanky for now.
Yeah, he's still quite tanky and they do not have the required amount of damage just yet, but they will have to focus on to the squishies and the team fights most of the time here because this is what you really want to do. You do not really care what your XP is going to be doing. You just want to know where he is going to be rotating out so as to follow it through. This is what the XP lanes are going to have to do. The turtle is already up to level 7 for Dusty, Mido, as well as Joseph. So this is going to be a 50-50 kind of contest, and most of the time it's definitely Joseph winning out, but look at that though.
4 members going in, and Joseph grabbing onto that retribution. A lot of damage coming in, and with that, needles connecting in. The Melissa's damage, but it isn't enough. The heals come in. Aura wanting to move back. They're still trying to gank up onto him, but it is the Baksha who will be falling. And with this great exchange for themselves, 2 members have gone away, and Kimmy gets gunned down once again by Faden. Great exchange for them, but finally Joseph goes in, but the flicker comes in from the side of the Angela. He doesn't have enough energy to follow it through. A great gameplay coming from both the sides.
There was a very, very long disturbance coming out for, Aura as well, because he got the Hunter's Strike. He's going to be definitely dealing out the damage, but not as enough. But, into the hands of Kimmy as well, he's gotten the tough boots, which will be making him survive just a little bit of the magic damage coming through. But Win, top lane though, I think that's just going to be a clearance that they want to go for. And now is the timer where it's going to be a Phobia sticking to the team as much as possible, but look at that engage though.
2 ults on to Win, gets grabbed on, uses up the flicker and really low HP, manages to move inside the bush. The hard guards comes in clutch, barely manages him to survive, but here comes the Baksha once again coming in really low HP, uses up the conceal, but it gets moved away by the passive from the glowing one, and with this no exchange, 2 people, 2 tanks going away in a really low HP, and Kyle managing to grab onto the first tier from the bot lane. Same goes for Joseph. This assassin has so much mobility that she can, whenever she wants, she can go for the kill, whenever she wants, she can go for the turrets, but they're trying to force it through even for the mid lane, and it's getting really hard for Zohunt to defend, considering that they do not have enough lane clearing.
Yeah, that's actually gonna be a problem into the later part of this game where they wanna play for the lords and the long lanes as much as possible. But then again, this is actually gonna be more worth it. But look at that though, Dusty.
Once again, Dusty gets retracted by the ult coming from Kimmy. Look at the damage coming in from Eden, but the heals from Angela are still providing some sustainability. Kimmy is there in the bush, no one has seen her. Joseph all the way to the back line, trying to dive in for the Granger, and in a really low HP gets taken down. Prime, not having the best time of his life, not in his prime time of the life, but look at the low HP coming in for the Hilda. Win will be the gun down next, and an easy turtle for the side of Team Tartarus. And with this, they're even eyeing the second turret from the mid lane. The macro and micro, again, entire control is in the hands of Team Tartarus. Joseph goes in once again, looks for some kill onto the Angela. Angela has the flicker, can flicker it away, but still tries to bait it, but does not use it up. Another kill for Joseph. Great game from the Spaniard. This is what I was saying. Absolute massacre. Yeah. And with this, the second tier from the mid lane also getting grabbed onto, trying to take it away. 27 being the barricade. Eden moves away with the first kill. And with this, they will be finally retreating. No breather, but Joseph goes in once again, tries to grab onto that kill onto the Granger. Malady manages to flicker it away. 1 HP, both of them.
1 HP for both of them, but it was still such a lot of pressure coming out from Fanny, from Joseph. He is able to get in and get out without any punishment coming out from Johan because they do not have any crowd control, and this is definitely going to be their downfall right now. But hard guard being used, look at that.
The hard guard, Hilda going in for Kimmy, gets gunned down right there. Melissa trying to dish out some damage, gets connected. Kyle moving away with the barricade. He has it, is not enough. 1 hit from Aura, gets gunned down. 27 trying to sustain in the back lines, barely manages to grab onto that kill onto them. And with this, 2 kills for the side of Team Zohan, getting back into form, grabbing onto the mid lane will be easy for them, opening up the map. The macro, which was not in their hands, finally they're getting some eye to it, but Joseph's coming in once again. Tries to take some kill, doesn't have the blue, doesn't have the energy, needs to retract for now.
Yeah, that's actually a worthwhile team fight that they had for a while. But something still out there for Tartarus because Kimi was able, not Kimi, it's Eden. Eden on the Kimi was able to survive for so long, for a lot of 1 HP survivability that he had for that for all the team fights right now. But looking at the position for the side of Tartarus so far, they're trying to look for it.
The flicker onto 27. Aura is really low HP, gets some heal, but it's not enough. Kyle also connects onto him, and Kyle will be traded in exchange, but Win also gets taken down by Joseph, and the damage is still ongoing as the hard guard is giving a lot of survivability to them, and with this, Kimmy will be get taken down. 27 still trying to jump it out, has some heal, really low HP, but Joseph comes back all the way from the behind the scenes, and Baksha, who was trying to take down that one last HP, will not be able to do so as Joseph trades it all away. Only one member remaining, 4 members down from the side of Team Zohunt, and with this easy lord for the side of Team Tartarus.
Yeah, this is gonna be the pressure that that the Fanny provides. No matter how long you wanna stay in a team fight, once she comes in, she wipes it all out, and this is exactly what Joseph is doing as of now. The lore is already up. Tartarus are in a perfect position to try to contest for it, but look at the dive.
Okay, look at the way she's dancing with those cables, Joseph, my man. I love your Kimmy,
Yeah.
and yes, he's doing a great job. And this is paying that they have nothing. They should have picked up Franco in this match.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about because for you is also more of a pick-off kind of player. He loves the toe. He loved the Franco. Yeah, we've seen in the first game. Also, what would have been the scenario if they had those kind of heroes? Even the Kaza, he used to play the Kaza too, so it could have been a very very different kind of game style that we're gonna be seeing other than this. But you know what? You cannot be really predicting out the last pick-off. But look at that though, Kimi flicker baited.
A lot of ultimates being used up, along with the hard guard, but the heal is not enough as Aura will be gunning down Kimi and double skin for a triple for him. Oh my god, what was that exchange? Joseph making his way all the way from the bot lane, but he knows this is not the time to dive in, and with this, he might just go in for the turret, because the Lord is definitely in the hands of Zohunt.
Yep. They have to take it away, but the Win have to be recalling back onto the bot lane, and that's a lot of damage. Maybe he's fighting.
Oh, Joseph goes in and the hard guard comes in. Oh my god, barely moving away with those cables. Joseph once again doing the clutch plays. Last game, Kyrie plays with the Lancelot, and this time Kyrie plays with a Fanny.
Doug Fanny, yeah. You know what? He's just on steroids at this point. He's on the Fanny, one of his most careful hero as well, and he's just so mobile at that point. And Don isn't able to get him down too, because you know what? If they had a very very highly damaged hero into the, not highly damaged equipment onto the hands of Win, he might eventually be able to take him down. But then again, still he have the cables to dance away with the rope, so it's kind of really hard for them. But the Lord is actually buying a little bit of time and a little bit of spacing for Aura to farm up, because he's gonna be needing the stacks, he's gonna be needing the Sky Piercer, he's gonna be needing a lot of damage defense items too. I mean, the only defense he could go for, it has to be the Wind of Nature, and he already got a Wind of Nature. There we go. So it's gonna be a little bit survived, but look at that though.
Joseph tries to get some kill, but the way Win is tanking, the way Dusty is tanking, I think finally it's working out for them, because it is the late game and Angela does have a lot of heal, even though it was nerfed, but then still she's working it out. And as long as Aura positions himself well and builds up maybe a wind, yes, he has it. But Joseph in really low HP gets stunned between 4 people, gets sandwiched right before the Lord is 80 seconds away, but then still a great exchange. Late game Fanny isn't working out, or will it work out, Debbie?
It's still showing signs, right, that he will be able to do the split pushing, so it's not completely rendered useless most of the time. But yeah, like you mentioned, when Zohunt are gonna be clumping up together, it's gonna be a little bit hard for the Fanny, for Joseph to take them down. But still, you know what, I think it's the other problem, and if we do not count a Fanny for the hands of Tartarus, has to be Eden too, right? He hasn't been falling down, but there was a lot of damage though. He hasn't been falling down, right? And he has got the concentrated energy already too, so there's gonna be a little bit of a spell onto his hands too. And when he opt to go for the Holy Crystal, it's gonna be a little bit hard for the frontliners to deal with this damage coming out from the Kimi as well. So Johan, they have to, be very, very calculative onto the micro matchings as well as the macro setups that they want to go for, who they want to send together, who they want to send alone, because they cannot exactly go alone. They have to focus on one person
Oh,
together. Oh, that was a close call right there. You know what? I think he's just too I mean, mobile on this hero that Joseph was able to do so much with the speed push as well. But yeah, there's not much of a fight that have to be happening as of now, because the objective is gonna be spawning out as of now, and then there's gonna be a contest unlikely coming out from the side of Tartarus. But map pressure is actually into the hands of Johan.
well, they are denying the blue for Joseph, as due to it, he's not able to
Yeah.
get a lot of mobility. He really needs that blue, so he's eyeing the blue of the enemy. Well, and Zohan has no idea. They're just dancing it around. The Lord. Okay. Baksha goes in, gets the stun, connects onto Kimi. Kimi in a dicey situation, flickers it away, but it's not enough. Vayne also goes in with the ultimate, but behind the scenes, 27 Aura getting bombarded by 27. He needs to bash it off, but it will not be enough. Just one hit away with the Wind of Nature being used up, coming in clutch. Oh, misses up that first kill direction, but guns him down ultimately with the ultimate. And Joseph all the way from behind the scene. And okay, Dusty two-way forward, doing a great job, but then he will be getting taken down. And the Winter Crown coming from Win was pretty good, I would say. But 3-4-1. I think it's definitely Zohunt's Lord, unless Joseph comes in with some clutch.
Yeah, I think it's actually, no CC, so not Johan, Joseph can come in as of now, but they have to delay quite a little bit. Look at the snipes coming out from Faden as well. He's able to poke down the members. Joseph?
Still goes in. Win. Okay, look at the damage coming in from Aura, but of course it will be shot down by Faden. Eden gets taken on, a mega kill for him, but then Joseph grabs onto the Lord. Oh my god. What can I say? Way too diversion in that battlefield, but Zohunt is trying to push it through. They will, although Tartarus has the wall of defense, they do have Kyle for now. Pretty good lane clear.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's like we kind of slept on it, but the snipes coming out from Faden is actually very, very precise most of the time, just trying to get out the damage onto the back members. And that's the presence of a Novaria, of what Novaria can do. The pokes is highly likely to be happening most of the time, and when you get poked a lot, you are just forced to recall. And when you get recalled, or when you recall, you're just giving out the opponents a one member advantage to this as well. So this is what the Novaria can do here in this scenario. But then again, the lore is taken down by Tartarus, which Johan were trying to force without the presence of the jungle, which most squads do. It's kind of unworth it. But then again, they were trying to battle it out, trying to stop the Fanny from entering that lord pit. But still, they did lose it out, so they're gonna be losing some of their turrets as well. Mid lane gone right now. The bot lane may be on the verge of falling too.
Well, definitely, but the stun connecting was Joseph. Has to go in. Okay, look, the damage coming in. They immobilize from the Kitty. Eden helps it out, but Win manages to get that heal. One hit from Aura, but the damage, the distance is enough. Meanwhile, just look at Melissa, and Baksha goes in. The hard card coming in, but I think that's kind of a waste right there, because Tartarus has decided to just back off for now. They really need Joseph around to do that, burst people down, do the cleaning job, I would say.
Yeah. The executioner, right, with Fanny, so he can do that. But he also, one thing for sure is that he's gonna be hard to take down, because he have the Queen's Ring as well as Antiquaris that can help him try to survive. But oh, look at that, maybe.
Joseph goes in for Faden, uses the wall to escape, but Joseph again manages to dive in, dive out. So mobile he is right now, but Dusty all the way in the front. I mean, just look at Eden, he's just trying to grab onto, melt him down, but I think he has the magic defense as well as the blade armor to just tap it off.
hmm You know, one thing I really like about it's gonna be late for the draft day also, but the thing that I like about the draft coming out from Tartarus is actually they do have the early game pressure, and Fanny does fall off into the late game. But then again, they have the Gimme as well as Kyle onto the Melissa, which is gonna be a scaling hero, and they are more likely to have a damage into the late game. And one thing I'm really actually confused about is the build pathing of Eden here. He went for the defense instead of the Holy Crystal, trying to go for it, but a 1v1 again.
Joseph just trying to clear up the lanes right before the turtle spawns. Of course, he cannot take down Win in this situation, but Baksha goes in along with Aura. A lot of damage onto 27. But look at the attack coming in from the Kimi, and Aura manages to dash away. Kimi in a really low HP uses up the revitalize. Win trying to take down Eden. Not be enough as he is in between four people, and the defense still stays. The hard guard coming in, a lot of damage onto Kimi. The stun connecting onto the Melissa, uses up the ultimate and melts someone down. The mallet is not enough, they'll be dashing it away, and the Angel are in really low HP. Meanwhile, look at Joseph taking that clutch kills. One inhibitor down. Meanwhile, Aura takes down Eden all alone. 27 might next be on the stopping block, but he needs to be careful that he gets not marked down by the passive. But the hard cut coming onto him once again. A double kill beyond kill for them. Oh my god, Aura. But Joseph, he's marking down onto the base. Is there someone who can stop him? But no, the minions are not enough. The Lord, easy for someone for now. We can take a break.
Man, this is kind of reminding me and giving me a deja vu of the game that they went against IGN, where Joseph, I mean, they were actually falling down quite a lot, but then Joseph make a split push play into the studio and was able to end the game. It was a minion also which helped him, but then again, Zohunt, they read the map quite well and they were able to clear it out just before that, but now the lore is gonna be onto the taking, and I think Fanny Joseph here is just giving it away, not deciding to take it because he wanna split push onto the bot lane as well. A lot of Basin coming through already, Kimi giving it out, but Johan, they need to focus on clearing onto the lanes because the turret, the last standing inhibitor, will be falling down.
I mean, what can I say? Joseph just knows that they are not winning, not getting that hurdle. He'll just trade it off with a lot of turrets. But right now, Win is doing an amazing job. I would say there's like, even though they have nothing to hold on to Joseph, the stun from Hilda's ult as well as the first skill of the Boxer, it's actually holding him down. And the damage from Aura is enough if he follows it up.
Yeah. And this is a time where Aura is gonna be the one actually Johan is gonna be playing for as of now. But you know what? I like the thing that Tartarus are doing here as of now because, you know, oh, okay, maybe look at that.
Okay, he is in a really, really low. He manages to move away for now, but heavy Lord is marching down. Will Tartarus be able to defend this?
I think it can be actually easy for them, but then they have to lose out onto the mid lane inhibitor, not the mid lane inhibitor, mid lane turret here. This might be the only casualty so far, but oh wait, no way, this is an evolved lord, so they do have a Melissa and a Kimi, which is for the clearance, but look at the dive though.
Okay, the stun connecting. Eden tries to take Khan down, but Kyle will be the one getting taken down by Win. A lot of chaos into that game. Aura's damage is enough to take down two members, and the immortality being popped off. And Phobos will be the next one on the chopping block. Kimi does have the immortality, but they're still going in for Joseph. The flicker used up by Win still has the heal. Kimi goes in, tries to move someone away, tries to kidnap someone, but the immortality gets taken down. Joseph still trying to do something, just trying to sustain, but two people are not enough as the base is HP has been locked down, and the second game will be in the hands of Team Zohunt.
Dang, that was such a beautiful, beautiful execution coming out from the side of Johan right there. You know what? I thought that it was actually not an evolved lot, but it was an evolved lot, my mistake. So they were able to end it so well to the bot lane. And not to forget that there was a dive coming through with the Turtles Basans as well as the Harga, which was unkillable. Look at that. Look at the results here, Itami.
Wow. You know, Zohunt, I guess Kyle, he decided to go out with the Melissa, and Melissa is actually good for clearance. But the fact is, when the team fight happened, I guess it was because of the gold as well. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of lower compared to Aura, and he was not able to contribute that much on when it comes to the kills. Being a marksman, only able to take one kill, and positioning was okay. But the problem is the zoning coming. And
Uh,
that is one of the reasons why, like, they were able to run him out. And Kyle, who was supposed to be the major damage dealer for the side of Team Tartarus, was not able to. And that is one of the reasons why Tartarus came up a little bit short onto the second game, which actually we won't be seeing any clean sweep happening from either of the sides. It is going to be Tartarus
mhm.
as well as and one. Either it is going to be going on game number, it is going to be going on to or maybe onto the game number 5.
Well, what can I say? Like, I agree when Kyle wasn't able to do much onto that team fights. I mean, of course, I would say Melissa, she is a good marksman, but then heavily dependent on the battle spell. She really needs the speed up on her basic attacks.
Yeah.
So, kind of a
Mhm.
cooldown when it's not there. But at the same time, I think the Kimmy was doing a great job because she was always trying to melt down or even ult onto the Granger. But Prime,
Yep.
once, twice, thrice, but not more than that. He was making sure his positioning is good, even though he was
Good.
getting flanked by so many people. But yeah, that
Mm.
positioning, the map sense was great coming from him. And towards the end, he was just so afraid of Joseph, I would say, because he had the win as well as the immortality both.
That's one. It's kind of worth it, right? And to the end, because he was able to dodge a lot of skills coming out from Tartarus, of course. And I think one of the most important factor that he did right there was taking down Eden, because Eden has much more of a goal and a dangerous zone for Johan than Kyle have been in this scenario, because the Melissa was actually not the best hero into the hands of Kyle again when there are so many raids, especially under the Granger too. When the team fights comes in, I do agree with you, Tommy, that when the team fight comes in, it was actually very, very, not that important anymore. So their main focus had to lie on the Kimi, not the player Kimi, just the hero Kimi onto the hands of Eden. So they were able to focus on him as well, and it was a perfect execution right there. But we have to see what the drafting in the start game or the drafting of the start game is going to be looking like, because almost always the Fredrin has to go.
Definitely. And this time it will be the game number 3 coming up, and the bans have already been begun from either sides. Tartar is actually banning out the one as well as the Fredrin. Fredrin is one of the utility jungle that can actually be the game changer, in a sense that he will just be using as a the gold laner as well as the squishies from the side of Team Tartars or maybe even Zohan. So banning him out is a really safe option. And in terms of the objectives, the Fredrin is actually really fast in terms of the jungle clear. And looking at the bans, once again the Hayabusa coming up, which is understandable. So goes with the Uranus. And this time Tartarus, they are not picking out the Matilda for their sides. They are just banning it out, and it is quite understandable because Zohunt are mostly going out jungler previous 2 games. So there are still high chances that they might actually prioritize the Akai as well. And Zohunt have done one of their works. The Farsa has been opened out, so definitely Tartarus will try to prioritize.
Mm.
It's as you said it, Abby. Forza is just way too good to be let go by any of the
That's
teams,
all.
I would say. And
Yeah.
we might even see Karita once again. Let's just see what Zohan goes for, because I'm kind of having deja vu. Maybe they go in for Hilda once again. Hilda on the roam
Oh,
with Win, because of course he does an amazing job on that hero. And let's see what they go for. Maybe another sustain, because they know that Joseph is going to pick up some assassin, right? And to counter out an
mhm.
assassin, what's better than picking up a tanky hero, a
Yeah.
tanky jungler? But no, they show up their cards. They show up squishies as the first two. They really don't want to show their jungler, the roam,
Oh,
the cards they have into their hands.
I think this is more. I hate it when Johan does this, man. picking out the Moskov when you give away the Farsa, right? Because most of the time, the Farsa is actually the one who's going to be countering out the Moskov just because of the range that she have. It is so hard to catch her with the Spear of Misery most of the time, even with the SODs. But oh my goodness, Yi Sun into the hands of Joseph. It didn't work around
Oh,
when he was going against IZN. But this time around, we're gonna be seeing if it works. But the Akai again,
oh my
why is
god.
it coming up from the side of Zohan, man? You know, it's actually hard to play out a utility jungle when you go against a Yi Sun Sin. So this is a very, very huge gamble that Johan is going for. And I think they're just trying to, come to a layer down the heroes so that they will be able to play around the goal lane. But then again, it's going to be hard for the objective here. The Yi Sun Sin is definitely going to be having a good time. But you know what? Kadita might do actual wonders here.
Yeah, and like Debbie said, Tartarus are not that familiar with the YSS pick, apparently, and YSS has been one of the hot picks onto the jungle, apparently, right now, and he has been quite of a priority for the MPL teams as well as the MSC teams right now. So he has been, thanks to that ultimate changes that he got, the Mountain Shaker has been readjusted. It's one of the reasons why YSS has been coming back onto this patch. But the problem is Tartarus, they don't like prioritizing the YSS as much as they do with the other heroes. The thing
Yeah.
is, Joseph, he can be going out with the assassin junglers, but one of the heroes that he actually is the YSS. And but having a YSS for the side of your team, he is one of the marksman assassins that can actually scale up in terms of the jungling speed. He has a really good jungling speed, and in terms of the
True.
objectives too, once he is able to itemize well with the War Axe as well as the Hunter Strike, he will be able to dish out a lot of damage. Fight will be coming
Uh,
up quite handy.
I agree, but then Zohunt, just look at the picks. They have so much
Yeah.
early, and when he will not be letting, he will be surely trying, at least trying to invade that. I don't know, but will be the last pick to just support that all up. But then, so they really need to make sure that Joseph gets the farm he really needs, because in the
Yeah.
previous game he was doing an amazing job, but then he was denied the blue, and even though he was just doing those clutch plays, but a Fanny without a blue is like ice cream which is not sweet.
Oh, true,
So
true.
yeah, so but the glue pick here, I would say Prime will be facing an
Ah.
issue because Kadita does have the Alto immune. In a way, she has a lot of immune, but Prime is the one who will be facing it a lot since the range isn't that great, I would say. And pairing him up against a Nathan, if the Nathan gets farm, if Vices gets farm, and Tartarus has made this sure that they do get that farm because the early is there in the hands of the Kato as well as the Farsa, and of course
Mm.
the
Oh,
Blue, but Ray being
man.
called out once again. Zushin here.
Bullshit. Ray is gonna be so so happy. But then again, oh man, I was expecting something else like the Valentina if it can work, but the Valentina was so bad here, so they have to go for a Kadita roam. Classic Johan playstyle. They really wanna play out a damage into the roam when they have the Akai. But the problem is that Tartarus do have a hero into the gold lane, specifically the Nathan, which can bring out the Purify. And when you wanna kill out onto this Nathan, he's gonna be Purify and using the entropy to survive, which is gonna be a high decision making from the side of the Kadita family problem if you wanna go for the pickoff. But you know what? I really like the glue coming out into the hands of 27 here because glue is such a great hero against the utilities.
Definitely. And Blue, Jushin can be quite questionable onto this lineup as well because you are going against a Glue. Burst damage mage would have been quite better, but this is going to be the game. Tartar, both of the fighting. Asuya and Debbie, once again.
Thank you, Tommy. We'll be back up soon enough. But just look at that. The invade is already there. Well, I will
Oh,
not be leaving that opportunity since Oasis is actually squishy in the early. And 3 members down. Already Faden with the grab on. The heal being used up by Kimmy. A lot of damage coming in from Eden. The first blood taken away by Kimmy. As Faden was way too ahead, I would say. The health coming in. But now it's the side of Team Zohan who will be getting invaded. Eden, I mean, you don't want to mess up with a Farsa in the early. That 1-2 combo
yeah.
is really hits really hard.
Actually, you know, the like Itami already mentioned, the Jushin is actually very questionable to go against Afarsa also because of the range that he have. But hey, a little bit of fight here.
Okay, Win is just getting bombarded by Glue, and this is why I hate Glue, especially in the early. Okay, he tries to grab onto Win, doesn't find a bush. The slow is there. Okay, Kimmy really low. Will we get taken down as Dusty comes with the follow up and the first kill in the hands of Team Zohan. The turtle already spawning in around 17 seconds. Kimmy will be back, but the goal lead is definitely in their hands. But Win grabs onto another kill onto 27. Oh my god.
That is a good 2 kills at the start for the hands of Johan as of now. But you know, the thing is, they do have a lot of scaling heroes for both of these teams. They have the Moscow, they have the Natan, and even if this game goes to the later part, it's actually gonna be very 50-50. So the first turtle is going to be so important, especially when you are the Akai. It's not that important for the Eastern team, but you really do want to have that snowball as well. But oh, look at the set.
Joseph will not be seeing the light of the day. The heavy spin connected in a perfect manner. Faden followed up with the ultimate, and with this easy turtle for the side of Team Zohan. Okay, Faden manages to flicker away. Farsa going in with the bird form, but Faden goes behind the panda. As in safe for now, Zohan trying to contend for the turtle, and we have Joseph all the way from the base coming up back again, and Kimmy as well as. Okay, but behind the scenes, Kyle with the ultimate trying to take down and Eden in a really low HP. Win manages to flicker it away, but the damage coming in from For You managed to grab onto that kill onto Kyle, but gets taunted away by Kimmy, and another kill onto the hands of Team Tartarus. Meanwhile, it is the Glue who's facing off against 3 people, will not be seeing the light of the day, and Win, just out of that, tries to go in, trying to harass the YSS. Joseph not having the best time of his life. Kimmy all the way from behind, trying to taunt. Provides the heal, but it is not enough for Win to survive, seeing the light of the day. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, we do see the Moskov getting taken away by the side of Team Tartarus. And with this, Dusty grabbing onto the turtle and a 4 for a 5 score. They're still brawling it out as For You tries to use up that ultimate onto Eden. Will be managing to grab onto that kill. And with this Kimmy going in, but the damage, the taunt does not connect, and an easy escape for the Kadita.
This is the advantage of a Kadita ROM that we are going to be seeing here into the hands of For You again. You can get in and get a kill and you can die, but it's still going to be worthwhile because it is a ROM where you're going to be taken away, and it's still a very good trade. But one thing that's for sure is that the re-rotation coming out from Eden onto the bot lane where they decided to give out the turtle is going to be a very wise decision because they managed to take away Prime into the nick of time. But then again, a little bit of a skirmishes onto the bot lane, not much going to be happening as of now. But you know, Kyle and Aura are the actual ones who's gonna be handling the late game, and they are both scaling heroes. But the advantage of the Natan is that he is able to sustain the damage. Oh, look at that!
Oh, the combo coming in from Kadita, but for someone just fly it away. Meanwhile, Will Win getting immobilized. Same goes for 27. Doesn't want to leave up, but okay, SOD connects. But I do not think so that the Moscow will be following up from behind. Meanwhile, the brawl still goes on. 27. The heavy spin actually not connecting onto anyone as 27 manages to move away. But Faden comes in with the clutch, and 27 will be taken down by For You. And with this, the AOG dropping down. Kimmy trying to take down. Oh, the Panda barely surviving. Meanwhile, Win, who was in really low HP, gets taken down by Joseph. Doesn't have enough mobility just to lock down onto Dusty. But with this Aura trying to grab onto the first tier from the bot lane will be pretty successful. And with this macro in the hands of Team Zohunt.
Yeah, that was a definite win from the side of Johan here again, but the top lane is definitely going to be taken. Oh, look at that!
Oh my god, that's what I said even in the
No
previous
way.
game. For you just loves this Karita, his roam and his stats
Yeah.
are pretty amazing and he's showing this in this game. Meanwhile, I do see Moscow trying to camp in for Nathan, but of course he will be just showing up himself for the next turtle of the game. Karita as well as the Fade and combo and Win hurting, trying to just zone away Fade. Our Joseph, he's not having the best time of his life, but two men CC right there onto Kimi. One hit away, managed to barely survive with the taunt coming in, and Farsa's ultimate actually out of range. But look at the damage coming in from the Nathan. Fayu manages to just dash it away. The turtle in the hands of
Win.
Dusty. Meanwhile, Kyle
Ooh.
will be changed as Win goes in for the kill. The damage is too much. 27 cannot take it.
Ooh.
Gets CC'd hard with this heavy spin. Gets disconnected from the entire team. And then another kill in the hands of Team Zohunt right there.
A lot of gains, absolutely a lot of gains coming out from the side of Johan right there because they were able to get a lot of kills, especially onto Kyle. It was such a good kill that they had to go for, and you do not really want to see A0 that's Nathan into the under the 10 minutes of this game because it's gonna be definitely farm and it's gonna be becoming a late game monster that we usually know the Nathan to be for. But the turtle already under the hands of Johan again, which means that they're gonna be having the absolute lead and the top lane is what they're gonna be focusing on. AOG.
AOG, Aura manages to just dash it away with the skill and the down connecting onto Dusty, but they will be just disengaging for now. Tartarus needs to defend, needs to wait for the late game. Nathan farms up, Weiss farms up, but will Zohan give them the lead because they're still going in for it? Win in the mid lane, trying to clear it out. Teams are meeting up, the knockups are not connected. It's just clearing up the minions for now. They might just go and clear up the bot.
You know, the problem with the Tartarus is that there is Johan have the Kadita here. Whatever boost is gonna be there is gonna be a danger zone because it's gonna be always busting it down. When you do not have the purify, that's where the rage is gonna be striking from the rough waves. But right now, a lot of farm into the hands of Kyle. Look at that.
Kyle uses up the ultimate, just dodge it away. Win, really low HP, gets taken down by Kyle. Meanwhile, there was a great exchange. The SOD connects, but Moscow follows up pretty late, just for packing up that distance. And the first Lord of the game, already 11 minutes. Faden uses up that ult just to grab onto Joseph, but that would be quite a risky move from their side. And the teams are gathering up once again. 27 finally has the defensive build he really needs. The next turtle already up. Let's see, Karita is trying to do something in the bush, trying to camp for someone. For you always in a great position. And with this, Dusty grabs on to the third turtle of the game.
Yeah, 3 turtles already into the hands of Johan. This is definitely going to be a snowbally kind of competition right now, and I think this is actually a good game play coming out from Tartarus as well because they are able to go for a roll all over the trades. But now Mio Steph here, I think he's gonna be having a little bit of problem, but never mind because the bottom lane is gonna be secure by a Kyle here. This is only what he can do. Hey, SOD. Oh, you know what? Aura Prime, he never misses his SOD even if it's just one member, but maybe we might see a 1v1 into the bot lane. I thought it was gonna be one there, but still, it's fine.
I mean, when the blue just stopped with the ultimate, I was like, did I pause? That looked really beautiful.
Yeah,
That was pretty symmetrical, if you ask me. And Win going in once again, just whenever they see Kyle, they just run for him. So Kyle, okay, petrify, and the ult does not connect as Eden manages to purify it away, a waste of an ultimate. But Karita's cooldown is pretty low, so it'll be back soon.
Yeah.
They're still grouping up for some possible exchanges in that bush, and I really love how Faden is always there trying to bait people up with his skills.
Yeah.
He's an absolute annoyance, especially for the frontliners.
It's like the talkative kid, in your family gathering who just wants to shut up. Never mind that he's the annoying one here. So he was able to use that the juice and a perfect baiter, and whenever they are trying to take down the squishy juice, and there's always gonna be someone who's out behind him and trying to get his back up. But yeah, looking at the position of family problem right now onto the bot lane, I don't think there's anyone who knows. But the ultimate coming out from Lazy Boys Miosep is definitely going to be showing where the position of the Kadita is going to be, but the Lord is already spawning. Johan are in the better setup, but will Tartarus contest for this?
Okay, the ultimate from Family Problem gets wasted right there. Block coming in from the Lord. The heavy spin connecting onto Eden from behind the scenes. He is well down. The revitalized barely surviving Kimmy, but Kyle grabs onto that kill onto Dusty. Meanwhile, Win takes down two junglers down. Aura manages to grab onto that Lord, and the stun connecting onto Kimmy gets pinned down to the wall. Will be punished for it as another kill will be going in the hands of Team Zohunt. 3 kills,
Oh my
1 Lord.
god.
They're pushing it through the mid lane. The first tier will be open now. Win trying to find the flanks. Eden as well as Kyle. Only 2 squishies remaining. What can they do? And for you might look for some possible combo right there. But Eden uses up the ultimate just to back up. But it will not be enough as Aura takes him down along with that turret. And with this, okay, Kyle barely manages to survive. Faden, although just trades it away with his ultimate. A lot of damage onto his head. But look at the piercing coming in. The stun connecting onto Aura. The Lord also marching down the lane from the first. Okay, the AOG grabs on to Win. Win will be getting taken down. A lot of stun coming in from 27, and Faden will be next on the chopping block. Aura barely surviving, grabs onto that kill onto Joseph. Will not beat the damage from Joseph. Oh my god. And with this, 2 members down once again, and the Lord will be getting easily melted away. But for what exchange? Kimmy and Eden remaining, the only ones to defend. 3 members for them. Aura, look at this damage. The artillery coming in from Farsa isn't enough. Does not connect. Aura will be just dashing it away for now.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out from the passive of the Moskov here. He's already getting the Malefic gun, which means that he does have the reins and the rose gold, the magic blade, which helped him survive. And still, onto the hands of Kyle, he's still waiting for that Holy Crystal, which is going to be the one of the most important item he's going to be going for. And once he gets it, I think Tartarus might eventually be able to win fights. But then again, it's also Moskov into the hands of Prime. He's already so farmed up, and this 2k goal ahead of him, it just comes down to how your marksman's gonna be performing into the later part of this game, which is gonna be the decider. But then again, there's a lot of pressure coming out from for you again onto this Kadita. Most of the time, he's able to pick off, he's able to bait off those purifies as well. But one thing that's commendable is that in that Lord fight, not that the base defense that Tartarus did right there, there was a lot of pressure coming onto Eden. There was so many people diving. Win was on him, Faden was on him, as well as for you, and of course Akai too. But he was able to survive for so long, and it was enough time for Tartarus to defend out onto those small minions coming in onto the mid lane as well. But now the lane's gonna be freezed out by the side of Zohunt again. They are just baiting out. They're not giving any goal into the hands of Kyle. This is what they want to do because they do not really want to see a Nathan who have a holy crystal.
Well, definitely he will be packing punches when he gets that holy crystal, and they're just waiting out for the next lord. But then again, Faden being an absolute menace for Kimi as well as the glue. They really want to provide some space for our Nathan, but then when Farsa uses up the ultimate, there's always the heavy spin. Dusty makes sure to just cancel it away, so she needs to make sure maybe time it right. But then the Lord already started from the side of Team Zohunt. Tartarus, AOG might be the one initiating it. But yeah, look at Fate and being an absolute menace for 27, not letting them close up the gap. But then they come in once again. 27 way too far behind. The damage on Aura. He grabs onto Aura in really low HP, but Dusty grabs onto that Lord. But Aura still barely surviving, but the heal is not enough as Nathan will be grabbing onto that kill. Meanwhile, exchange as Kyle as well as another person will be taken down right there. Aura, they really need Aura, but still Zohan forces it through. And for you, of course, with that ultimate, grabs onto another kill. The Lord into their hands. 3 members down from the side of Team Tartarus. The lanes are also kind of pretty well synced. Eden trying to defend, but will it be enough? Only Kimmy and Eden are left. A lot of clock in the hands of Team Tartarus. They really need something. They really need someone who buys the time, but Win has some other plans. Eden manages to fly it away. Kimmy, look at the damage. He's trying to taunt our Dusty, but the Wintercrown gameplay. And with this, Eden takes down Win. For you will be exchanging it with another kill, but the SOD connects. Aura will be joining up, but gets melted down. But then again, it's okay because the Lord will just be taking away the base.
Oh no, that was such a good gameplay coming out from the side of Johan right there. And SOD in the perfect timing, he was melted, but he did what he had to do. Focus onto the Seep wreck, right? And Tartarus falling once again when they pick up the Yisensin. Maybe, just maybe, Yisensin is actually a very, very bad curse for them. So they shouldn't, they should. I mean, never mind, man. Let's just see what Itami can say here.
Zohunt coming up with the comeback. And yeah, the YSS, like we already saw onto the hands of Team Tartarus against Team IGN, it didn't work out, and onto this game as well. I guess the YSS pick was not actually the problem. The problem was the execution coming from Team Zohan, as well as the zoning coming out from the Karita onto the backline. Actually, like she was able to contribute onto the team fights thanks to just going on onto the backline, taking down any of the team members from the side of Team Tartar, as well as Aura onto that Moscow, as well as his reliability for the side of his lane clearance wise, as well as contribution. He did well, really well, like considering the fact he's the marksman of the, and the main damage dealer was doing wonders onto this game. So Zohan taking the victory, which means they are closer onto the match point as well. And without any further ado, heading on to the game number 4. This time, me and Debbie will be taking a break, and we will be signing off. But instead of us, it is going to be Astizi as well as Solski joining us on. Welcome both of you. We will be signing off. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Chitami, for introducing us. We are back into the banger, as I say. And now I feel like Tartarus is kind of being tired from the first game. They won from IGN, but now they need to fight with the Zohan, who is in a lead. Asuya, can you just give me a little bit of brief what just happened in the 3 games? Why Tartarus falling down for 2 times?
Well, the first game, Tartarus, Joseph, I would say he did a phenomenal job. He picked up a Lancelot, and yes, he was absolutely slaying. He took up a Maniac. He was just massacring the backlines. But then Zohan from the next game, they just decided to just retaliate because they picked up the Boksha, they picked up the Angela, and even though the early wasn't working out, somehow that win, he's an absolute menace onto that Hilda. And yes, even though they did not have anything to hold down Fanny in the second game, but then the ults, the damage, it all just piled up as the game went towards the late game. And now the third game, I know you saw this game. Zohan took up the victory, an absolute massacre. I would say it was the Karita in the hands of Family Problem and Hilda in the hands of Win. It is a win.
Of course, and Soul is joining us too as well. Soul, you feel like that damage Hilda was a better counter for the double S tier jungle, that is YSS?
Uh, First of all, like maybe it can be a possibility, but the zoning was on point. Plus, as you said, the double S tier jungling of the YSS. I mean, it overall boils down to the team efforts, in my opinion. But yeah, the wins with the Hilda, as Asuya said, is just too much to handle for Team Tartarus in this match. Plus, as you mentioned, they are already facing a lot of pressure because they are playing continuously from. I think they faced against IG, and now they are facing against Zohan. So 2 consecutive BO5 matches. I think it takes a toll on your, I would say, decision making power. Along with, you gotta look out for a draft, you gotta look out for strategies every time. You gotta have new strategies in whenever you go for game number 1 to game number 2 to 3. Now it's the game number 4, but this time Zohan is leading. So I think Zohan has that, the upper edge in, I would say, in stamina part. But you know what, if you want to become the champions, you gotta manage your stress level good, and also be able to strategize well.
Yeah,
Well,
for sure. And
definitely. But I would, right now, if you do look at the draft, like I think Tartarus, they picked up Farsa in the previous game, and even if it did work out, Zohunt once again has the option to pick up on that Kadita, and even the Moscow, which I think are pretty good counters against the Farsa. So will they go it for it? But no, no, it is, although of course it is a Karita, but finally, Dusty seeing his pick right there, the Fredrin. This guy, like all the matches I've been casting for Zohunt, somehow they just ban Fredrin. They do not want Dusty to pick it up. But now just look at the lineup coming from the side of Zohunt. I would say a Uranus, this guy, unkillable, immortal. He will be really, really hard to face off against.
poke bust from Tartarus as well. So it feels like Kimi can go for a Gatot Kacha if it's open right now with that Granger as well as the Fasa being there. But Xbog is a kind of situational pick because of that Fedrin to counter it down. It could have been a Fanny, would have been a better choice, but against a Fedrin, okay, Fanny doesn't work well. Nowadays, not a bit. But banning that glue was a right onto the point choice. You know that the backline could be hindered down with the glue. But Phobius being open, maybe a choice from the side of Tartarus. 27 can go for the Phobius pick so that he can give the sustain as well as can disrupt the backline. But talking about the backline, what do you feel? Do you think that Irithel will be coming up by the side of Zohunt?
I mean, it might be possible because they marked down this marksman team Tartarus. They banned out this, the Moscow as well as the Harith. And Irithel, as for my part, I think can be a good against Xbog and this Granger. But we still have to wait for the last two picks. Yeah, obviously they got Gato because I think the 4 years I think 4 years might have been a good pick here also. But Gato just gives a much more, I would say, area for to
Yeah.
play with because you can escape with AOTG as well. Meanwhile, if you go for the Phobius, I think it might not be able to escape the wrath of this Dusty Mizo. I mean, the stuns
Yeah.
are insane of the Fredrin, this Jojo guy. But the last two picks for the side of Team Zohan this time, and I think their drafting point is like to go for Mage
Ooh.
Roam or the Support Roam. And yeah, here it is again. Again, I think it's a little bit similar draft from the previous game as well, I guess.
Bro,
It's
Kadita
the
Rome,
same.
though.
Yep, in the previous game, the same thing,
They
and
didn't
it's
have
not
Moscow.
just it's just not the strategy. This game, I would say, even yesterday they were doing the same. And this Karita and Zushin combo from Zohunt is classic, I would say, at this point because
Hmm.
they pair up so well, they sync up so well. The frontliners and the damage dealers, they absolutely have no nowhere
Hmm.
to go. Oh, but I do see Rafaela finally, after a long time, after the buff she got. Then again, I would say, even though she is useful and the passive is pretty OP, but it has a long cooldown. So maybe they just want to give an extra life to our Kyle. I would say the cooldown is still there. And yes, the Katot Kacha, Kimi's one of his favorite signature picks. So let's just see how it goes because even if he drops down the AOG, look at the like Claude can dodge away, Faden can dodge away, Win is basically immune most of his skills, he can dodge away, and you really don't want Prime as well as Dusty to get taunted or connected because they are absolutely so hefty, so bulky, absolutely immortal, I would say. So what this starter is gonna do in this game, I'm really, really curious.
Uh, you know what, Asuya? I was literally feeling for a Phobius more than this Rafaela because a healer. I was not expecting it. Kimi should have been with that Gatot, so that initiation would have been great. But now here we are into the game number 4, the deciding match. It's a match point for Zohan and a do or die situation coming for the side of Tartarus, guys. Here we are for this banger game. Castles, please take on the game.
Well, I think the game has been game has been already started. That drafting point of view, I think whoever gets the first lap, I mean the first mover advantage is going to take this game because the first mover advantages will be on the turtle. And as far we are seeing, the momentum is hovering towards for the side of Team Zohunt. For the part, they are winning the consecutively 2 games, and as you mentioned, this is a match pointer for Team Zohan this time. So let's just see how the drafts will work out because both the junglers have been starting with the standard gold lane rotation, and I think, uh, Asuya. So I gotta ask you a question, like how they're gonna work with this, this Rafaela Roma along with this 27 being into the EXP lines.
I really don't know because Zohan has a lot of mobility, and unless you have someone like an assassin who can catch them down, it will be really hard to just take them away. But the stun connecting onto Faden, uh, well, nothing much is happening for now, but I believe Tartarus will be facing some issues here because Zohunt is on the roll, especially if you do not shut down Prime because he is doing a phenomenal job right from all the 3 games. He gets a little bit of farm, even if Zohunt is losing, he turns the tide. So yeah, maybe shutting down Prime right from the beginning can be a possible way for Tartarus to save up this match for themselves.
Yep, exactly. So far, I'm loving the discipline coming from both the sides because I think in the previous three games they were trying to invade and doing other stuff like trying to get the first aggressive advantage. But look at that, there is the lazy boy Joseph is already level 4. Meanwhile, Ben is there just to provide a little bit of damage right there, and this Lantern Girl, I think shout out to Ray because he has seen consecutively two times Zushin in this BO5 series. And the first turtle is up again, so might see a possible skirmish here. Meanwhile, Pillars are in position. Rafaela might get a little bit poked down here. Win with the good zoning out right there, and he is able to zone out the team Tartarus for now. And now I think Zohunt will get the free turtle. First turtle swoop is free for the side of Team Zohunt, and they will go and take the advantage for the blue buff side. We are seeing the first blood onto that, and the first blood will go to the side of Team Zohunt along with that first turtle.
Well, this is what I said. Family problem on Kadita room, absolute menace. And yes, he's showing it. Like, look at this combo once again. Faden and family problem. I just love when these both of them they play the mage. So yeah, the sync is pretty perfect. But at the same time, that's what I was saying. Tartarus doesn't have enough front lining. They only have the Xborg as well as 27. But then again, it will be really hard to catch anyone. Like I said before, and with this Xborg is pretty easy to take down in the early game because Raga armor is pretty low on health. So just a few pokes, especially coming in from such high burst damage from Karita as well as Zushin, two of the early game queens, he will be facing an issue. So maybe push this game once again towards the late. Maybe that can help them. But then again, they do have Prime on Claude who will be scaling up towards the late. So Tartarus, what will they do? I wonder.
I mean, they can actually wait for Xbox Power Spy along with Kyle because this game is heavily dependent on Kyle a lot because they have got the Uranus, man. I mean, how can you burst down the Uranus without your Kyle getting the, I would say, necessary item along with the stacks of the Sky Piercer? Meanwhile, you can see Win being Uranus, obviously, he's being a menace right there. So I think. Just wait for your Xbox to get some items, or maybe just the level spike, because he needs a little bit advantage against the Fredrin, because this Fredrin, this is not any, I would say, I'm not getting the word, but let's say he's just not a regular Fredrin, but yeah, wave combo, and this is they are not still able to deal with the burst coming from okay, never mind. There's a respawn from the skimmy as well. We can see the Lantern player onto that lazy boy Joseph trying to get the farm, just the slight micro points right there, and managed to do so. Meanwhile, we can see there is a level 7 to 7. No level gap between the junglers, but I think Dusty might be able to get to level 8 while he is taking the turtle because he is slow close, but there is a knockup for to the 27 right there. Faden is trying to zone out, but the zone is insane. And there is the Upper of Wrath along with Retribution combo to secure the turtle. This is the second turtle that is going towards the side of team Zohunt right now. Meanwhile, we can see there is a Snocker tries to do the AOTG, again getting the rough wave combo and manages to survive with the AOTG right now. And there is a Feather strike to just defend the middle lane and just knock out those minions.
Great gameplay, like 27 barely surviving, and that just shows how much. Okay, the sun connecting in, but Xbar will just be using up his ultimate to move away. For now, Win already grabbing on to the Athena. So the damage coming in from Farsa, who is the only early, as well as the continuous damage from the cutout will not be hurting him. He is immortal. He will be all the more immortal. What can I say for now? And I think opening up the Uranus was a bad thing. Because this guy is absolutely unkillable. Look at 27. He's there all alone trying to defend, but two hefties around him can't do much.
Yep, exactly. They lack the damage to melt Uranus because if they don't get, the fed the damage dealers of the Team Tartarus, I mean, this game might seem a little bit out of their hands. And obviously, this is the game pointer for Team Zohan. So if Tartarus needs to come back, so they need to, win this game number 4. But you know what? We'll just wait and see because we have seen in the second game also in the Fanny game how, Zohan made a comeback. But let's just see what happens in this game. So far, I would like to see some itemization because now we are into the 6 minutes mark. So far, so forth. I think most of people have gotten items here, and they have got items from Uranus in the first phase because he knew that there's going to the first damage coming from Farsa. And so far, so forth, there is not. Okay, there is a skirmish in the middle lane. Okay, they knock up. Okay, never mind. So, yeah, do you think that there is some, I would say, do you want to point out some itemization, or do you think that everything is perfect? Oh,
Oh, his
Aura.
aura. Almost get gunned down right there. A lot of damage coming in from Eden, and that's why the early game damage from Farsight is something you wouldn't want to underestimate. But the Lord, the turtle already spamming up. Tartarus really needs. If Eden goes in,
Oh, there is the rough wave combo along with the combination of the Crimson Beacon with the help, but there is a lasting insanity. But a good flicker coming from Fade and 27 late to the party. Joseph is quite too low and will fall down from the hands of this Fredrin. 27 late to the party gives a little bit of taunt, but will have to fall back for now. And Aura, he's farming right now, and Zone's Aura farming. That means he's going to take the turrets because we have seen consistently this Prime getting the turrets that is needed. As a god laner, you need to focus on turret as well. The respawn is there to that Xborg. And now, Aswi, yes, you were saying something. Sorry to cut you out.
well, 3,000 goal lead in the hands of Team Zohunt. They're doing absolutely beautiful when it comes to the macro. I mean, three first years from all three lanes getting taken away. And Joseph, he really wants to do something but doesn't have enough damage for now. And like, I understand you picked up the X-Borg just because there are a lot of tankiness considering there is Dusty on our Fredrin as well as the Uranus. But will it be enough? You really need that anti-heal. You do not have enough front lining. Even if Kato tries to dive in, the follow-ups are really hard to do, considering that you really want Kyle to come and follow up, but always the Karita into some bush. And since 27 is on the EXP, and you really want some vision out there. But if Rafaela goes in, tries to give some vision, she will be getting melted down. So she's one of those supports who really needs to sit towards the back line, maybe towards the back and the mid. And that's where this vision for the Karita is something which Kyle as well as our Eden is not able to get. So maybe 27 needs to be with the team, providing constant vision so that the assassin or Karita doesn't get the opportunity to take someone down. I mean, just look at her even just now. The way she positions herself, keeping in mind that one squishy in my hand, my petrify combo, and you are down.
Yep, exactly. And you have pointed out really well because you got a, at least. But you know what? Okay, never mind. We can see in the mid lane there is a little bit of skirmish. They are giving fish to each other. And now, yeah, what I was saying, like as you mentioned, that Karila is doing the work of an assassin, as beautifully pointed it out. But if 27 tries to give vision, I think he's compensating for the EXP part that he has been given in this game. So that's why I think Kimi with the Rafaela is not able to do a lot of things right now. But there is the first Lord, and that will be the easy Lord towards the side of Team Zohan. So they're just waiting for Kyle to get the power spike, and yep, he has gotten the Malefic gun as well. The only thing that I think Tartarus can do in this game, if they manage to take out everyone except Uranus, because Uranus, if the Uranus is left all alone in the last, if he's the last man standing, I think he can't do a lot of much damage, or maybe clear the waves. But yep, there is the first Lord marching from the bottom lane side, and also, what do you think, Asriya? Like, do you think that there might be a possible game end in this Lord push?
Well, I don't think so because even though it's just the first Lord, and they have a lot of turrets for now,
Oh,
and yes, just like you mentioned, Uranus might be the only one surviving. But then again, Tartarus doesn't have anything to take down. Like I said, nothing to hold back onto anyone
yeah.
because Karita a lot of mobility, Faden a lot of mobility, Claude a lot of mobility. Assassin could have been better in this game. Maybe a carry could have worked out well just for the Uranus.
Yep, exactly. The AOTG is missing out widely because he's just getting too much stun right there, but 27 manages to escape. And I think that was a lot pushed. And I would say that's a very good defense as well as offense from both the sides because they are able to get the bottom lane 2 turret. Now, I think they are. Tartarus is getting choked down a little bit in terms of the map. I would say map control. But yep, and by the way, guys, never mind. You can see the lazy boy Joseph getting melting down with his, with the clots. Anyways, Miss Anya said that we'll donate 1K if Tartarus win. I hope that you be the words of, women of your words, basically. So let's just see. And thank you for the donation, by the way. So coming back to the game, again, Tartarus and Zohunt. I think Zohan, what Zohan needs to do is just, do whatever they are doing right now because I think that it is working out for them. There's 100% teamfight participation for you. I would like to see some itemization as well. Okay, there is itemization. So far, so forth. We can see there is approximately 6k difference in the gold, and we can see there is a lot of not very good items in the hands of side of Team Tartarus. Plus, they're lacking in a lot of items right now. But Kyle is getting items, so I think that compensate for the other items. But never mind, we can see there is a 27 into the mid lane. There is AOTG onto the back line. Joseph is going for quite too low. 27 onto the AOTG to the backside. Aura getting down right there from that. There is a Praise of Wrath to the Joseph right there. That's a shutdown from the Kyle to that Kadita. And I think this time they're feeling themselves hard. So there's a respawn from the Kimi to that Xbox. 27 quite too low. And Xbox is gonna come and join the team fight as well. Quite too low. Kimi is onto the front line, getting the stun from that Freddy, but manages to survive for now. I think this is a change of tide that we are talking about, Asriya.
Well, definitely two members down from the side of Team Zohunt. Tartarus does have the upper hand. They really need family problem for those initiations because I think he did an amazing job and was even able to escape, but there was no support.
Oh, phase in, but no lasting insanity has been used. But there is the immortality with the help of. Okay, there is the Kyle. Where this goated absolutely manages to take down that phase in for the first time in this game, and now I think they have to fall back for now to regroup and reposition, rethink about their positioning right there. There's 4 to 5. I think they have the maximum advantage right now that they can have in this game. So will they capitalize on this? It's just a matter of time that it will get our answers right there. And there we can see there's a lot of dance happening between both the junglers. Joseph is one level low from that Fredrin. And Win is going with the consecration, getting melted down from that Kyle. Kyle is beginning to hurt them right now because he has got his necessary items. And that I think he was waiting for this. And there's a 27 with a taunt. And will be getting okay. Emerald stun from the Rafael misses out. Nobody onto that stun, but the Lord on is still up. So I think they are just waiting for at least one pick off from either of the side of the team. Win is giving the vision. Faden is also just trying to get a hang of someone right there. Meanwhile, there's no opposite lane, I would say, pressure. I think there is a minion, but there is a pressure back onto that Joseph. Getting down with his Firaga armor, but remember he has that immortality right there. There is the rope waves combo from the Kadita, but there's a featherweight strike, a good position from the Eden, and there is the Kyle to take care of the Kadita right there. And now Kyle is going for the double kill, and now he's hungry, and he's hungry for more because he wants that Faden as well. But remember they got to focus on the Lord as well. And yep, they will focus on the Lord. The neutral objectives comes first before the kills. Claude is trying to give, gets a little bit out of this team fight because he know that he can't go in because he has he can go in. He has the blazing duet as well. 27. Okay, he just missed out. There is the blazing duet onto the Kimi, and he's trying to take the Kyle, and Claude will take down that Kimi as well as the Sky's double kill. The blazing duet comes in handy, and Joseph will have to fall back with the lasting insanity, and there is a featherweight strike to zone out the people.
Quite a long team fight, a long dance around the Lord. And even though Joseph won out that retribution battle, I would say Prime aura farming in every game. He just joins at the nick of time when everyone has been baited
He's
away
gonna
with
face
everything.
Sanjin
He just joins, takes those kills, moves away, split pushes. Oh my god, this guy sense the way of positioning, the map sense, the game sense is pretty good, I would say. And not much of a loss for Zohan because they'll be able to clear out that Lord. They have a lot of turrets remaining for now and a successful defense for Tartarus. I would say a time for breather for them. But yeah, Jimmy finally, 27 finally, with the blade of armor, is able to take some punches from the Claw. Just look at the amount of gold he has right now. And already the Trinity, as well as that penetration onto his hands, he's dishing a massive amount of damage. And I think Tartarus, they have they have finally realized that how to break Zohunt. Like, I think the core of it completely, it is the Karita on the family problem on the Karita because he makes sure to wait. He makes sure to take down Kyle as well as the Farsa. So now they're waiting for him to use up that ultimate. Unless she uses up that ultimate, they are not starting that. You're not fully committing onto those team fights. And I think that's a great wise move from the side of Team Tartarus because once she uses up everything, tries to move away, there is 27 dropping down with the AOG, there is Kyle always trying to gun him down, and there is Eden. It's like almost 4 ultimates just used up to take down the Kadita. That's how much importance this mage family problem is on that roam. Absolutely slaying. So yeah, maybe Zohan needs to realize this, that they absolutely need the Kadita. Maybe try to protect him just like Tartarus is protecting Kyle for now.
Exactly. And I loved how Eden is, has shifted his focus towards protecting the Kyle, as you mentioned before, rather than going for bursting someone, either the, Kadita or someone else. But there is the Rhapsody, and along with Death Sonata, but there is a taunt given to the 27, as you mentioned. The previous team fight, I think it was contentions of the patience from both the teams. The Faden just little bit misses out with his rough face combo, and instantly they regretted that, and Tartarus won the team fight. But I think the Prime was there to save the day. If Prime wasn't there, so I don't think so. Zohan would be in this much good position right now in this game. So for in terms of that team fight, but there is the Aura Farmer right there. Okay, okay, that lasting insanity was there, but there is the dash coming from the Claw to escape right there. A good try from both the teams. The Claude is quite too low, but has used his enough resources. Kyle is now getting the hunch of that Kadita combination. Even though Kadita has also gotten the buff, but still he is getting the hunch. And now Win is going to face the trouble because now Lazy Boy Joseph has the, I would say, Vorax along with that. I forgot the name of that. Yeah, Ice Queen 1. So you gotta be, you will be slowed as well as you will be getting down true damage from that Joseph. So let's just see. Again, I think this battle will be the contention between patience of both the teams. Whoever moves the first and makes a wrong move will get punished right there. Along with Miss Anya is saying the Farsa damage gonna hurt now. So yeah, I mean it's getting to hurt. So never mind, the Lord, rushing the Lord right there. Okay, Joseph is on point here, is quite too low, but never mind, there is a Lord Slayer from that Dusty Mizo. A Princess Rat onto the 27 Mingo, and we can see the backline, there is a Fade and just quite too low, getting the stun. Okay, we are seeing the two team fights along. There is the freeze from, just delaying the death. I think that will be a valuable time that she has bought, the Faden has bought for his team. And now the Win has to run away from there because he knows that if he stays there, he's gonna get his he's gonna get beaten right there. So yep, there's a lasting insanity, but a good rough face just to immune the damage from that lasting insanity. There's too much of lasting insanity coming up now. He has gone the Oracle as well for the extra region. There is a Dusty Meter trying to get the Kimmy, his hands on the Kimmy. Kimmy is beginning to pain a lot right now. But never mind, they're trying to focus. They're pushing down the mid lane right there, but there is the 4U. And meanwhile, I think that's not very good. Yeah, they will have to fall back for now. I think that's not a super advanced lot, is it?
It isn't, but yeah, they need to just back up for now, especially because they are facing a lot of issues. Only 3 turrets into the hand, 3 inhibitors, and the Lord is quite hefty. And with this, I would say, Kyle finally realized that he's getting marked down by his Kadita way too often. So every time he just goes into any of the bush, he makes sure to just spam his ultimate in every bush around. If you see, even if he's in the mid lane, he will use it up in the bush towards the top, the bush towards the right. So yeah, pretty good sense from himself, and yeah, he's playing it pretty well. The positioning is good, and he makes sure that even he knows that 19 minutes into the game, quite a late game. So Claude is dishing out a lot of damage. Yep, and he has completed everything. Also with the wind, just to move away from the damage which is coming from Kyle as well as the X-Borg right now, because Joseph is trying to do his best. Same goes for Kyle. Like everyone has everything for now. A lot of winter crowns. Almost every second person with those immunes onto their hands. Now it doesn't matter that how much gold you have. It completely matters on the priorities as well as the executions. And Tartarus, in that team fight too, I would say Faden played an important role. He made sure to zone out 3 people away because Kimmy sticks to Kyle just to protect him. Same goes for the Farsa. 3 of them always together. So Faden made sure that they cannot near that Lord. He was using up his ultimate. A lot of damage coming from him too at this point. So maybe even if he dies, that was a pretty good exchange because they did get that Lord. But right now, the final Lord, this might be the final Lord, and it's just spawning up. So maybe taking down Kyle, taking down Prime is the way to go. Whoever manages to grab it will be the one winning, I would say. At the same time, waiting away the ultimate from Arcadita because she is waiting for Kyle, but she's pretty sure for now. Oh.
27 just did AOTG onto the Natalia on that bush, I guess. But yeah, so yes. So never mind. But you know what? I think the reason for both of the team that they should go for now is like just For the Zohunt side, okay, never mind. There is a Joseph. They're just gonna just deal continuous damage to that Joseph so that he just become, I would say, not very useful in the team fights. So Claude plays a very important role. Meanwhile, we can see Faden should stop trying to go for the Kyle every time. He should switch the target to the Eden. If Eden is getting taken care of, and 27 is getting taken care of, I think Claude has a better chance to take down the Kyle from his own hands, I guess. So yep, the Eden is trying to zone out with the feather airstrike. The Lord is quite too low, but remember there is a Dusty Mizo onto that threaten, so his retribution will also be on point along as well as the Joseph's as well. So this again a game of patience and discipline from both sides. They will try to make the plays, whoever make the good plays, or whoever makes a mistake first is gonna lose the team fight. Meanwhile, Claude is just trying to go for that Lord dance, just going to getting that stacks from that Lord as well, just to give the extra mobility right there. Skirmish here and there going on. So I think as we are till then, I think, what do you think? Like, what are both the teams are trying to achieve here?
Well, they just want to take one member down because right now both the lineups are pretty strong and they're not trying to fully commit. And especially for Tartarus because they really need the Farsa. She has the mobility, so she's trying to clear up those lanes. She can come back as soon as possible. But Zohan doesn't face that same crisis because they have one extra turret, right? But yeah, just look at Joseph, the way he's sustaining. He literally has 4 lives for now. So maybe taking down the jungle or Kyle is the way to go.
Yep, exactly. But remember, there is the ultimate of that Rafaela. But there is a Precious Rat on, tries to get the hands onto the Kyle, but leaves the back line right there. Joseph getting taken care of. But there is that Eden with the feather strike, and we can possibly see a tables have turned right there. There is a freeze from Lazy Boy Joseph, and Aura has fallen down for now. And Zohunt is not able to aura farm in this match because aura has been taken down right now, and all is left for that Verdant to defend the base. Will he able to do that? I don't think so. There is the whole baptism from the Rafaela. Kyle is just giving too much damage, and the base is quite well open. And this is how, my guy, you win the best of 5 series, game number 4. And now the points are equal from both the sides. Zohan 2 and Tartarus 2. What a game it was. Astis, if you're here, my brother, please go ahead.
Absolute cinema for real. I mean, in the end, till the end, the game goes, and the Lord was the only thing which was about to taken by Zohan. Was the only step they had to take to the win. But then it's what Kyle and Joseph happened. That last insanity and that AOG connecting all the 3 members, taking down the Jukshin as well as Kadita was a table turning moment for real for the side of Tartarus. And now we are going for the 5th game decider. I mean, this will be fun. Tartarus take on the game number 1 against IGN, playing 4 games, and then they are playing a 5 games BO5 series, total 5 games against Johan. And this is a main decider game. If they wants to be in this tournament, they need to win this game. Otherwise, I mean, they are out from the tournament. After FAS finals, I never seen Tartarus getting knocked out from any tournament. So I feel like they need to win this game, and Zohan is giving real fight back from their side as well. So this match will be a real legendary fight between the Mizo Kings versus Tartarus, the Any Kings, or you can see the Kings of India.
Okay.
Definitely, because it is 2 for 2, equal for both the sides right now. And I would say Zohan did have they had the opportunity to win it out. And just like before, uh, Faden, he went to the back lines just to move away Kyle from that team fight. So 3 members just zoned away by a mage. That's an incredible job, if you would say, because that's usually the job of the EXP. And behind the scenes, it was all set for Zohan because they were locking down onto Joseph, and once Joseph is down, it can be an easy lot for them. But yeah, I just Zushin was left alone. That was a crucial mistake, I would say. Kadita missed up that ult, and 4 lives in the hands of an export. So Tartarus knew they just need to wait it out in this game because they did not have an assassin to dive and take down those squishies. So just wait because Faden will be offering himself, and yes, because Prime was doing an amazing job, but then towards the end, he had no one left to protect him. So one by one, they just fell down. And I would say this was a game of patience, just like you said, Soul.
Yep, exactly. And before we, discuss what went wrong. So basically, I think they should have, switched the targets. In my opinion, Kadita should have switched the target instead of zoning away. She could have gone for at least bursting down any one of the squishy heroes apart from Kyle. It's just basically the Rafaela. I was trying to try to take down one member because if they try to, if they could have taken down Rafaela, basically they just kill two heroes in one hero. You know what I mean, right? And also apart from this, I think this is going to the game number 5 now. And if we haven't forget about Miss Arnia, where is the 1k super chat, man? You said it Tartarus win, you are gonna get the 1k super chat anyways. Okay, she has super okay, she sent a super chat of 40 rupees just to say where I'm sending 1k. I mean, that's just Miss Arnia for you. Thank you for giving the support that you have given to us. Thank you for that. We're very grateful for it. But we will shortly begin the game number 5. So I've got to ask you both of two of you this question. First, let's go with the Ask Cheesy. So you know, you might do you think that if the Kadita could have switched down the target in the later part of the game, could we have seen a different picture of the results of the game number 4?
Yeah, I mean, if she had find the way for Kyle when she went for that, but then Kyle just dodged it out, and that's the moment the game just got turned, and Kyle just bust down her and as well as Jushin in the behind. And you know what? I feel like the moment they went for the Firaga armor to get off from Xborg, and then he just went back, and they were about to take the Lord. They just made the Lord HP half. They should have taken the Lord at that moment. They should have taken the chance at that moment. Doesn't have to, I mean, linger the gameplay more, because when they just standed there and trying to poke, trying to start a lot dance, then I mean distracting the way, it gave a lot of time to think. And this is the way we say that, I mean, don't spend more than a minute in a same place in this game, because you're just giving a chance to your opponent's side to think about what's your movement is, what's your tactics is. So they just thought that they are bluffing right now. They want us to initiate. So they just wait as well. And then, I mean, the patience just got off, just like Asuya mentioned. I mean, patience is the key point of this game. So when the patient just got off, they went for to initiate, and then you saw just Tartarus just, I mean, dodge them out and take on the game number 4 for them. And 2-2 is the score right now, which I wanted myself when I was in the mute.
Uh-huh.
Personally, I was thinking about it that, oh, let's go for a fifth game. Let's go for a decider. We can't say that Tartarus will be losing 3-1 here.
Yep, exactly. And
Yeah.
okay, yeah, Asuya, on to you now. As you said, the same question for you as well. I think Ashley just, pointed out every possible scenario that I can think of. But yep, I think it's never, you can just never get enough of the possibilities this game can have, because this is just a game that has infinite possibilities. A player can think of, I can think of in different ways how to approach a game, how to approach a play. You can think of it in a different way, how to approach a play. So same question for you. You can, if you want, if you have some answers, so you can give to us.
Well, I didn't exactly get what you're asking, but
Oh, I just said
um,
that, uh, basically. Okay, never mind. You know what? Miss Anya just gifted us 400 rupees, so we will just, thanks, Miss Anya, for giving us 400 rupees. So now you can go ahead, so yeah, you can thank her as well if you want to, as well as Estes, you brother as well.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, so much for that 400 tip. I mean,
I
600,
it's
600.
for
Okay,
you,
600
no,
is
it's
left.
for, I don't know.
600 is left. Okay, 1,000. She has to give over 1,000. She has gifted us, I think, 45, 45 super chats. Like, the 40 super. Okay, 5 sets of 40 super chats. All right. So 5 into 4 is like 200 something. 600 is, going to be 800 right there. So, let's just say it's going to be 400 still left. Okay, never mind. She has given us 100 also. So thank you for that. But yeah,
thank
go
you
ahead.
for all the support here, all of us. You're giving us all. Yeah, but um, I still didn't get the question. But yeah, I would like to say that both the
Are you?
teams, especially Zohunt. is a team who is really unpredictable, I would say. Sometimes they love going in for the late game comp, sometimes they love going in for an early game comp, sometimes they're the only team who has dared to go for a double mage, a roam mage, Valentina roam, Karita roam. So they are a really, really unique team, I would say. But Tartarus, after 4 games, they have definitely adapted to it. They know family problem, whatever he picks up, he will be an absolute menace, always marking down Kyle. So Kyle, he plays with patience. He does not rush in, and there is always everyone to protect him. And even Zohan needs to realize that the strat, especially that assassin Kadita, I don't think so. It would be working out much more than it already did, because, like I said, they have realized how they will be playing. So maybe going for another surprise draft, another surprise pick.
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe. They can go for a Changi mid or something like they
No.
can go for a Rome as well. I mean, yeah, it's walking. It's walking around nowadays. Everything is walking. I don't know. I mean, I saw that Zask got walked against IGN. So why do you feel like Changi couldn't, I mean,
I,
fit in this way?
well, she is good when it comes to spamming her ultimate, but one radiant armor as well as that blade armor, she gets diffused quite a lot. And of course, you really need someone who can dive in and assassinate people, right? So I don't think so. When it comes to utility, she can be great. Or maybe even go with a marksman Chami who's trying to push.
I think the issues got resolved, and now the rest is already being off for both the sides because it's ignited match we are talking about. Zohan versus Team Tartarus. A lot of matches they fought with each other, but this match depicts a big thing for both these sides. I mean, if they wins, they're going on to the lower bracket finals. I mean, they will be waiting for DS and LCF loser to come into the bracket to fight with them, and they will have the spot onto the grand finale. But before that, this game is kind of, I mean, it's a big staged game, Solsky. So you have already used a lot of trump cards of yours. So now it's been, I mean, both these sides know what you are going to use, what you're not going to use. So as Suya said, something new could come. I mean, the hidden card of yours. So what do you feel? I mean, hidden card or same pretty picks?
First of all, I would like to ask you some questions. Based, what kind of issues were you talking about first?
Huh?
Never mind, never mind. It was for Ashley, by the way. But yep, the trump cards, as you were saying, they have used a lot of trump cards. But as a famous man has said, if you guys have watched Black Clover, there is Yami Dancho has said you have got to push past your limits. So if you don't push past your limits right here and right now, you're gonna regret it later. So it's better to push past your limits right here, right now, because time is gonna eventually pass. So you got to think and think it very quickly because this is going to be the best of 5 series. Last game between Tartarus versus Zoho, and Tartarus will getting the first pick. Straight away, we can see the bands with the 1-1, Fred Rain, and that Matilda. And I think Tartarus now getting a hunch of, you know, I would say a hunch of Zohunt's playstyle. So forth. I have seen that pattern from the side of Tartarus, but you know what? As you said, Zohunt is pretty unpredictable. But I think Zohunt shines more in support plus mage draft rather than the two mage combinations. That's just my personal opinion of the Zohunt. I might be wrong here also. So let us see how Zohunt is gonna approach to this match. But again, they have known that Farsa have provided dividend in the previous game. That's why they have gone for the Forza in the
Ooh.
first pick because Forza was the one who just dealt damage to that Claude. She just deleted that in the late game.
Well, what can I say at this point? I'm just tired of seeing these two mages everywhere. They're everywhere. Farsa is everywhere. She's the first pick everywhere. Either it's Uranus or it's the Farsa. There is no in between. And yep, once again, Zohunt with the same sort of draft. It will be a Rome Karita. And of course, Prime will be slaying on that Moscow just like he did in the previous game. And like the last game, Moscow was banned. So this time they managed to grab onto it. Now, the question is, Tartarus, will they be going in for an early jungle for Joseph? No, they do not show the card because they know they need to pick up something, maybe an X-Borg when there are a lot of tanks from the side of Zohunt, or they might pick up an assassin just to counter out those squishies. But right now they just want to, just cut down on that the Hilda, since she is not banned. And of course, we saw this pick Tartarus picked up against the Hilda, the Esmeralda, and it worked pretty great because they did not allow the Hilda to roam freely. So they already are making sure that they cut down on some bans. But yeah, pretty good picks from all three sides. A Granger against a Moscow, and Dusty he really loves playing this panda. And of course, who doesn't love pandas? They're just so cute.
Who doesn't love to play with Panda? So,
Yeah.
yeah. So we are in the second phase of the draft. So, yep, Ashley, sorry to cut you, but
No, no.
yeah. What do you have to say about the first phase of the draft from both the team?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine from both these sides. But Esmeralda was out of syllabus, which we're talking like it was a hidden card from 27. But Panda was already picked up by Dusty Mizo. And a lot of comments I saw in the chat that he picked himself. Okay. So, I mean, I just, I mean, just saying the chats was saying, I'm not saying anything to him. He's a great jungler. And I was thinking he will go for something assassin, but okay,
Diplomatic.
he went for the utility one now. So I feel, I feel like now is the time to open up one more trump card from Tartarus side. I mean, Kimi can go with the Gatot. I mean, yeah, Panda can just Beyblading him away from the zone, but he can go for it. Okay, he's not going for it. He's going for a ban. That's cool.
One Beyblade is in and one Beyblade is out. Icebog is out, and the Dusty Music with Panda is in. So, second drafting phase has already begun, my guys and girls and others as well. So, Fajin has got the first pick. They don't have. Again, they have gone for the Karida. If they go for one support, they will show their roaming card here, and they don't have EXP right now. Maybe Kadita might go mid lane this time, or maybe they are going again with a two mage draft. But the two mage draft got countered hard by that Rafaela, or maybe they couldn't, adjust to the strategy that okay, okay, there is the newly formed the guy, the Black Dragon, the Black. Okay, no man, the Black Dragon of the Land of Dawn. That's going to be the Yu Zhong. So many girls is fan of this hero. I don't know why, because I'm just jealous of him. But yeah, never mind. Second phase of the draft will be beginning from the side of Team Tartarus. What do you guys think will be here? Asriya first.
And I would say this dragon has been an absolute great pick since he got buffed. He's, I maybe a CC can be a good option, but they already have picked up an Esmeralda, so yeah, she will be facing some issues since if they picked up an Esma and then they banned the Hilda. I don't understand what they're trying to do with this, but Joseph once again, he picked up the Lancelot in the first game, and it wasn't, I would say, Kyrie moment. He took that maniac. Once again, Zohan needs to deal with it. But in that game, they had a lot of, I would say, less mobility. But right now, they do have the Kadita, so she can immune it
Oh,
away. But then Zohant coming back with an answer, it would be a Kufra. Kufra against Lancelot. He'll be getting shut down pretty hard. I would say this, uh, you know, Zohan has it all set up because you really need something, a good jungler or maybe someone squishy who can bait everyone together to one spot. And I think Yuzhong is the perfect option for that because he will be diving in with his ultimate, and then comes our Kufra just flickering in using the Tyrant's Revenge, giving a perfect set. That's what we're imagining what will be happening. But let's see, because Tartarus definitely will be going in for purifies just because there is so much crowd control in the hands of Zohan right now. And finally, Kimi, it's been quite a while since I saw the chip, but then, yeah, I think Prime will be getting targeted down heavily in this game, and Tartarus knows that because he carries the game, right? And with those portals and those flickers, Prime needs to make sure he's not alone. And with this, all is set in motion. We are in here for the final draft, for the final match, the best of five between Team Tartarus and Team Zohan. Both the teams on 2-for-2. This is the match point. Whoever wins takes it all. And with this, our casters take it away.
Thank you so much, Asriya. And I think, as Asuya mentioned, that this Lancelot will have a Kyrie moment here. Let's see if he can have the Kyrie moment, or if that Yuzong will have a Kirk moment. Because Kirk said that in the recent interview of him, he said that Yuzong is not good in the EXP for this meta. Even though he got the buff, he can't catch up the dashes, and that's the reason maybe Tartarus went for full of dash jungler that is a Lancelot. But how it gonna work? I mean, if Win can proved wrong to the Kirk, or Kirk will be the best EXP. I mean, he already mentioned it. So if Win can do the odds today, let's see. I mean, it will be the biggest odds happening for Zohan, because they can go. I mean, they will be into the tournament. They will be going for the lower bracket finals. It's already started. Win versus the mighty Esmeralda.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Mighty, but she is sure is fine as hell. But yeah. So, first of all, thank you for Gristle and Zeus for the super chats. 100 from Gristle, 200 from Zeus. And Zeus is saying, help me, I need a wife. And Itami said, first step, find a wife. So, yeah, you can do that. But never mind, coming back to the game. A lot of not, they are going for the basic understanding, just going for the basic play for now, because they know that if they take fight early on, there's going to be the lethal for both of them. But they will try to get some hands onto the Lancelot from that stun, but misses out from, the guy misses out for with that stun. My bad. So yeah, the first hurdle is up. I think that's going to be easy peasy for Team Tartarus, because they have got the Lancelot. Lancelot usually have the upper advantage with his Thorn Roses, I guess. Yep, there is the Thorn Roses. Okay, never mind. There is the Black Dragon from into the back lines as well, trying to get his hand on the far side. Meanwhile, you can see in the front line, there is the Esmeralda. Aura joining in to farm something there, but I don't think so. He will be getting something right there. But Wen is also in the fight as well. Chip is in the top lane. What a good positioning from that Kimmy. And also Moscow is quite, is getting left behind, because that Granger needs farm and he is getting the gold plate. What else you need as a marksman right there? So far, so forth. Objective wise, neutral objective wise, micro point of views, Tartarus is on the lead right there. There is the shotgun from that Chip, quite too low. There is a shing onto that Aura, and there is the far. Okay, there is the kill from the Tartarus. The 2 kills they were getting, and in the bottom lane side, that's a solo kill onto that Yuzhong. Okay, no fade and misses out. I think he messed it up, but I think he will be able to survive that. Yep, he will be able to survive that right there.
Sure, was it could have taken a fourth trade for the Tartarus, actually fifth, because they got the turtle as well. But it couldn't happen. Right now, they are literally started it very well in this do or die game. I mean, it is a team start. You want this start. 3 kills onto the front. Kufra going on. Tyrant's Revenge coming up as well. This time, they will be getting a kill or not. Oh my goodness, Foster, no! He can't escape from here. It is the Kufra. It is the family problem who just take it how everything. I mean, that is the Kufra. Really, he just deserved that kill at that moment. First kill for the side of Zohan. But I mean, could it replenish those 3 kills? I mean, still Tartarus is standing strong with a 2 kills lead, as well as a little bit of goal lead, you can say 1k.
Yep, exactly. And these little bits and pieces that you gain advantage of, these can become a big chunk if you gather all those bits and pieces. So it's very, very important you get that micro advantage in the early game. That Tartarus has been succeeding in this game so far. But let us see how Zohunt is gonna face these things against, because they need they need someone to catch Lancelot. Meanwhile, you can see in the top lane there's a Chip. Wonderful positioning from that Kimmy. Managed to take down that marksman. That's going to the Aura, because they're not letting Aura farm this time, because they don't want Aura to win against Sun Jinwoo. Okay, never mind. That is too much of a weak thing right there. But never mind. There is the Tyrant's Revenge onto the Kimmy, but nobody holds there. Well, okay, Kimmy used the Purify right there. Okay, that was the heavy spin. Tries to take down some bits of that retribution to the turtle, but will fail to do so. Meanwhile, you can see in the mid lane side there is a rough waves, and that's a very Aura. Aura might get Aura farmed right there, and he will be getting the kill onto that Joseph. But Eden is right there to make the payment for Joseph's death. But meanwhile, you can see the mid lane. There is the last death onto the face of that poison, and now we can see three people in the mid lane. Tries to get the mid lane as well. Mid lane is quite too low. I don't think so. That Dusty Mizo will be able to will be able to make that mid turret survive. But yep, mid turret is down right now. I think that's going to be the second turret towards the side of Team Zohunt.
Good news, you got that kill of Kimmy, but bad news is Kyle is getting the snowball. I mean, this is a real bad news, and your turrets are falling down. Ooh, SOD just, missed in an inch from Kyle. It would have been connected, would not have been another scene, but it could have saved that turret at that moment. But right now, the question is, we have the item sections on, whereas the Farsa is already going for the Holy Crystal. But now look at that on the top lane. There is a possible fight coming out from 27 onto... Oh, in the meantime, in the off-cam, we saw that Joseph got out. Shotcut coming on. Beyblade as well will be going back into the safer zone. But, I feel like macro lead is also being... in the hand of Tartarus right now. What do you feel? The game is on or not for Tartarus? Okay. Before that, Esmeralda going on to the two-man. In the meantime, we can see Win and half of HP will have to go back, as well as Kai and the Kufra being there. Can't do anything else because this Esmeralda 27 with some issues is right now unstoppable. He needs to finish it up to go and have a nappy.
Yep, for real. So, to answer that question, dude, the game is on for Tartarus. Yep, they are heavily turned. Oh, sorry, game on for them. So, yep. And also, for the side of Team Zohunt, never mind, they're taking an unnecessary fight, in my opinion. And there is the feather airstrike onto the Vayne. Vayne is quite too low, but managed to survive right there. And also, Esmeralda will be getting his enchanted talisman, as well as Joseph getting his second crucial item. But there is jump onto that Krufra. Tyrant's Rage misses out widely, but the SOD was there to finish the job for the side of Team Zohunt. Right, the Kimmy managed to, going for the shortcut onto that aura. Meanwhile, you can see there is enough waves combination onto that Eden, will take down the Eden as well, but heavily loses the neutral objectives, that is turret for the side of Team Zohan. They're losing out on turrets, a lot of that. And meanwhile, I would like to see some itemization, right? The Trinity is on the way for the Moscow. Meanwhile, you can see there is the Genius one. I think, okay, they are also going for the anti-heal for that Esmeralda, the Khadita. So she will be having a less bursting potential with that glowing one, but the Genius one will compensate for that for in just the early games, until and unless a chip buys the first, I would say either a rope for a little bit magic defense. But remember, there is a Vayne just trying to give away some damage. Meanwhile, we can see Cobra has gone for that, the spoilers, the sub part of that anti-cuirass. Okay, now he has got an anti-cuirass as well, but we can see in the mid lane, there is the Phaeton right there getting killed, getting down from the hands of Kyle right there.
Yeah, now oh my goodness! The dash come up! Yuzen got down in the meantime. Right now, they are offing the blazing as well in the mid turret. It's just one Lord away for this win for Tartarus. They are literally dominating all the way. Right now, Prime showing us some skills there. Lancelot coming in. Tyrant's Revenge up. Unstoppable for Kyle. Kufra deleted down by the side of Tartarus. This is insane gameplay in this do-or-die set. Tartarus is online, guys. After all the tiredness, okay, the fight being on once again. Khadita initiating it, creating an opening, but will not be much for the side of Zohunt to take down any fatalities at this point. In the meantime, we can say 9 seconds for the Lord to spawn into the land of Dawn, the first Lord. And it's quite being seen that it is in the hand of Tartarus. One more blessings will be up by this minions. Feather airstrike comes up. Ooh. At a long distance. It did give a lot of damage to those 4 members. They just got dismantled at that point. And now it's just a way for the Lord. And do you think the first Lord will be the last Lord, or they can defend it?
Time will tell. But I love the fact Kimmy is now trying to, I would say, go for the prediction game from the starting. He knew that the Granger was in the mid lane. He will come top, and he managed to take the kill. He managed to give the farm onto that Kyle, which boils it down to Kyle right now, because the itemization of Kyle is just on top, because he got that early buff. And whenever you don't focus on the Kyle, if you let him lose, he's gonna make sure that you don't let him lose. for even a second right there. And right now, Kyle is feeling himself. And by that, I mean because he has gotten 4 items. That's crucial. Plus, the highest physical damage item, there's the Blade of Despair right there. And this cavalry is marching from the middle lane. Lazy Boy Joseph quite too low. Manages to survive with that petrified combination of the rough face talents. There is revenge onto the mid lane side. 27 getting stunned. Meanwhile, you can see a feather strike onto the aura. They are trying to defend the top lane as well. Meanwhile, you can see a shing onto that aura. Phantom execution. No, Cooper was there to stun him. And now there is a hope, a beacon of hope for the side of Team Zohunt. There is a Black Dragon onto that. He's going for the Kyle right now. Meanwhile, you can see Kimi is quite too low. Will be taken down from that Paijin. Quite too low right there. Been taken down from that Kyle. Back and forth every time, but this is going to boil it down to 3v4 right now. And I think they're not backing it off because they knew they have the damage on the Kyle. So let's just say this player on the Kyle and let's just see that we can see a possible end right there. No, we can't because there is no minions right there.
Let's just say that the passive was the only thing who just said that Kadita. Otherwise, it was already done when the mid inhibitor was infiltrated by Tartarus. Kyle's damage with the Rhapsody once again coming on for the execution. Will not be happening right now for Tartarus. 3 members will survive again, and they will be standing strong at the mid section. But you know what? I feel like it was an overstretch, or you can say overextension. I mean, getting down that mid inhibitor was okay. I shouldn't have went for the top. They should have waited for another lot. I mean, I just asked you that it is the first and the last lot. They shouldn't have answered it. I mean, they could have waited for it because, I mean, you right now in a very good situation. You have the goal lead, you got the macro lead as well. Everything is going smoothly. You don't want to throw this up, guys. I mean, if you want to be in this tournament, if you want to go for the lower bracket final slot, you don't want to do it in a throw. I mean, you just can't give it to Zohunt. But probably if someone can snatch it from Tartarus this win, I feel like it's Faden. Faden is doing awesome in this match. I mean, every time you see this guy, he's knocking out the main member. Even though, I mean, the Kufra pick was on 2-point pick for the Lancelot, it is working well. But Faden, this guy is executing it properly. Consul being on. Kimi is was about to going for a shortcut from the backside, but couldn't found anyone and just come back right now. Lord, an easy one, a second one for the Tartarus, maybe. Yeah, it will be. What is maybe? There is no maybe because looking after the goal lead, I don't feel like Zohunt will go and compete it or contest it. But now, in overextension, Akai was there. Prime Mizo has to, I mean, Dusty Mizo has to just go back. And in the meantime, we can see Malefic Roar got added into the item section of Prime. So I feel like if he can save his team from the defeat by defending this slot, it is going in. It is going in. It is going in.
Yep, absolutely. There is going to be a shortcut from that chip. There is a Lancer gets taken down right there. Kyle is getting the damage. And right there we can see they have managed to hold down that slot. Kimi is quite too off position. Kyle is might be quite too low right there. But there is the free damage giving from the position of the Kyle right there. And there is SOD onto that Kimi. But will fails to do so something. But there is a good defense coming in from the side of Team Zohunt right there.
They defended it. They defended it. It was Prime who defended a lot easy with the whole squad of Zohunt. They are not giving it up. They want it till the end, just like the 4th game. 20 minutes was on to the mark. Still, Tartarus was standing strong. Then they just make their comeback. So this time, Zohunt wants to do this. Zohunt wants to take this game to the 20 minutes mark. Viewers also want this. And you know what? I mean, there will be no more fights. I mean, it will only be there when proper joining or proper thing is needed. I mean, a lot is coming. There will be a fight. So we will feel like a retard or slow game will go on. But it is what the patience comes up. I mean, now the patience will really works. Who is initiating? Who gonna initiate first? Who gonna take on the game for themselves? But now we looked at, oh my goodness, they're going on to the Akai. Phantom Execution come up. Kufra joining out the Esmeralda. In the meantime, we can see they need to dismantle. They know that they can't take this beast, this mighty Esmeralda. She is, I mean, absorbing like a baby's diaper.
Yep, exactly. And you know what? As you mentioned, this is going to be a little bit patience games, as well as I think I would say there's a lot of I would say macro advantage toward the side of team Tartarus right there, because they don't even have a single turret down. So the lane pressure is going to be the insane. Plus the chip is going to provide the extra mobility, which makes them easier to move around the map and make the pressure even more pressure. So that's going to be the mega pressure for the side of team Zohan to cut down the lanes. So I think Aura needs to, if he managed to, things. Okay, never mind. There is the Esmeralda quite too low right there. There is a win to the stun onto that Kyle. Kyle is might be off position right there, but there is a Black Dragon from, and I think it's a little bit early to use that Black Dragon from before the Lord, and this is going to be the Lord spawn right there. I think they're doing the third Lord of this game, but there's the shortcut from the Kime right there, quite too low, and there is a tries to get a set onto that guy, but never mind. Win falls down right there. 27 is still in charge. He's on full health. Nobody's right there to melt down that 27.
Wow.
Quite cool. And that is going to the godlike for the car. Meanwhile, we can say they have got their hands onto that dusty Mizo. Meanwhile, you can see the phantom execution onto the back line. And quite too low. Joseph might be too low. Orion is trying his best to defend, but the base is quite too open. Triple kill maniac for the Kyle. And for this last time in this tournament, Zohan, sorry, Tartarus has won the best of five series between Tartarus versus Zohunt and managed to take the spot of the finals in the lower brackets.
Gold standard, raising the standards of the game, and in the end, we saw a victory for Tartarus. The territory holder will be staying in the territory. Nobody will be taking them out from the tournament. They will be fighting the lower bracket final. So let's hear it from our host Asuya that she was enjoying the game or not, because it was a real decider. And even though Tartarus managed to dominate it from the early, then we saw a little bit of defense from Zohan as well. I mean, they didn't just throw it up, give it up. They tried their best.
Yep, both the teams did an amazing job, I would say. And Tartarus, they came back from something everyone was thinking that they might be the one who will not be proceeding ahead, but then they changed everything. And I would say, Joseph, he gave the early to Kyle, and just like I said before, like Kimi, first of all, the Tartarus they read Zohunt page by page, line by line. They know that Faden as well as for you, they will be marking down Kyle. So yes, be that wall again towards with Kyle. Stay with Kyle, protect him even if you're losing. Just don't let Kyle die. And yes, even Kyle was pretty. He was making sure that he's not out of the line for the Karita. And yes, every game Karita, she has been the one making waves, making changes, but Tartarus made sure that most of the ults from Karita go to waste. Like either it's she's using it up on someone who's really tanky, or else it just goes to waste and then mark her down, take her down, and then you go breach the walls, make it through. And yep, Tartarus did it really well. Well, of course, I would say the Lancelot coming from Joseph was quite amazing. And then again, Zohant, like Aura, even though he was in the losing side, and we all knew that Kimi specifically took up that chip pick just to mark down, just to shut down, tone down Aura, just to tone down Prime. But then still somehow he managed to get some gold, managed to defend till the end, exemplary positioning, exemplary damage. But somehow, if your frontliners cannot sustain enough, if you're not getting that enough space, how much can you just carry alone on your shoulder?
Well, as you mentioned, you can't, have so much of weight on your shoulder. But yep, wonderfully played by the side of Team Tartarus. They just handled this game number five too well. I think, as I mentioned, they got the hunch of the playstyle of the Zo Hunt. And I think Zohan tried a little bit different rather than going for the support. They have went for the Kufra as well. But Kufra worked in some places. They managed to get the kill score up to 10-9. But after that, I think the third Lord, I think it was lights out for the team Zohan. But yep, both the teams played well. But both the teams played well, but the better team wins. A slight better team wins in this best of five series. In the semifinals, it was, and tomorrow, I think, further it will be the finals of the lower brackets. So I think, do you guys want to say something, or we should, you know, have our say?
Well, everyone just wants to maybe rest for now. The players, the streamers,
Okay.
the casters.
Yes.
So
Okay.
maybe
Just first, I will take a brief moment to say thank you for all of you guys. Thank you for joining in, and it was wonderful to have you guys in the chat. It was wonderful interacting with you guys as well. And thank you, Miss Anya. Special shout out to Miss Anya for giving the show, for giving us the super chats along with the Zeus. Thank you for giving us the super chat along with the Gristle as well. He also has given us the super chat. So thank you for that. We will be taking our leave now. So I Solski along with JP and STZ. Oh, sorry. I Solski along with Asuya and STZ will take our leave for now. So please, guys, take care of yourself. And why you guys should take care of yourself? Because you guys all are a very beautiful soul. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye.
or you'll become salty.
Okay.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone. No! It's a decoy!